You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is My Shadow Has Started Pointing at Things I Can't See. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first time it happened, I blamed the wind. I was halfway across the crosswalk at Bedford Avenue and North 7th. The little white walking man blinking like it was getting impatient with me when my shadow, long and narrow in the late afternoon, did something it wasn't supposed to do. The sun was behind me, warm on the back of my neck, and my shadow should have been a clean cutout. Head, shoulders, arms at my sides, the tote bag bumping my hip. Instead, it raised its right arm and pointed. Not a vague tilt, not the kind of illusion you can talk yourself into if you stare too long. A straight, intentional line, index finger, extended, aimed at the curb across the street, just to the right of a stack of green plastic milk crates outside a corner bodega, like it was trying to get my attention. I stopped so hard a guy behind me said, "Yo," and had to stutter step around my heel. A seedy bike bell chirped. Bus exhaled at the stop, and the smell of diesel and hot rubber pushed in, cutting through the sweetness of someone's vanilla vape. I looked where the shadow pointed. Nothing, just a puddle drying in a dark patch, a crushed paper cup, a cigarette butt mashed into the gutter. Then the arm snapped back to my side like it had never moved. My shadow returned to being mine. The walking man flipped to the red hand, and the rest of the crosswalk filled with the soft rush of cars. "Everything okay?" a woman asked as she passed, her voice flat with New York politeness, the kind that means, "I'm not actually stopping." "Yeah," I said, because that's what you say when you don't want to become a story someone tells later. "Sorry," my phone buzzed in my pocket. I didn't check it right away. I crossed the rest of the street on red because the next wave of people did, and I followed them like a school of fish. On the far curb, I stepped out of the traffic flow and did the thing you do when your brain starts scanning for explanations. I tested. I shifted my weight. My shadow shifted. I lifted my arm. It lifted its arm, mirroring perfectly. I made a fist. It made a fist. I wagged a finger like I was scolding a child. It wagged a finger. Normal. A laugh tried to come out of me and turned into a breath. I told myself, trick of the light. Uneven pavement. Something in the corner of my eye that made my brain stitch movement where there wasn't any. That was plausible. That was survivable. But the image stuck. The clean line of that pointing arm. The feeling, not fear exactly, more like irritation that something had broken a rule without asking. My phone buzzed again. I finally pulled it out. "MARA, you're still coming tonight, right?" I stared at the text a second too long, thumb hovering. Tonight was her birthday dinner. Not a big party, just 8 of us at a place in Greenpoint she'd picked, because the cocktails had tiny sprigs of herbs, and she liked saying, "It's on Franklin." Mara always said street names like she was introducing you to someone important. I typed back, "Yeah, running a little late from work, be there." I hit send, then shoved the phone away like the whole subject of time was contagious. My name is Eli Hart. I'm 34. I do user research for a health tech company, which means I ask strangers to tell me about their pain. And then I turn their answers into bullet points that managers can nod at. I live in Williamsburg, in a one-bedroom that smells faintly like old radiator heat and the downstairs neighbors cooking. It's fine. It's mine. And I've been trying quietly, privately, not to become the kind of person who cancels on plans because he'd rather sit alone and scroll until his eyes blur. Also, I have this thing where I notice patterns. It's useful at work. It's less useful at 3 a.m. I started walking again, moving with a careful looseness like I was trying not to startle my own body. My tote bag had my laptop and a book I hadn't opened in weeks. The book's spine dug into my side through the canvas. The street was loud in a way that wasn't aggressive, just constant. Car tires on imperfect asphalt, a skateboard's hollow clack as it hit a crack, snippets of conversations in English and Spanish, and something I didn't place, the wet hiss of an espresso machine when someone opened a cafe door. People spilled out of the L stop like the train was still inside them. I kept glancing down, not directly, just enough to catch my shadow in the lower edge of my vision. It behaved. It followed. At home, I did what I always do when my day feels slightly wrong. I tried to correct it with routine. Shoes off by the door, hand on the wall to steady myself as I bent to untie them, my left ankle still stiff, sometimes, from a bad sprain last year. Keys in the bowl, water in the kettle. I stood at the kitchen window, watching the alley behind the building where a guy sometimes practiced trumpet badly, and someone else sometimes screamed into a phone at midnight, and I let my eyes unfocus. The light in my apartment was thin and angled. Late afternoon in winter means the sun acts like it's leaving early on purpose. My shadow fell across the scuffed hardwood, stretching toward the bathroom door. It looked normal. The kettle clicked off. I poured the water, dropped in a tea bag, watched the string darken where it touched the surface. The smell of bergamot rose and settled into the room. My shoulders dropped a little. Then, because I couldn't help it, I tested again. I stepped closer to the window. The shadow sharpened. I raised my arm slowly. It raised its arm slowly. "Okay," I said out loud, just to fill the room with something that wasn't my own breathing. "Okay." A knock sounded from the hallway. Not loud, 2 quick taps, then a pause, then one more, like whoever it was didn't want to be annoying, but also didn't want to be ignored. I opened the door to find my neighbor leaning in the frame across from mine, holding a plastic grocery bag with something clinking inside. He was the kind of man who looked permanently apologetic for existing in shared spaces. Jonas Keller, 41, male, stood there in a navy hoodie and jeans that had a faint grease mark on the thigh. His hair was going gray at the temples, and he had the tired eyes of someone who wakes up early for work, even on weekends. "Hey," he said, lifting the bag slightly. "Sorry. This came for you. It was on my mat." He handed it over. Inside was a bottle of olive oil, one of the fancy ones I'd ordered after my last cheap bottle tasted like nothing. The label was in Italian, which always makes me feel like I'm pretending. "Thanks," I said. "I appreciate it." "No problem." Jonas's gaze flicked down, just a normal glance, not lingering toward the floor between us, where the hallway light cast both of our shadows into the apartment behind me. For a second, his eyebrows lifted, like he'd registered something, and then immediately corrected himself. "You good?" he asked, too quickly. "Yeah." My voice came out higher than I wanted. I tried again. "Yeah, just long day." Jonas nodded like that made sense, like he had a mental file labeled long day and he could slide me into it. He started to turn, then paused. "You going out?" he asked, looking past me at my coat on the hook. "Birthday dinner," I said. "A friend, Greenpoint." "Nice." I had a smile. It didn't fully arrive. "It's cold out. Watch the sidewalks. They're slick by the curb." "I will," I said, and I meant it. He left. His footsteps faded down the hallway with the soft shuffle of someone in socks. I closed my door and stood with my hand still on the knob, listening to the building settle, a distant toilet flush, the low hum of someone's TV through a wall, the radiator pinging as it warmed. I looked down again. My shadow lay across the floorboards, angled toward the kitchen. For a few heartbeats, it didn't move at all, even though I shifted my weight. Then it jerked just a little, like a delayed reaction catching up. My stomach tightened, not fear still, more like my body taking inventory and finding an item missing. I set the olive oil on the counter. I took my phone out, opened the camera, and aimed it at the floor like I was making a stupid art film. On the screen, the shadow was there, mine, normal. It did what I did. When I raised my arm, it raised its arm. I lowered the phone. With my eyes on the floor, the shadow seemed fractionally behind, like a video with the audio slightly out of sync. It didn't point. It didn't do anything dramatic. It just made me feel like my apartment had developed a small mechanical problem that might get worse if I ignored it. My phone buzzed again. "MARA, we're ordering apps." "Where are you?" I typed, leaving in 10. I stared at the message before I sent it. 10 minutes was optimistic. I still hadn't showered. My hair was doing that thing where it stuck up in the back like a question mark. But I didn't want to be the person who says, "Actually, I'm having a weird day and I don't feel like being in public," because that person me has used that line too many times. In the bathroom, the light was harsh and honest. I washed my face, watched the water run off my chin. My reflection looked normal. Tired, yes. Little red line on my nose from my glasses. A couple days of stubble. Nothing alarming. I dried my face and glanced down. The bathroom light threw my shadow onto the tile. It was sharp, small, pinned under me. It lifted its arm, slowly, pointed toward the bathtub. I froze, towel in my hands. The pointing finger aimed at the tub's edge, right where the shower curtain bunched. The curtain was cheap plastic with a pattern of blue lines that always looked like swimming pool tiles. My heart thudded once, hard, like it had been tapped. I didn't move because I didn't want to give it the satisfaction of being right, whatever it was. The shadow held the point. The house, my building, my life kept making its regular sounds around me. Radiator, distant footsteps, a faint siren outside that dopplered and softened. I swallowed. My throat felt tight, like I'd been talking too much. I could pull the curtain back, check the tub, prove it was nothing. Or I could grab my coat, leave the bathroom light on, and go meet my friends like a normal person, and let whatever this was become tomorrow's problem. I stood there, towel damp against my palms, and felt the choice settle in my chest like a coin that hadn't landed yet. I didn't pull the shower curtain. I turned off the bathroom light instead. The room went dim and forgiving, the way it does when you deny it information. The pointing stopped because the shadow vanished, and that felt like a solution even though it wasn't one. I got dressed fast. Jeans, sweater, coat. I left the olive oil on the counter like a bookmark. As I locked the door behind me, I told myself out loud again that I was late and being dramatic. and that whatever this was would still be here when I got back. The stairwell smelled like dust and old paint. My shadow flickered ahead of me on the steps as the motion sensor lights lagged, then snapped on. It behaved. I watched it like a bad driver watches their mirrors, hyper-aware, but pretending not to be. Outside, the cold cut through my sweater. The sky had that washed-out steel color that means snow later, maybe. I walked fast toward the subway, boots careful on the slick parts near the curb like Jonas had said. My ankle complained, a low ache that made me favor it. On the platform, my phone buzzed again. MARA, they're holding the table for 10 more. After that, we lose it. There it was. The clock. The thing I'm bad at. I typed back on my way, because that's also the thing I say when I'm not. The L train roared in, wind whipping my coat around my legs. I stepped in with everyone else, found a pole, wedged myself between a guy with headphones and a woman scrolling through photos of a dog. The doors closed. The car lurched. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. The floor was gritty with salt. My shadow pooled under me, broken by shoes and bags, anonymous. It didn't point. I exhaled. Lorimer, someone shoved past me to get out. My foot slid a little. Pain flared bright in my ankle, sharp enough to make me gasp. I grabbed the pole harder than necessary. Sorry, the guy muttered, already gone. It wasn't bad, no pop, no collapse, but the ache deepened, and with it that old fear, the body failing at an inconvenient time. I shifted my weight carefully, trying to distribute it. The train stalled between stops. Not long. 30 seconds, maybe. Long enough for the lights to flicker. In that flicker, my shadow did it again. It pulled away from my feet and angled itself, arm lifting with a patience that made my stomach drop. The finger pointed not at the floor, but at the emergency intercom panel near the door. I stared. The lights steadied. The shadow snapped back into place, fractured again by the crowd. A woman across from me noticed my stare. She frowned, defensive. I looked away. This train is being held momentarily, the conductor's voice crackled. We'll be moving shortly. I swallowed. My phone felt heavy in my hand. I didn't want to be the person who hits the intercom because of a feeling. I didn't want to be late because of a feeling. I didn't want to be wrong. The train moved. The doors opened at Bedford. I limped off with everyone else, adrenaline making my ankle feel worse than it probably was. Upstairs, the night had settled in earnest. Streetlights cast long, sharp shadows that overlapped and broke and reformed with every passing car. I walked toward Franklin Avenue, slower now. Each step sent a small pulse up my leg. My phone buzzed again. MARA, we might have to reorder. Are you close? I'm close, I muttered to no one. I checked the map anyway, like it might change. As I passed a row of parked cars, my shadow stretched along their sides, warped and multiplied. It looked like a crowd following me. I kept my eyes forward. At the corner of Franklin and Kent, I almost didn't see him. A man was crouched by a bike rack, fumbling with a U-lock. His hood was up, but I recognized the navy hoodie anyway. Jonas, I said, surprised into stopping. He looked up, startled. His face was pale, eyes bright in the streetlight. Oh, hey, he said. He stood too quickly, then steadied himself with a hand on the rack. Sorry, didn't hear you. You okay? I asked, because apparently that's my line now. Yeah. He gestured vaguely at the bike. Lock jammed, of course. His shadow lay long behind him, pointing down the street. Mine lay beside it. You heading out? He asked. Dinner, I said. You? Work thing, he said, then corrected himself. Actually, no. I was heading back, forgot my keys again. He laughed, but it didn't land. I shifted my weight. Pain spiked. I hissed before I could stop myself. Ankle, Jonas asked, immediately attentive. Old injury, I said. Just twinged it. He nodded like he understood more than that. He bent again, tugged at the lock. It didn't budge. You want help? I asked. He hesitated. Maybe just hold it steady. I stepped closer, braced the bike with my good leg. Our shadows overlapped on the sidewalk, merged into a shape that wasn't either of us. For a second, just a second, it looked like the combined shadow angled away, pointing down Franklin, toward the darker stretch where the street dipped under the overpass. I sucked in a breath. Jonas yanked harder. The lock gave with a metallic snap that made us both flinch. There, he said, relief flooding his voice. Thanks. No problem, I said, heart still racing. He swung a leg over the bike, then paused. You sure you're okay to walk? I'm fine, I said automatically. Then, because lying felt worse, I'll make it. Listen, he said, lowering his voice. This is going to sound weird. I waited. I thought I saw something earlier in the hallway. He trailed off, shook his head. Never mind. Long day. My phone buzzed again, insistent. MARA, they're giving our table away in 2. I have to go, I said, sharper than I meant to. Sorry, Jonas nodded, but his gaze flicked down again to the pavement between us. His jaw tightened. Eli, he said, if you notice anything else off, just don't ignore it, okay? I won't, I said, even as the words felt like a promise I couldn't keep. He rode off, tires whispering over the wet asphalt. I stood there alone, shadows stretching and shifting around me. My ankle throbbed. My phone buzzed again, then again, the screen lighting my face. I started toward the restaurant, then stopped. My shadow had pulled ahead of me, elongated by a passing car's headlights. It pointed, clearly this time, toward the underpass, where the streetlights were dimmer, and the sound changed, echoing and hollow. I looked at my phone. 2 missed calls now. The time glared back at me. I could keep going, make the dinner, apologize, ice my ankle later. Or I could follow the pointing, just far enough to prove once and for all that it was nothing, before whatever this was decided for me. A siren wailed somewhere to the east. Snowflakes started to fall, sparse and tentative, melting as soon as they hit the ground. I took a step toward the underpass. Pain flared. My phone rang again. I let it ring as I made the choice. I turned down Franklin instead of toward the restaurant. The sound changed immediately. Cars above the overpass made a low, rolling thunder, like weather passing through concrete. The street dipped and narrowed, the buildings pulling back just enough to make the light feel thinner. Sodium lamps buzzed overhead. A puddle reflected the underside of the bridge in broken orange pieces. My phone buzzed again. I silenced it without looking. Each step sent a sharp reminder up my ankle, the joint stiffening, as if it resented being asked to do anything extra tonight. Just a look, I said quietly. Then I'm done. My shadow stayed ahead of me, stretched and distorted by the angle of the lights. It didn't point now. It just waited. Under the overpass, the sidewalk sloped unevenly. Graffiti layered over older graffiti, names and symbols half erased. The smell was damp concrete and old trash. Somewhere water dripped in a steady rhythm. I scanned the area, trying to see what the shadow had seen. There were the usual things: a shopping cart tipped on its side, a broken pallet, a pile of black garbage bags stacked neatly like they were waiting for instructions. No movement, no person, No obvious hazard. My heart rate slowed a notch. Embarrassment crept in, warm and itchy. "Great," I muttered. "You followed a vibe." I took my phone out and turned on the flashlight, sweeping it across the ground. The beam caught a flash of white near the curb. For a second, my brain leapt bone, teeth, something wrong. It was a sneaker, just a sneaker. One of those foam slides, scuffed and abandoned. I laughed, a short, humorless sound. The flashlight beam shook a little in my hand. Attempt 1, I thought. Done. Solved. Nothing here. I turned to leave, and my shadow pointed again. This time it wasn't dramatic. Just a subtle angle, the arm lifting partway, finger aimed toward a darker pocket behind the stacked garbage bags, where the light didn't quite reach. My mouth went dry. "Okay," I said louder now, like volume might make this rational. "Okay." I limped closer, flashlight beam jittering over the bags. They were tied tight, black plastic shiny with moisture. The smell was stronger here, sour and sweet at the same time. Behind them was a recessed doorway I hadn't noticed before. A service entrance, maybe, half hidden by the bridge support. The metal door was shut, paint flaking, a red and white sign bolted to it. "No admittance. Authorized personnel only." Mine was crooked, one screw missing. The shadow's finger aimed straight at the door handle. "Absolutely not," I said. I took a step back. My ankle buckled slightly, pain flaring hot enough to make my eyes water. I grabbed the bridge column to steady myself, palms scraping against rough concrete, breathing hard now. Cold air burning my lungs. This was the line. I could feel it. A locked door under an overpass is not a mystery. It's a liability. This was my brain trying to turn stress into narrative. I turned away from the door, from the pointing shadow, and started back toward the streetlight glow. My phone rang. I glanced at the screen before I could stop myself. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer. I pictured a robocall, a scam, but my thumb slid anyway. "Hello, Eli," a man's voice, uncertain, familiar. "Jonas." "Yeah, sorry. I found your number in the building group chat. I didn't know if are you okay?" I looked back at the door. The shadow still pointed. "I'm fine," I said, lying again. "Why, he hesitated, breath audible. "I'm at the bike rack by Kent. I thought I saw you head this way, toward the underpass." "I did," I said. "I'm just checking something." "Eli," he said, and now his voice was firmer. "That area's restricted. There was a gas line issue here last year. They closed that service door because what?" I waited. "Because someone got hurt," he finished. "They never fixed the latch properly." And always, the phone crackled. A car passed overhead, drowning him out. "Jonas," I said. "It doesn't always what? Lock," he said. "It doesn't always lock." My heart thudded. "I'm coming," he added quickly. "Don't touch anything, just stay where you are." "I'm not a child," I snapped, then immediately regretted it. "I mean, I'm not touching it." "Good," he said. "I'm 2 minutes away." I hung up and shoved the phone into my pocket. My hands were shaking now, fine tremors I couldn't control. I tried to slow my breathing. Attempt 2, I thought. Call for backup. Wait it out. The waiting made everything louder. The drip of water, the hum of traffic, my own pulse in my ears. Something moved behind the door, not a shape, a sound, a dull thud, followed by a faint metallic rattle. I froze. The flashlight beam wavered. "Hello," I called, hating how thin my voice sounded. Another sound. This one clearer. Like someone dragging something heavy across a floor. My mind filled in images before I could stop it. A trapped person, injured, trying to get help. A generator failing. A collapse, a body. The shadow's finger didn't move. I stepped closer despite myself, heart hammering. The door handle was inches from my hand. It was scratched, paint worn down to metal where fingers had grabbed it too often. "Hey," I said again. "Is someone in there?" Silence. Then a loud clang made me jump back, ankle screaming. I cried out, catching myself on the wall, breath knocked out of me. The door shuddered once, then went still. I pressed my back against the concrete, chest heaving. My ankle throbbed in waves now, sharp and deep. Sweat prickled along my hairline despite the cold. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay." I waited. 30 seconds. A minute. Nothing. The sound, when it came again, was unmistakable. A rat. It squeezed through a gap near the bottom of the door, fur slick and dark, eyes catching the flashlight beam. It paused, whiskers twitching, then darted past my foot and disappeared into the shadows. I sagged with relief so strong it made me dizzy. A laugh bubbled up, half hysterical. "That's it," I said aloud. "That's what you're doing to me." The misdirection deflated something in my chest. I felt stupid, human again. I pushed off the wall and turned away from the door for good. That's when I noticed the smell. It wasn't garbage. It wasn't damp concrete. It was gas. Faint, but unmistakable. That rotten egg edge that doesn't belong anywhere except warnings and emergency drills. I froze mid-step. My shadow, stretched long by a passing car, lifted its arm one last time and pointed, not at the door now, but at the small metal valve mounted on the wall beside it. The valve that was turned just a few degrees off center. Behind me, footsteps pounded on concrete. "Eli," Jonas shouted. And above us, somewhere in the structure of the bridge, something sparked. The streetlights flickered. The darkness surged closer. There was no going back the way I'd come. Not fast enough. The spark didn't become an explosion. It became a soft, terrifying whoop, a brief bloom of orange light under the bridge, like someone had cupped a flame in their hands and then crushed it out. Heat washed my face. The smell of burning dust and hair snapped through the gas stink. "Down," Jonas yelled. I dropped without thinking, bad ankle screaming as it folded under me. My palms slapped the wet concrete. Something stung my cheek. The streetlight above us died with a pop, plunging the underpass into a dim, sodium afterglow from farther down the block. Silence followed. Not the cinematic kind, just the sudden absence of traffic noise, as if the bridge had held its breath. I lay there, heart battering my ribs, counting without meaning to. 1, 2, 3. "Eli," Jonas said, closer now. "Talk to me." "I'm here," I said. My voice sounded wrong in my ears. "I'm here." He crouched beside me, one knee down. His hoodie smelled faintly singed. He ran his hands over my shoulders, my arms, quick and practiced, checking. "My face?" I asked. "Red," he said. "Not bad, you?" My ankles shot. "Yeah," he said. "I saw." I pushed myself up to a seated position, leaning back against the bridge column. The world swam for a second and then steadied. The gas smell was still there, lighter now, like it had been stirred. The valve. I looked where the shadow had pointed last, toward the small metal knob on the wall beside the service door. In the dim light, I could see the notch on its face, still angled wrong. "We have to shut it," I said. Jonas shook his head. "We have to get out." "And then what?" I snapped, sharper than I meant to. "Wait for it to light again." He opened his mouth, closed it. The traffic noise began to seep back in above us, tentative, like the city testing whether it was allowed to keep going. "You call 911, I said. "Tell them gas leak under Franklin." You'll what?" he said. "You can't stand." I tried anyway. Pain flared white and hot. I bit back a sound and slumped. "I can crawl," I said, which was stupid, and we both knew it. Jonas looked at the valve, then at the service door. He swore under his breath. "The latch," he said. "If the line's pressurized wrong, closing it too fast could spark," I finished, remembering the intercom, the warnings, the way my job trained me to complete other people's sentences with worst-case scenarios. He pulled his phone out, thumb already moving. "I'm calling it in." "No," I said, and then softer, "Wait." The gas smell surged again, stronger this time. Somewhere metal creaked, expanding with heat or cold or pressure, I couldn't tell. The shadow at my feet stretched as headlights passed, snapping and reforming. In the jittery light, it angled toward the valve again. Not dramatic, insistent. "I know," Jonas said, mistaking my look. "I know it feels, Jonas," I said. "Listen to me." The spark came from above, right? A loose wire, not the valve. He hesitated. "If we shut it slowly," I said, "and ground ourselves, touch the wall, keep contact." "You don't know that," he said. "I know the alternative," I said, and my voice broke. "Please." For a long second, all I could hear was my own breathing and the drip of water somewhere deeper under the bridge. Then Jonas nodded once. "Okay," he said. "Okay, I'll do it. You stay back." "I'm staying right here," I said, pressing my palm flat against the concrete. It was cold, gritty, real. He shrugged out of his hoodie, revealing a thin t-shirt underneath, and wrapped the hoodie around his hand. He approached the valve slowly, one hand braced on the wall, the other hovering. 911's already dialed, he said. "If this goes bad," I hit send. "Slow," I said, "slow." He closed his eyes for half a second, then put his wrapped hand on the valve and began to turn it, a millimeter at a time. The metal squealed softly, a sound that made my teeth ache. The gas smell lessened. My chest loosened a fraction. Halfway, a car passed overhead, its headlights flaring. The shadow leapt. Jonas froze, hand still on the valve. "Don't stop," I said. "That's worse." He swallowed and kept turning. There was another spark above us, smaller this time, more of a spit. Jonas flinched, but didn't let go. The valve turned home with a dull thunk. The smell faded, retreating like a tide. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then my phone vibrated violently in my pocket, the screen lighting the underside of the bridge with a frantic blue. I let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. Jonas stepped back, sagging against the wall. He slid down until he was sitting beside me, knees pulled up, breathing hard. "Jesus," he said, "Jesus." Sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder, overlapping fire, then police. The city had decided we were a problem worth paying attention to. "You should have left," Jonas said, staring at the valve like it might move again. "You should have gone to your dinner." I thought of Mara's calls, the apps arriving cold, the way I'd silenced my phone like I could mute consequences. "I don't think I could have," I said. The firefighters arrived first, moving fast and loud, radios crackling, boots slapping concrete. They took over with the efficiency of people who train for this exact shape of chaos. Someone checked the valve. Someone else waved a detector wand that beeped angrily, then softened. A paramedic knelt in front of me, asking my name, my age, where it hurt. She pressed fingers into my ankle, and I yelped despite myself. "Probably a fracture," she said, not unkindly. "We'll splint it." They wrapped my ankle tight, the pressure a relief. When they lifted me onto the stretcher, the world tilted, and I caught sight of my shadow on the underside of the bridge, short now, broken by straps and hands. It didn't point. It just lay there attached. As they rolled me toward the ambulance, I saw Jonas arguing quietly with a police officer, gesturing toward the valve, the door, the bridge. He looked small under the lights, shoulders hunched. In the ambulance, the doors closed and the noise softened. The medic checked my vitals. My phone buzzed again, and this time I looked. "Mara, are you okay?" I heard sirens. I typed back with shaking fingers, "I'm alive, I'm sorry." I stared at the screen until the words blurred. The ambulance lurched into motion. Outside, the city resumed its rhythm, altered just enough to remind me that it could break rules without asking. I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, my shadow on the ambulance wall shifted as the vehicle turned. For a split second, just long enough to make my stomach drop, it seemed to lag behind. Then it caught up. The hospital smelled like antiseptic and burned coffee. It was quiet in the way places get after midnight, when the drama has either resolved or moved somewhere else. My ankle was wrapped in layers of gauze and a temporary splint that made it feel bigger than it was, like a poorly packed suitcase. Every so often it throbbed, a dull reminder that I'd made choices with consequences. Resident came by with a tablet and a tired smile and said hairline fracture lucky, and then said no weight bearing for a few weeks, and then said, "Do you have someone who can take you home?" I said yes, because Jonas was sitting in the plastic chair by the wall, hoodie back on now, hands folded between his knees like he was waiting to be called into a principal's office. He stood when the resident left. "They're done with statements," he said. "Fire department, police." The gas company guy was not happy. I nodded, the valve, the report. The neat boxes my job taught me people like to check after something almost goes wrong. "Did they?" I stopped, tried again. "Did they say how it happened?" Jonas shrugged. "Officially, pending investigation. Unofficially," he rubbed his face. "That service door gets used by contractors. Someone probably left the valve cracked. Add one loose wire," and he made a small exploding gesture with his fingers, then seemed to regret it. "Someone will get fined," I said. "Someone always does," he said. Mara arrived 10 minutes later, coat half-buttoned, hair pulled back like she'd done it in a hurry. She smelled like rosemary and citrus, restaurant air clinging to her. "You're an idiot," she said, and then she hugged me carefully, arms awkward around the splint. Her voice shook. "Don't do that again." "I didn't plan to," I said. She pulled back and looked at my face, tilting it toward the light. "You're singed." "Adds character," Jonas said, trying for levity. Mara eyed him, then softened. "Thank you," she said, "for staying with him." Jonas nodded. He didn't say of course, which I appreciated. The discharge process took forever. Paperwork. A prescription for pain I knew I wouldn't finish. A sheet of exercises I wouldn't start right away. When they wheeled me out, the night had gone soft and misty. Snow dusted the curb in patches, already gray with city. The underpass was taped off when we passed it on the slow route home, flashing lights painting the concrete in alternating colors. I didn't look down. I didn't need to. At my apartment, Jonas helped me up the stairs one slow step at a time. My ankle protested, but it held. He set me on the couch and brought me water, set my phone on the table within reach. "I'll check on you tomorrow," he said, hovering near the door. "If that's okay." "Please," I said. When he left, the apartment felt bigger than it had that morning. Quieter. I lay back and stared at the ceiling fan, off, dust visible on the blades in the lamplight. My shadow fell faintly on the wall, rounded and indistinct. I slept in short, strange bursts. In the morning, my phone was full of messages. Mara's apology for snapping. My manager's careful, take the time you need. A number I didn't recognize that turned out to be a city investigator asking me to confirm times and locations. Answered what I could. I didn't mention the shadow. There was no box for that. The days that followed settled into a rhythm I didn't choose, but learned anyway. Ice packs, elevating my ankle on pillows, remote work that blurred together. Jonas stopped by with groceries and news clippings about the underpass, shaking his head at the language. Potential hazard mitigated, no injuries reported. I let that go. Once, on a video call, my camera froze and my image lagged behind my voice by half a second. I laughed it off, but my hands were cold for an hour afterward. Physical therapy started the next week. The room smelled like rubber mats and disinfectant. The therapist, a woman with a no-nonsense ponytail, pressed on my ankle and said, "Tell me when it hurts." I did. She nodded like pain was a language she spoke fluently. "Your brain will try to protect you," she said, as if reading my mind. "You'll hesitate. That's normal. We'll work through it." Outside, winter did what it always does, wore everything down to essentials. The city moved on. The tape came down. The underpass reopened with a new lock on the service door and a brighter light installed overhead. Someone had painted over the graffiti, leaving a blank patch that felt louder than the tags had. The first time I walked past it again, cane tapping the sidewalk, I didn't stop. I kept my eyes on the far curb, the rhythm of my steps. My shadow followed, obedient. Mostly. At home, life returned to its small, manageable problems. The radiator hissed. The olive oil went rancid before I remembered to use it. Mara and I rescheduled dinner and laughed about the cold apps. I told her the story in pieces, leaving out the parts that didn't fit. One evening, weeks later, I stood at the kitchen counter chopping onions. The light was wrong, late, angled, familiar. My shadow stretched across the floor toward the hallway. I lifted my arm. It lifted its arm. I turned the knife flat and slid it into the drawer. I washed my hands and dried them carefully, watching the movements mirror me. When I turned off the light and the shadow disappeared, relief came like a quiet exhale. I don't think it was ever supernatural. I tell myself that, and it helps. Stress does things. Injury does things. Your brain stitches warnings together from fragments and throws them ahead of you like flares. Sometimes they're right. Sometimes they're early. I walk slower now. I pay attention to infrastructure, to the smell of gas, to the sound of electricity where it shouldn't be. I answer my phone. Every so often, though, when the light flickers just so, when I'm tired and the city hums and my ankle aches with weather, I get the sense of being a half beat behind myself, of something already knowing where to look. When that happens, I stop. I look, and I decide what to do next. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, my therapist told me the voices aren't in my head. They're behind me, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first time it happened, in Dr. Keller's office, I tried to make it polite. I was mid-sentence, something about how the new job was fine, which is what you say when you don't want to talk about the part where you sit in your car after work and stare at your hands until they stop shaking. And I heard it again. A voice, close, not loud, not inside my skull the way anxiety narrates you. It was placed like it had a direction. You don't have to tell her that part. It was Dr. Keller. Her mouth was closed. She was still in that attentive posture, chin slightly angled, pen resting on the notepad as if it weighed nothing. Eyes steady, but not hard. I blinked and kept my face the same. My heartbeat did that stupid thing where it tries to climb out through your throat. I said, "Sorry, can you repeat the question?" Dr. Keller's eyebrows pinched together for a second. I didn't ask anything. The air in her office had that low, clean smell of eucalyptus and whatever detergent the building used on carpets. There was a diffuser on a shelf making a tiny electric hum that you only noticed when you listened for it. Somewhere outside, on York Avenue, an ambulance went by with its siren turned down to that bored city wail. "Right," I said. I tried to smile like I had a normal reason to pause. I thought I heard. You heard a voice. Dr. Keller didn't say it like a verdict. She said it the way you name the weather. I stared at the corner of her desk, where a coaster left a faint ring. My hands were clasped in my lap, tight enough my fingernails bit into my palms. "There's this thing," I said. "Sometimes I think people are talking, like not people, just a voice. And it feels like it's coming from where?" Her tone stayed even, but her pen had stopped moving. That was new. I swallowed behind me. That was the part I hadn't said out loud before. I'd been careful with that detail, even with myself. It sounded theatrical. It sounded like a movie. But the sensation was stubbornly physical, like a presence you could point to, like heat from an open oven. Dr. Keller held my gaze for a moment, then glanced not at me, but past me. The chair I sat in was angled toward her, a soft gray thing that looked expensive and forgiving. Behind it was a short bookcase with tidy rows of paperbacks, a framed photo of Dr. Keller in hiking boots, and a tall plant whose leaves had dusty edges. Dr. Keller's eyes traveled over those objects as if they were evidence. Then she said quietly, "Don't turn around yet." My stomach did something small and ugly. "Why?" "Because I want to understand what you're describing," she said. "And I don't want you to reinforce it by checking. Just stay with the sensation. Tell me what you notice." I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. "It's closer right now, like someone leaning in." The voice came again, soft as a secret, right at the back of my left ear. "She's making you do it." I flinched. It was involuntary, a quick jerk of my shoulder. Dr. Keller saw it. "Was that it?" she asked. I nodded once, fast. "Okay," she said. "You're doing really well." That phrase made me want to laugh and cry at the same time. I was 31 and sitting in an office overlooking a deli and a nail salon, trying not to look behind my own chair like a child afraid of a closet. Dr. Keller shifted in her seat. The leather gave a faint squeak. She set her pen down with care, as if noise mattered. "Can you tell me," she said, "when you first noticed it as behind you, specifically?" The question was simple. My brain tried to make it not. I thought of the subway platform, the way you feel someone's breath too close, and you move forward without thinking. I thought of the hallway in my building, the old radiator ticking, and the smell of fried onions drifting under doors. I thought of my own apartment, the way the pipes sighed at night, and how I'd started sleeping with the kitchen light on because the dark wasn't just dark anymore, it had corners. "It got worse after October," I said, "after my mom called." "About your father," Dr. Keller prompted. I nodded, my private flaw sitting between us like a third person, avoidance. The way I could look straight at a problem and decide it wasn't real if I didn't name it. I'd done that my whole life. I'd done it with my dad's drinking. I'd done it with my own panic attacks. I'd done it with the way I'd started taking the long way home because the shorter route felt watched. The voice behind me breathed something that might have been a laugh, or might have been the diffuser humming, or might have been the plant leaves brushing the wall in the air vent. "Don't say his name." Dr. Keller's gaze flicked again, past my shoulder. Not a dramatic glance, just a quick, assessing movement. She was too controlled for drama. "What are you afraid will happen?" she asked. "If you turn around right now." My mouth went dry. "I'll see something," I said, and immediately hated how it sounded. "Or I won't, and that'll be worse." "Worse how?" "Because then it means I stopped." The word was sitting right there, broken, crazy, not safe to be alone in my own head. I'd been circling it for months like it was a pothole I could drive around forever. Dr. Keller leaned forward slightly. "It would mean you can't trust your perception." I nodded. My eyes stung, not from tears exactly, but from the effort of holding everything in place. Outside, someone honked, long and impatient. The city kept doing what it did, indifferent to whatever was happening inside this calm, warm room. Dr. Keller took a breath and said something that, even now, I can replay with perfect clarity. "I don't think the voices are only in your head," she said. My body went very still. Even my hands stopped squeezing. She held up one finger, not a warning, more like a pause sign. "Let me finish." Her voice stayed clinical, but there was a small change in it, a firmness I hadn't heard before. "I'm not saying there's something paranormal," she said, and I almost laughed at the specificity. "I'm saying there are a few explanations that aren't about you being crazy. Some are medical, some are environmental, some involve other people." "Other people?" Behind me, the voice whispered, sharper now. "She knows." Dr. Keller's eyes went past me again, longer this time. Her jaw tightened in a way that suggested she was making a decision too. "Have you ever had your hearing checked?" she asked. "Not just a basic screening, a full audiology exam." "No," I said, confused. "Why?" "There are conditions that can make spatial perception of sound unreliable," she said carefully. "Also, certain frequencies can cause sensations of pressure, unease, the feeling of presence. Older buildings can have strange acoustics, HVAC systems, even nearby construction." I wanted to grab onto that. Old buildings, HVAC, construction, explanations with invoices and maintenance requests. But my private fear kept tapping at the edge of my mind. What if it wasn't any of that? What if it followed me because it was me? Dr. Keller continued. And then there's the possibility that someone is doing something intentionally or unintentionally that you're picking up on. Devices, apps, neighbors. It sounds far-fetched, but it's not impossible. My throat tightened. Are you saying someone is messing with me? I'm saying we shouldn't assume it's only internal, she replied. Especially because you're describing it as consistently behind you. That specificity matters. The office felt different suddenly, like the temperature had shifted a degree. I realized I'd been listening so hard to the space behind me that I hadn't really looked at Dr. Keller's face. She looked concerned, not therapist concerned, something more human. She reached toward her desk drawer, opened it, and slid something out. A small device, black, palm-sized. She held it low so I could see it without leaning back. A white noise recorder, she said. I sometimes use it for clients with sensory sensitivities. It logs ambient sound patterns. My pulse stumbled. You record sessions? No, she said quickly. Not speech. It doesn't pick up conversation clearly. It measures spikes, frequencies. It's like a thermometer for sound. Behind me, the voice muttered, annoyed. Don't let her. Dr. Keller set the device on the side table between our chairs, closer to her than to me, as if respecting my space. Then she looked me in the eye. I'm going to ask you to do something uncomfortable, she said. We have two options. I forced myself to breathe through my nose. The eucalyptus smell felt too sharp. Option 1, she said. You turn your chair slightly, and we see if the sensation changes. We do it slowly together. No sudden movement. My fingers dug into my palms. Option 2, she said. We stop here. You leave, and before our next session, you get a hearing exam and a basic safety check at home, locks, smoke alarms, carbon monoxide detector. I can give you a list and we can talk through it. Carbon monoxide. The idea landed with a thud. I pictured headlines, the kind you skim past and later can't stop thinking about. Dr. Keller waited. She didn't rush me. Outside, a delivery truck idled, the engine vibrating through the window like a distant purr. Behind me, the voice softened again, almost coaxing. Get up, go, don't turn. I stared at my therapist, at the calm set of her shoulders, at the device on the table, at the plant, leaves barely moving in the vent's breath. My choice sat in the room like a weight. Stay and test the behind me feeling here. In the safest place, I had right now or leave, and start pulling at the practical threads that might unravel something bigger. I swallowed, feeling the dryness scrape. If we do option 1, I said, and I panic. Then we stop, Dr. Keller said, and we ground, and you'll still go do option 2. My hands loosened just a little. I felt the chair beneath me, the fabric against my back. I listened to the hum, the distant traffic, the soft tick of the radiator, and behind me, whatever that was, waited. I nodded once, because I didn't trust my voice. Dr. Keller lifted her hand slightly, as if to guide the pace, and said, "Okay." On 3, we turned just a few degrees. We didn't get to 3. The hum in the room changed first. Not louder, sharper, like someone tightening a screw you didn't know was loose. Dr. Keller's hand was still raised between us when the small black device on the side table chirped once. A clean, synthetic sound. Then again. Faster. She froze. I froze harder. "That's new," she said, and the calm in her voice thinned just enough for me to hear the effort underneath it. Behind me, the voice breathed, irritated now. Too close. Dr. Keller reached for the device, then stopped herself, as if remembering a rule. "Maya," she said, "I want you to stay facing me. Don't turn. Just tell me what you're feeling." My skin prickled along my arms, the way it does when you stand too near a subway train. "Pressure," I said, like something's pushing on my ears. The device chirped again. A rapid staccato, then a low vibration I could feel through the table, through the floor. Dr. Keller's eyes flicked to the ceiling vent, then to the wall behind me, then to the window. "Okay," she said, "we're going to pause the turning. New plan." "What's happening?" My voice cracked on the last word. I hated that it did. "I'm not sure yet," she said honestly. "But that device is picking up a sustained spike, not speech frequency. It could be mechanical, construction equipment maybe. Or," she stopped herself. "Or what?" She met my eyes. "Or something closer." The word closer landed in my chest and sat there. The voice behind me whispered, almost smug now, "Told you." Dr. Keller stood, slow and deliberate. Her chair squeaked softly. She moved to the wall behind her desk and pressed a button. Nothing happened. "Building management usually responds within minutes," she said, more to herself than to me. She pressed again. Still nothing. The device vibrated harder, like a phone on a table in silent mode. "I'm going to ask you a difficult question," she said, "and I need you to answer as accurately as you can, not as reassuringly as you want to." I nodded, because nodding was easier than speaking. "Has anyone else had access to your apartment recently?" she asked. "Landlord, super, a neighbor, anyone who could install a device, even temporarily." My first instinct was to say no. Clean, simple, avoidant. Then my private flaw kicked me in the teeth. "The super," I said, "last month. There was a leak from the unit above mine. He came in twice, once when I wasn't home." Dr. Keller's jaw tightened. "Did you notice anything out of place afterward?" I thought of the faint scuff on the baseboard near the radiator. The way I'd told myself it was always there. "I didn't look," I said quietly. The device chirped again, louder this time. Dr. Keller picked it up despite herself, thumb hovering over the screen. "I'm going to break protocol," she said. "Just a little." "What does it say?" I asked. Her eyes scanned the display. "It's not random," she said. "The frequency is modulating, cycling. That suggests a source that's adjusting." My stomach dropped. "Adjusting to what?" "To us," she said. Behind me, the voice laughed. Not a sound exactly, more like breath scraping teeth. "Enough," Dr. Keller said, sharp now. She turned toward the window, pulled the blind up halfway. Late afternoon lights spilled in, flat and gray. The city looked normal. Pedestrians, a dog tugging at a leash, a delivery bike weaving through traffic. Normal things. I clung to them. Dr. Keller glanced at her watch. "We have 10 minutes left in the session," she said. "I don't want you leaving here without a plan." The device vibrated again, harder. "I think we should leave," I said. The words came out rushed, overlapping each other. "Right now. This building, whatever it is, it's making it worse." Dr. Keller hesitated. "If it's environmental, moving you abruptly could intensify the sensation. And if it's not," I shot back, "if it's someone, a beat too, then leaving could also be risky," she said. "Elevators, stairwells, isolated spaces." My chest tightened. The office suddenly felt too small, the walls inching closer. The voice murmured, coaxing again. "She doesn't want you to know." Dr. Keller looked at me, really looked. "Maya," she said, "I need to ask you something that might sound accusatory, and it's not meant that way." I laughed, brittle. "Everything sounds accusatory right now." "When the voice speaks," she said, "does it ever say things you couldn't already know?" I opened my mouth, then closed it. Thought of my father's name sitting unspoken. Thought of the scuff mark. Thought of the routes I avoided. "No," I said finally. "It mostly tells me what I'm already afraid of." She nodded slowly. "That matters." The device chirped again, then went silent. The sudden quiet was worse. My ears rang with it. Dr. Keller exhaled. "Okay," she said. "Here's the time-sensitive part." I swallowed. "Go on." "If this is a device," she said, "it's active right now. It could be recording, transmitting, or simply emitting. Either way, the longer it runs, the more data it gathers, or the more it affects you. So we call the police," I said. "Right." Her expression tightened. "If we call without evidence, they may do a cursory check and leave. If the source is subtle, it could be missed. Worse, whoever's responsible might remove it afterward." My avoidance flared. I wanted someone else to handle it. A uniform, a clipboard, anything but me. "What are you suggesting?" I asked. Dr. Keller took a breath. "I suggest we gather something concrete before involving them. Enough to justify a deeper search." "How?" My voice was thin. She held up the device. "This logs data, but I need to compare it to another environment. If the readings drop when you change locations, that tells us something." "You want me to leave?" I said. "With me," she said quickly. "Just outside the office. Hallway first, then maybe the stairwell. We monitor the device the whole time." My heart hammered. Hallways, stairwells. The places I already avoided in my own building. Behind me, the voice sharpened. "Bad idea." "I don't like this," I said. "I know," Dr. Keller replied. "And you can say no. But if you do, our next option is to end the session, and you go home alone with this still happening." That did it. The image of my apartment dim, familiar, full of corners, made my skin crawl. "Okay," I said, before I could talk myself out of it. "Okay, we try the hallway." Dr. Keller nodded, relief flickering across her face. She grabbed her coat, slipped her phone into her pocket. We do this slowly, she said. You stay in front of me. If you feel overwhelmed, you say stop. I stood. The room tilted slightly, then settled. The device vibrated faintly in her hand. As we moved toward the door, the voice behind me hissed, panicked now. Don't. Dr. Keller opened the door. The hallway light flickered, once, twice, then steadied. The carpet smelled faintly of cleaner and old dust. Somewhere down the hall, a door closed. Footsteps echoed, then faded. We stepped out. The device chirped immediately, louder than before. Dr. Keller's eyes widened. That's significant, she said. What does it mean? I asked. It means the source might not be in the office, she said. It might be following us. My stomach dropped. Following how? She didn't answer right away. She glanced down the hall, then back at the office door, then at the stairwell sign glowing green at the end of the corridor. We need to isolate variables, she said. Stairwell next. It's shielded, concrete, fewer signals. The elevator dinged somewhere nearby, unseen. The sound made me jump. I really don't like this, I said again, quieter this time. Dr. Keller met my gaze. Neither do I, she said. But if I'm right, we don't have much time before whoever, or whatever system, is causing this realizes we're testing it. Behind me, the voice went very still. We started down the hall toward the stairwell, the device vibrating harder with every step. And I had the sudden, sickening certainty that whatever was behind me didn't need me to turn around to stay close. The stairwell door swung shut behind us with a hollow thump that echoed longer than it should have. Concrete walls, painted institutional beige, a metal handrail cold under my palm. The air smelled like dust and old water. Above us, a fluorescent light flickered not ominously, just badly maintained and buzzed with a thin mosquito whine. Dr. Keller held the device between us like a compass. It vibrated, then chirped. Still high, she said, but different. My ears rang. A high-pitched shimmer layered over everything else. My jaw ached from clenching. Behind me, the voice was quieter here, but closer, as if it had leaned in to whisper directly against the back of my neck. Wrong way. We stood on the 5th floor landing. Above us, 4 more flights to the roof. Below, 5 flights to the lobby. The stairwell curled in tight, square turns, each landing identical except for the faded numbers stenciled on the wall. Dr. Keller frowned at the screen. The signal's attenuated, she said. Concrete's blocking something. That's good. So it's not me, I said. I needed to hear it out loud. It suggests an external source, she replied carefully. Or at least an interaction between you and something external. Not the same thing, my brain supplied helpfully. The device chirped again. Lower now, slower. Okay, she said. First attempt, vertical separation. She nodded upward. We go up 1 floor, see if the reading changes. My legs already felt rubbery, like I'd run stairs too fast. And if it gets worse, then we go down, she said. We don't linger. We climbed. Each step scraped sound out of the stairwell. My breath got loud in my ears. Halfway up, the voice surged suddenly, sharp and urgent. Stop. I stumbled, catching myself on the rail. Pain flared in my wrist. Dr. Keller grabbed my elbow. "You okay?" "Yeah," I lied. My pulse skidded. I thought I heard. A door slammed somewhere above us. Hard. The bang ricocheted through the stairwell like a gunshot. I yelped, heart punching my ribs. Dr. Keller flinched too, then exhaled. "Someone exiting on 7, she said. "Sound travels." The device chirped, but didn't spike. Misdirection, my brain labeled it, shaky and relieved. We reached the 6th floor landing. Dr. Keller held the device out, rotating slowly. The vibration softened, almost nothing. She looked up, eyes bright despite the tension. "That's significant," she said. It dropped. "So it's below us," I said. "Or lateral," she replied, "which means..." The stairwell door below us creaked open. Footsteps slow, heavy. The device vibrated sharply again. My stomach clenched. The voice behind me whispered, delighted now. "There." Dr. Keller stiffened. She stepped slightly in front of me, not protective, exactly, but positioning. A man appeared on the 5th floor landing. Mid-50s, maintenance uniform. Keys clipped to his belt. The super. He looked up at us, surprised. "Everything okay?" he called. The device screamed. A continuous vibration that made my teeth buzz. Dr. Keller didn't hesitate. "We're fine," she said evenly. "Just stepping out for air." The man frowned. "Stairwell, not for loitering." "I'm aware," she said, polite, firm. Behind me, the voice hissed. "He did it." My mouth went dry. My private flaw, avoidance, screamed at me to stay quiet. Let authority handle it. But my heart was racing too hard for silence. "You were in my apartment," I blurted. "Last month." The man's eyebrows shot up. "Excuse me." "You came in when I wasn't home," I said. My voice shook, but I didn't stop. After that, things started happening. Dr. Keller shot me a look, too much, too fast, but didn't interrupt. The super's expression hardened. "Lady, I fix leaks. I don't mess with tenants." The device vibrated violently, then abruptly went dead. Silence, real silence this time. No ringing, no pressure. My knees nearly buckled. Dr. Keller stared at the blank screen. "Battery's full," she muttered. It didn't die. The super glanced between us. "You two need to leave," he said. "Now." Something about his tone, defensive, not confused, sent a chill through me. Dr. Keller nodded once. "We will," she said. "Thank you." She grabbed my arm and steered me up the remaining steps to the 6th floor hallway before I could argue. We burst through the door. Carpet, neutral art. A faint smell of someone's cooking drifting under a door. Normality hit me like a wave, dizzying. I sagged against the wall. "That was a mistake," Dr. Keller said under her breath. Confronting him without evidence. "You saw the device," I said. "You saw what happened when he showed up." "I did," she said, "but correlation isn't proof." The device buzzed back to life in her hand. "Weak, inconsistent." "Second attempt," she said. "We check your phone." "What?" "Devices can piggyback," she said. "Bluetooth, ultrasonic beacons. Apps with permissions people forget about." My chest tightened. "You think it's on me?" "I think it might be interacting with something you carry," she said. That doesn't mean it's your fault. We ducked into a small alcove near the elevators. The floor indicator dinged softly. Somewhere, a baby cried. Dr. Keller guided me through my settings. Bluetooth off, Wi-Fi off, location services off. I deleted 2 apps I barely remembered installing. The device readings dipped, not gone, but quieter. Hope sparked and then died. The elevator doors slid open. The device spiked again, screaming louder than it had in the stairwell. I clutched my head. Pain stabbed behind my eyes. "It hurts," I gasped. Dr. Keller slammed the elevator button, forcing the doors to close. The spike eased. "Elevator motors," she said, breathing hard. "Electromagnetic interference. Explainable." I laughed hysterically. Everything's explainable until it's not. She met my eyes. "We're running out of safe tests," she said, "which means the next step is formal." "Police," I said. "Yes," she replied, "but not here." The device vibrated again, stronger now despite everything we'd shut off. Dr. Keller's face went pale. "It's compensating," she said, "whatever it is." Behind me, the voice whispered, triumphant. Too late. A fire alarm blared suddenly, deafening. Red lights strobed. I screamed, hands over my ears. The pain was immediate and brutal. Dr. Keller cursed. "False alarm," she shouted over the noise. "Construction dust triggers them all the time." Misdirection, again, but my body didn't know that. People poured into the hallway, confused, annoyed. Doors opening. Voices overlapping. The device in Dr. Keller's hand vibrated like it might shatter. "We can't control the environment anymore," she yelled. "Too many variables." The alarm cut off as abruptly as it started. Silence rushed back in, broken by murmurs. Dr. Keller grabbed her phone. "I'm calling the police," she said. "Now." "No," I said, sudden and certain. She stared at me. "If it's tied to my apartment," I said, breath ragged. "If it followed me here, then the source might still be active there. Or waiting." My avoidance finally snapped into something else. Resolve edged with fear. Dr. Keller hesitated. "Maya." "If we wait," I said, "it disappears, or moves, or gets worse." The device vibrated steadily now. A low, ominous thrum. Dr. Keller exhaled slowly. "Point of no return," she said. She nodded once. "We go to your place, together, and we don't leave until we know." Behind me, the voice went silent. That scared me more than anything so far. We took the stairs down, because I couldn't stand the elevator after the way the device had screamed at the doors. Outside, York Avenue was doing what it always did: horns, brakes, someone arguing into a headset, the smell of halal carts, and exhaust. Dr. Keller kept close, one hand at my elbow like I might drift into traffic. The little black recorder sat in her palm. It wasn't vibrating now. It wasn't chirping. That silence tracked us all the way to my building on East 87th, the one with the narrow lobby and the mailboxes that never fully shut. I hated it more than the noise. It felt like something had gone still on purpose. "You're sure you want to do this?" Dr. Keller asked as we pushed through the front door. Her voice was steady, but but her eyes kept darting hallway, stairwell. The little security camera above the buzzer that had a film of dust on its lens. "If I don't," I said, "I'm going to spend the rest of my life walking around with my shoulders up around my ears." My wrist throbbed from the stairwell stumble earlier. I flexed it and winced. We climbed to the 4th floor. The building smelled like old radiator heat and someone's laundry. Every landing looked the same. Beige walls, a dying plant in a pot, a faint smear where people's hands had brushed the paint. When we reached my door, my key was already in my hand. I stopped. The deadbolt was turned, unlocked. I stared at it like it might turn itself back. Dr. Keller saw it and went still too. "Did you lock it this morning?" "Yes," I said instantly, because I always locked it. Twice. My private flaw in action. Control where I could, avoid what I couldn't. The recorder in her hand gave a tiny chirp. Just one. Then a low vibration started, so soft I could feel it more than hear it. Behind me, the voice returned, intimate as breath. "Don't go in." My skin prickled so hard it hurt. Dr. Keller's eyes held mine. "We don't enter without a plan," she said. "We step back. We call 911. My mouth opened. Avoidance wanted to agree. Relief wanted to hand the fear to someone with a badge. But the vibration strengthened, as if whatever was inside had sensed we were here. I heard it then, a faint scraping, not quite a footstep, from the other side of my door. Someone was in my apartment. Dr. Keller had her phone out already. She didn't dial, yet she listened. Her jaw tightened. "Okay," she said quietly. "We do this safely. You stand behind me. If the door swings open, you move back down the hall. No heroics." I wanted to say I wasn't a hero. I wanted to say I didn't even want to be here. Instead, I nodded. Dr. Keller raised her voice, sharp enough to carry. "Hello. This is Dr. Hannah Keller. We're at apartment 4B if you're inside. Identify yourself." Silence, then a soft click, like a latch. Dr. Keller's phone hovered over the screen. "On 3, she said to me. We opened the door and stepped back. The recorder vibrated harder. My teeth buzzed with it. "1, she said. The voice behind me whispered, pleased now, like it knew the script. 2. Dr. Keller twisted the knob and pulled. The door opened a few inches. A man's hand shot out from the gap and shoved it wider with sudden force. Dr. Keller stumbled back, shoulder slamming into the hallway wall. The super stepped into the doorway. Up close, he looked less like a guy who fixed leaks and more like someone who'd been running on adrenaline for hours. His pupils were wide. A sheen of sweat slicked his forehead. He held a small toolbox in one hand, and in the other, my stomach dropped a coil of thin black wire. "What the hell are you doing here?" he snapped. Dr. Keller didn't flinch. She was already dialing. "Step away from the door," she said, loud and clear, like she wanted any neighbor to hear. "You are trespassing." His gaze flicked to my face. The corner of his mouth twitched. "You," he said. "You had to go and bring someone." The recorder in Dr. Keller's hand gave a violent buzz. The air pressure in my ears spiked. The voice behind me surged so sharply I almost gagged. She brought a witness. Dr. Keller held her phone up, screen lit. "I am calling the police," she said. "Now." His expression changed, tightened. He lunged. Everything happened too fast and too slow at once. He slapped the phone hard. It flew and skittered across the hallway carpet, screen flashing. Dr. Keller grabbed for it and missed. He shoved her with his shoulder. Her head hit the wall with a dull, sick sound that made my stomach roll. Dr. Keller slid down a few inches, grimacing, one hand going to her temple. Blood welled between her fingers. My body moved before my mind did. I grabbed the hallway railing, nothing, and then I was in the doorway, pushing at him with my good arm, trying to shove him back into my apartment, because the hallway felt too exposed, too public, too full of echo. Bad instinct, panic instinct. He swung his toolbox like a battering ram, not at my head, but at my torso. It clipped my forearm. Pain flared white hot. I gasped and stumbled. The voice behind me cut in, cold and instructive. Behind. It wasn't a warning about ghosts. It was directional. He was reaching behind the doorframe, towards something mounted low, inside the wall. I saw it in the same instant. The recorder's buzz pitched higher. A small, flat speaker plate tucked behind the loose baseboard by the entry, wired into the wall cavity. A cheap parametric transducer, something that could throw sound in a narrow beam, so it felt like it was coming from a specific point. Behind me. All this time, it hadn't been in my head. It had been in my walls. "Stop," I shouted, and my voice cracked raw. He yanked at the wire, eyes wild. "You don't get to," he started. And then Dr. Keller, still half on the floor, did something I didn't expect. She reached into her coat pocket and pulled out her keys, heavy, with a thick metal fob, and whipped them at his face. They hit his cheekbone with a wet smack. He swore and flinched, hand flying up. It was a tiny opening, a human opening. Dr. Keller, teeth clenched, reached for her phone on the carpet and hit the emergency call button again with shaking fingers. She shoved it toward me. "Speaker," she rasped. "Now." I hit it. The operator's voice filled the hall, tinny but real. 911. "What's your emergency?" "This is Dr. Hannah Keller," Dr. Keller said, voice tight with pain. "We have an intruder in apartment 4B, male, building maintenance, attempting to remove equipment. He assaulted us. We need police and EMS." The super's eyes flicked to the phone. Calculation battled panic on his face. He made a choice. He lunged past me, not to attack, but to bolt down the hallway. I threw my body into the doorway to block him without thinking. He slammed into me. My shoulder hit the frame. My wrist screamed. I yelped and went down to one knee, but I stayed in the way just long enough for Dr. Keller to grab his belt with one hand and the looped wire with the other. There was a sharp snap, either the wire tearing free or something inside my wall giving way. The recorder gave one last shriek and then went dead in Dr. Keller's palm, as if someone had flipped the power off at the source. The pressure in my ears vanished so abruptly it made me dizzy. The voice behind me stopped mid-thought. The super tore free and ran. Down the stairs, his boots thumped hard, fatting. For a moment, the world was only breathing mine, Dr. Keller. The operator still talking on speaker, asking questions I couldn't answer because my throat had closed. Dr. Keller pressed her bloody hand against her head and looked at me with an expression I'll never forget. Not triumph, not relief, but something like mourning. "Inside," she said hoarsely, "we secure the device. Don't touch anything else." We went in slow. My apartment smelled like stale coffee, and the lemon cleaner I used when I was pretending my life was orderly. The kitchen light was left on by someone else. The living room curtains were half drawn. The loose baseboard by the entry hung crooked. Behind it, the flat speaker plate was still there, half wrenched, its adhesive torn, wires exposed like nerves. Dr. Keller pointed with her uninjured hand. "Take a photo," she said, "from where it sits. Don't pull it." My hands shook as I aimed the phone. The camera focused, then blurred, then focused again. In the frame, the device looked small, ordinary, like nothing. On the floor near the toolbox marks, I noticed something else. A cheap carbon monoxide detector, face down, battery cover missing. My stomach turned. The operator's voice cut through again. "Ma'am, are you still there?" Dr. Keller swallowed hard. "Yes," she said, "we're here." Outside, somewhere below, I heard the building's front door open and close. Footsteps, voices, the distant crackle of a radio. Police. The immediate danger had passed, but the cost sat heavy in the room. My swollen wrist, Dr. Keller's bleeding temple, my apartment no longer feeling like mine. And as I stood there, staring at the torn baseboard and the little plate that had been whispering into my life, a new fear crept in, not supernatural, not irrational, practical. If he'd put one device in my wall, how many others did I never find because I'd trained myself not to look? The EMTs kept asking me to rate my pain on a scale of 1 to 10, and I kept answering like I was at work. "Maybe a 6, I said, even as my wrist throbbed with its own heartbeat, and my forearm was swelling under the cheap ice pack they'd wrapped in gauze. The truth was I didn't trust my numbers anymore. Not after months of telling myself everything was fine, because the alternative was admitting it was. Dr. Keller sat on my couch with a white bandage taped over her temple, her hair pushed back in a way that made her look less like a therapist and more like someone's exhausted aunt. Her eyes had that overbright shine people get after adrenaline, when the body refuses to accept it's done. An officer stood by my entryway, speaking into a radio, while another took photos of the loose baseboard and the little flat speaker plate nestled behind it like a secret. They didn't touch it right away. That was the first thing that made me believe someone was taking this seriously. "Ma'am," the younger officer said to me, clipboard in hand, voice practiced, but not cold. "Can you walk me through when you first noticed the voices?" I opened my mouth, and my throat tightened. I hadn't expected that question to feel like stepping onto a weak stair. It wasn't just the when. It was the fact that I'd heard it over and over and still gone to work, still smiled at people, still told myself it was stress, still slept with the kitchen light on and called it a preference. Dr. Keller spoke before I could. October, she said, worsening over time. Directional perception consistently described as behind her. We have reason to believe the device was active during that period. The officer nodded, scribbled, and then looked at Dr. Keller. And you're Hannah Keller, she said. I'm her therapist. The officer's eyebrows lifted slightly, as if he'd been expecting a roommate or partner, not someone who billed by the hour. But he didn't comment. Across the room, the older officer Grayer, slower, was crouched by the baseboard with a flashlight, careful not to disturb the wires. He let out a soft whistle. That's not a baby monitor, he muttered. That's, yeah. Directional speaker, Dr. Keller said, voice rough. Parametric. He glanced back at her. You know your stuff. She didn't smile. Not well enough. The super was gone, obviously. They'd tried his unit first. The officers came back with the same expression you see on commuters when the train they need doesn't arrive. Annoyance edged with resignation. Apartment empty, the younger officer said. Neighbors say he usually goes home around 5. He didn't sign out. We've got his full name and photo from management. Patrol's looking. It should have felt like victory. It didn't. It felt like a door left open in a storm. A third person arrived in a navy jacket with a small hard case. FDNY, maybe, or building safety. He flipped my carbon monoxide detector over, shook his head, and popped the battery compartment open. It was disabled, he said. Simple, flat, like he was reading a menu item. I sat very still on my own armchair, ice pack melting into my sleeve, and thought about the months I'd spent blaming myself for being anxious when someone had been, very literally, messing with my air and my sense of space. You should get checked, the EMT said again, softer now. Just in case. Carbon monoxide exposure can do weird things. I'm fine, I started automatically. Dr. Keller's gaze snapped to me, not angry, just firm. Maya, she said quietly. Hospital. The word landed with weight. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a boundary, a corrective to my lifelong habit of minimizing. I nodded once, because fighting her would mean admitting how scared I actually was. The ambulance ride was short and boring in the way emergency rides often are when you're not actively dying. Fluorescent lights, the smell of vinyl and antiseptic, the EMT's radio murmuring codes I didn't understand. My wrist got splinted, my forearm wrapped tighter, and a pulse oximeter clipped to my finger that made me feel like a machine being monitored. At the ER, the triage nurse asked the same questions in a different tone. Name, age, allergies. How did you injure your wrist? I hesitated. The truth sounded unreal in my mouth. Assault, Dr. Keller said from beside me. Her bandage had seeped a little red at the edge. That got us moved faster. They did a blood test for carboxyhemoglobin. They did an X-ray. No fracture, just a sprain and bruising. The doctor told me to rest it, to keep it elevated, to follow up if numbness developed. Ordinary instructions for an extraordinary day. When we finally left, the sky had gone dark, and the city had shifted into its late-night mode, less bustling, more tense. The kind of night where footsteps behind you register, even when you're not paranoid. Dr. Keller walked me back to my building anyway. The lobby looked almost the same, except for two things: a uniformed officer sitting by the mailboxes, and a fresh smear of tape across the management office door that said, "Do not enter," in block letters. My keys felt unfamiliar in my hand, like they belonged to a previous version of me. "We can get you a hotel," Dr. Keller said as we stood by the elevator. Her voice was tired now. "Or you can stay with a friend. You shouldn't be alone tonight." "I don't have someone," I said before I could stop myself. The admission was small and sharp. I'd built my life in a way that made being alone feel like competence. Now it felt like vulnerability. Dr. Keller's eyes softened. "Then I'll stay," she said. "You can't," I said, half laughing. "That's tonight," she interrupted gently. "Not as your therapist, as a person who was in that hallway with you." It wasn't a perfect solution. Nothing was, but the thought of going upstairs and hearing the pipes creak and wondering if it was just pipes again made my stomach clench. So we went up together. My apartment door had been taped off by evidence tech, but they'd let us in after we signed something and promised not to touch anything. The baseboard area was now marked with a small tent card number like a crime show, except it looked cheap and sad in my entryway. The living room light was still on. I turned it off myself this time. I wanted darkness to be my choice again. Dr. Keller sat at my kitchen table with a paper cup of water, her hands wrapped around it. I sat across from her, wrist splinted, forearm aching, and listened. Not for voices, for normal things. The radiator ticked. A neighbor's TV murmured faintly through the wall. The refrigerator clicked on. For the first time in months, the sound behind me was just sound. "You did something brave today," Dr. Keller said quietly. I stared at the tabletop, at the tiny scratches in the wood I'd never noticed until now. "I did something stupid," I said. "I confronted him in the stairwell. I blocked him. You survived," she said, "and you got evidence. That matters." I swallowed, my throat burned. "How do I know it's over?" I asked. Dr. Keller didn't answer right away. She looked toward my entryway, where the tent card sat, where the baseboard had been peeled back. "You don't," she said finally. "Not tonight, not completely. But we can make it harder for anyone to do this again. New locks, cameras, a proper code detector." And she paused. "We can work on the part of you that decided your fear was proof you were broken." I let out a breath that sounded like a laugh, but wasn't. "I thought I was losing my mind," I said. "I know," she replied. "And that's why this is going to leave a mark." Later, when Dr. Keller dozed on my couch with her coat still on and her shoes by the door, I lay in my bed with my splinted wrist on a pillow and stared at the ceiling. The apartment was quiet in the way I'd always told myself I liked. I turned my head toward the wall. No voice, just the faint, almost imperceptible hum of the building's ventilation. I told myself that hum had always been there, and then I caught myself checking whether it sounded like it was coming from behind me. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is Never Explore an Abandoned Hospital Alone. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. Hallway smelled faintly of mildew and something sour, like old sweat trapped behind peeling wallpaper. The fluorescent lights above flickered erratically, buzzing low, and one bulb died with a soft pop, plunging the far end of the corridor into uneven shadows. There was no wind, yet a cold draft skittered along the cracked linoleum floor, tugging at the edges of a torn patient chart stuck to the wall. Somewhere, distant but steady, a rusty radiator clanked as if trying to cough up a last breath. "Did you hear that?" Emma whispered, squinting into the gloom. She took a cautious step forward, fingers brushing the rough concrete wall for balance. The others froze, exchanging uneasy looks. "Probably just the pipes," Jake said, his voice flat, but quick to break the silence. He pulled his phone out, its flashlight casting a narrow beam onto the floor ahead. The screen's faint glow illuminated the peeling green paint and scattered debris, old syringes, a cracked plastic cup, a shredded curtain tangled in a rusted wheelchair wheel. Jake was the first to move again, breaking the silence with a half-hearted joke. "You guys realize this is exactly where some horror movie would start, right?" Emma didn't laugh. She kept her eyes on the darkened hallway, her jaw tight. The hospital had been closed for nearly 10 years, boarded up and forgotten by the city. But it still sat there, massive and brooding, like a monument to quiet despair. "Why did you want to come here?" she thought, catching the edge of a familiar flutter in her chest. Emma Turner, 28, female, a graphic designer by day and an amateur urban explorer by weekend. She had a habit of pushing limits, but underneath her easy confidence was a lingering fear of being stuck, of never making a mark or living a life worth telling stories about. Tonight's excursion was partly about the thrill, but mostly about shaking off the creeping stagnation of her routine. Jake Collins, 30, male, an IT technician with a dry sense of humor and a restless streak. He was Emma's boyfriend and the one who found this place online, convinced it would be the perfect adventure. His calm exterior masked an anxiety about failure, not just in his job, but socially. He liked to keep things light because deep down, he worried about being overlooked. Across from them stood Claire Morgan, 27, female, Emma's childhood friend, and a nurse at a local hospital. Claire had joined reluctantly, citing curiosity, but mostly to keep Emma safe. Claire was grounded, practical, with a tendency to overthink risks. She carried a small backpack with a first aid kit and a bottle of water, habits from work bleeding into her personal life. They reached the end of the hallway, where a heavy metal door leaned open, creaking softly on rusted hinges. Beyond was the main lobby, vast and cavernous under the cracked skylight that filtered the moonlight in a sickly, pale wash. The floor was littered with old magazines, fragments of glass, and a few stray syringes. A reception desk lay toppled, drawers spilling paperwork that fluttered slightly in the draft. The atmosphere had shifted. The hum of the city outside seemed miles away, muffled like a distant memory. Inside, every sound was sharp feet crunching on debris, the scrape of a metal chair dragged across the floor, the faint drip of water somewhere in the bowels of the building. Claire flicked on her phone's flashlight, scanning the lobby with quick, practiced movements. We shouldn't stay long. These places can be dangerous structurally and otherwise. Yeah, I know, Emma said, but her voice lacked conviction. She was already scanning the space for something more than just the obvious decay. Her eyes caught on a rusted elevator shaft cage, its doors half open and black inside. Jake crouched to pick something up, a small, battered key with no obvious purpose. Look at this. Wonder what it opened. Claire frowned. Probably best to leave it alone. We don't know what kind of trouble we could stir up. The sound came then, a faint tapping, rhythmic and irregular, echoing down the corridor to their left. The three froze again. What was that? Jake asked, voice low. Emma swallowed. Probably a rat or something. But her heart was beating a little faster now. They stood there, caught between curiosity and caution, as the tapping came again, slower this time, almost deliberate. Maybe we should head back, Claire said, stepping toward the exit. Jake shook his head. We just got here. Let's at least see the old nurse's station upstairs. It's supposed to be the most intact part. Emma's fingers tightened around the torn patient chart on the wall. Her gaze flicked back to the elevator shaft. The building was full of stories that maybe didn't want to be uncovered. The choice hung in the cold air, thick and electric. Stay and explore deeper into the hospital's dark heart, or leave before something unseen starts to settle in. The tapping stopped the moment Claire suggested turning back. But then, from somewhere deeper in the building, a sharp metallic clang echoed like a heavy door slamming shut. The sound reverberated off the cracked walls, leaving a thick silence that felt too deliberate to be the building settling. Emma glanced at Jake, who was already heading toward the staircase that led up from the lobby. You're serious about the nurse's station? Jake's jaw tightened. Yeah, we've got a limited window before my phone battery dies. I want to get a few good shots. Come on. Claire sighed, pulling her jacket tighter. Fine, but if anything feels off, we leave. No heroics. The stairwell was cramped and dark, the steps groaning under their weight. Emma's flashlight beam bounced off graffiti-scarred walls, flickering on tangled wiring and shattered remnants of old ceiling tiles. A sudden draft whispered past them, carrying a faint smell of burnt plastic that set Claire's nerves jangling. Halfway up, Emma paused. Hey, where's Jake? Claire's head snapped toward the top of the stairs. Jake was standing at the landing, holding his phone out, flashlight casting a pool of light onto the floor. "What's up?" Emma asked, catching up. Jake pointed. "Look at this." On the cracked linoleum was a deep gouge, scraping across the floor and ending near a loose floor tile that jutted up like a broken tooth. Emma crouched down, peering at the tile. "That looks fresh." Claire's brow furrowed. "Someone been here, or it's recent damage." Jake tapped his phone to take a photo, then shined the light into the small gap under the tile. "It's empty, but I swear I saw something move." Emma's stomach tightened. The building had felt empty just moments ago, but now that certainty was gone. "Maybe a rat," Claire said quickly, voice sharp with unease. "We shouldn't be poking around." Jake shook his head. "Come on, that's just the hospital's usual decay. Let's keep moving." Emma glanced toward the stairwell's exit door at the top of the landing. Something tugged at her, the sense of being watched. The stale air, suddenly too thick. They pressed on into the upper floor's narrow corridors. The nurse's station came into view, a cluttered desk with drawers still intact, yellowed papers strewn about, a rusted metal lamp hanging by a frayed cord. Claire immediately began scanning the area. "We should mark our path. This place is a maze." Jake pulled a length of red tape from his backpack, tearing off a strip and sticking it to the wall. "Good call." Emma's fingers brushed over a dusty telephone handset. She lifted it, expecting silence, but the line crackled faintly, dead, but strangely unsettling. Suddenly, a low rumble shuddered through the building. The lights overhead flickered wildly, and somewhere nearby, glass shattered. "Shit," Claire's voice was tight. "That doesn't sound good." Jake's phone buzzed, low battery warning. Emma looked toward the stairwell door. They'd heard it slam shut behind them. She tried it. Locked. "Locked," Jake said, testing the handle. "Why the hell would it lock?" Claire's face went pale. "It's an automatic security system, probably triggered when the power flickered." Emma swallowed hard. "We're trapped." A wave of panic rose in her chest, but she swallowed it back. Jake was already tapping on his phone, trying to get a signal. "No bars. The whole place is dead." Claire took a deep breath, steadying herself. "Okay, we stay calm. We find another way out." "Yeah, but the stairwell door's locked," Jake said, frustration creeping in. "That means the elevator shaft." Emma's gaze snapped to the rusted elevator doors they'd passed earlier. "Elevator," Claire shook her head. "That thing hasn't worked in years. It's not safe." "Better than being stuck here," Jake said. He started toward the elevator doors. Emma hesitated. Her mind flicked back to the key Jake had found in the lobby. "Wait, maybe that key opens the elevator doors," she said. "It's worth a try." Jake nodded and pulled the key out, fitting it into the lock with a satisfying click. The doors groaned open, revealing a yawning black shaft, a rope ladder dangling from the top. Claire stepped back. "No way I'm going down that." Jake peered into the darkness. "We don't have a choice." Emma's stomach churned. The narrow, twisting ladder descending into a void felt like a test she wasn't sure she could pass. "We'll take turns," Jake said, pulling his jacket off and tying a strip of cloth around his wrist, then looping it around the ladder's top rung. Emma swallowed again. Her usual confidence cracked. What if I fall? What if I'm not fast enough? The fear of failure clawed at her. Claire's voice cut in sharply. Look, I don't like this. We should wait for help. Jake shook his head. No signal. No one knows we're here. The power flicker probably knocked out all communication. Emma felt the tension rise between them. Jake's stubbornness, Claire's caution, and her own creeping doubt. Suddenly, the building groaned louder. A shifting sound like it was settling, or worse, collapsing. Time running out, Jake said urgently. Emma glanced back toward the locked stairwell door and the shadowed hallways beyond. Every instinct screamed to get out. But the ladder looked like a long, slow drop into danger. She took a deep breath. Okay, we try the elevator shaft. Claire's eyes widened. You go first. Jake shook his head. No, Emma's right. We should all stick together. The tension stretched tight, too tight. From somewhere above, a muffled sound echoed, footsteps, distant but deliberate. Emma's heart slammed against her ribs. Someone else is here, Claire whispered. Jake shone his flashlight upward. The beam caught nothing but dust motes dancing in the stale air. Emma's voice cracked. We're not alone. The decision hung between them. Climb down the ladder into the unknown below, or risk facing whoever else might be inside the hospital, and whatever else was waiting. The rope ladder swayed slightly in the stale air of the elevator shaft, creaking like an old ship's rigging. Emma gripped the ropes with trembling hands, the rough fibers biting into her palms. Below, the darkness stretched endlessly, but somewhere down there was their only chance. Jake went first, his boots thudding quietly against the metal framework. Claire's voice came up weakly behind Emma. Be careful. Don't rush. Emma swallowed a rising tide of vertigo and stepped off the landing. The ladder swung beneath her weight, and the cold air bit through her jacket. Every rung felt like a test, every breath shallow and uneven. Halfway down, the movement threw her off balance, and her foot slipped, scraping raw against the ladder. Emma, Jake's voice, echoing faintly below, made her pulse spike. I'm fine, she said, though the scrape stung sharply. Claire was still above, her flashlight swinging nervously against the elevator shaft walls. Finally, all three reached the bottom, a small, dimly lit basement service room smelling of mold and rust. Flickering emergency lights cast sharp angles and long shadows, and a tangle of pipes snaked along the ceiling. The sound of dripping water echoed quietly in the corners. They huddled together, a brief reprieve from the oppressive vertical drop. Jake pulled his phone out again, but it was dead. No signal, he said flatly. We're completely cut off. Emma scanned the room. A heavy metal door, half open, led into a corridor lined with faded paint and stained floor tiles. This basement level was quieter, less cluttered, but felt deeper underground, colder. They started down the corridor, the beam of their flashlights cutting through the dark like knives. The tapping sound from before was gone, replaced by distant echoes of dripping water and the low hum of what might have been ventilation. Suddenly, a scraping noise came from around a corner, a slow, deliberate sound of metal sliding on concrete. Claire stiffened, What the hell was that? Jake took a cautious step forward, flashlight trained on the corner. Probably rats or a loose pipe. Emma's heart was pounding too hard to be convinced. She crept forward, her breath visible in the cold air. Around the corner, a rusted gurney lay tipped on its side, and beyond it, an old storage closet with its door hanging open. Then a sudden noise, a loud bang followed by a rush of footsteps echoing off the walls. "Someone's here," Claire hissed. "We're not alone." Jake raised his flashlight toward the sound, but it vanished as quickly as it came. The corridor was empty. They exchanged tense looks. Emma's stomach twisted. We need to find another way out fast. Their second attempt was to reach the hospital's original emergency exit. A heavy steel door, marked with faded red paint, at the far end of the basement. The corridor stretched out before them, narrow and winding, the floor littered with broken tiles and puddles of stagnant water. The air smelled sharper here, with an undertone of decay and rust. Claire led, flashlight bouncing nervously across the walls. Jake stayed close behind, carrying the now useless phone. Emma brought up the rear, keeping her eyes peeled for anything unusual. Halfway down, Claire stumbled on a piece of debris, a rusted pipe bent sharply out of the floor. She caught herself on the wall, wincing. "Are you okay?" Emma asked, stepping back to help. Claire nodded, but rubbed her ankle where a bruise was already forming. "I'll manage." The mood was brittle, each step heavy with fatigue and fear. They finally reached the emergency door, its handle cold and unyielding. Jake tugged at it, but it wouldn't budge. "Locked," he said, frustration seeping into his voice. "Probably sealed when the hospital shut down." Emma's eyes flicked to the thick steel frame. "Maybe there's a way to pry it open." Jake shrugged. "Without tools, not likely." Suddenly, Claire's flashlight beam caught something, a set of muddy footprints leading away from the door and disappearing into a dark maintenance tunnel. "What's that?" Emma asked, stepping closer. "Someone been here," Claire said, voice low. Jake frowned, but who and why? Emma swallowed hard. The thought that they weren't alone was no longer speculation. Exhausted and with their nerves frayed, the three pressed onward, following the muddy footprints down the narrow, claustrophobic tunnel. The walls here were damp, the concrete cold and slick with condensation. The tunnel twisted sharply, then opened into a small room filled with old medical supplies, rusted beds, broken monitors, shattered glass. A sudden clang made all three jump. The noise came from behind a metal cart that had apparently been nudged by some unseen force. Emma exhaled sharply. "It's just the cart." Jake laughed nervously. "Yeah, hospital ghosts remember." Claire shot him a look, but forced a smile. "Let's keep moving." Their third attempt was to retrace their steps back toward the stairwell. Hopping the lock had released with the restored power, though none of them believed it would be that simple. The corridors now seemed more hostile. Dim lights flickered and died. The sound of dripping water grew louder, and the stale air thickened with dust and something else, faint but unmistakable. The acrid smell of smoke. "Smoke," Emma whispered, nose wrinkling. Claire stopped, pulling her jacket tighter. That can't be good. They followed the smell, which grew stronger as they turned a corner into the hospital's old laundry room. A small fire smoldered in a pile of discarded linens, sending up thin tendrils of smoke. Jake moved to stamp it out with a nearby fire extinguisher, but found it empty. Claire pulled her phone out, but it was dead. No signal. Great, Jake muttered. Emma's pulse quickened. How did this start? The fire seemed isolated, but it was a clear sign that the hospital's fragile decay was accelerating. Their escape routes could be compromised at any moment. Suddenly, a sharp noise echoed behind them. Footsteps again, closer this time. They whipped around, flashlights swinging wildly. But it wasn't a person. A large rat scurried across the floor and disappeared through a cracked wall vent. They all laughed nervously, relief flooding through the tension. But the moment was fleeting. They finally reached the stairwell. Hopping the lock had reset with the flickering power. Jake tried the door handle. Locked. Emma's heart sank. There's no way out up there, Claire said flatly. Jake pulled out the key again. Maybe it works on this door too. He tried the key click. The door swung open, but beyond the stairwell lay a steep drop. The stairs had partially collapsed. Emma's breath caught. The last flight was gone. Broken concrete crumbled into darkness below. Claire's eyes widened. No way down. We can't go back, Jake said, voice tight. And we can't go up. Emma looked over the jagged gap, nausea rising. Their options had shrunk to nearly nothing. The hospital was closing in. They were trapped. The smoke thickened fast, turning cold air into something heavy and wet. It curled around their faces, stinging their eyes and clogging their throats. Emma's chest ached with each ragged breath as they pressed forward, desperate for any sign of an exit. We have to keep moving, Jake gasped, voice rough. The fire's spreading. Claire stumbled, her ankle swollen and bruised from earlier. She caught herself on a rusted pipe, grimacing. I'm not sure how much longer I can. Keep going, Emma cut in, voice sharp despite the panic. We don't have a choice. They pushed deeper into the basement corridor, flashlights flickering and useless against the rising haze. Emma's fingers curled tight around the battered key, still their only real hope. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from behind them. The metal door they'd come through slammed shut with a violent clang. Locked again, Jake cursed, pounding on the door. We're trapped. Emma spun toward the noise. Footsteps closer now, deliberate, heavy. Not human, but something big. Her heart hammered as the shadows shifted. A figure emerged, tall, gaunt, an old man with wild gray hair and stained clothes. His eyes were sunken, darting frantically. Get away, he hissed, voice trembling. You don't belong here. Claire stepped forward. We just want to get out. Can you help us? He shook his head violently. No one leaves once the hospital takes you. Emma's skin crawled. This wasn't a ghost story, but the desperation in his eyes was real, maybe madness, or something worse. She remembered the footprints, the noises. He was the source. Please, Jake said softly. We don't want trouble, just a way out. The man's gaze flickered to the fire smoke curling near the ceiling. The east exit, through the old boiler room, but it's dangerous. Emma glanced toward where the firelight flickered faintly through the smoke. The boiler room was a maze of pipes and rusted machinery, unstable and treacherous. "Lead us," Emma said, heart pounding. He nodded once and moved ahead, limping but steady. The boiler room was a labyrinth. Pipes hung low, some leaking hot steam. The floor was slick with oily residue, and every step echoed through the cavernous space. The heat pressed down, sweat mixing with smoke on their skin. Claire winced, limping heavily. Jake helped her, but the strain showed in his clenched jaw. Suddenly, a section of rusted railing gave way under Claire's foot. She yelped, twisting her ankle further and falling hard against a metal beam. Emma rushed to her side. "Can you stand?" Claire shook her head, eyes wide with pain. "We can't leave her," Jake said urgently. Emma glanced around, breath fogging in the thick air. The far wall had a narrow door, barely hanging on its hinges. "We don't have time," she said, forcing herself to stay calm. "Help me carry her." They lifted Claire carefully, moving slower now. Every step was a gamble, pipes hissed, and the floor trembled faintly beneath their feet. Suddenly, a distant roar shook the room. The fire was spreading fast. Emma's heart slammed. They were close now. The old man stopped at the door, gripping it with a shaking hand. "It's locked," he muttered, pulling a rusted keyring from his pocket. Emma's eyes widened. "You have a key." He looked up, eyes haunted. "I lived here once, locked in with the others." With trembling fingers, he unlocked the door, pushing it open into a narrow concrete stairwell leading upward. The smoke was thicker here, choking. Emma coughed, tearing at her sleeve to cover her mouth. They started climbing, step by step. Halfway up, a pipe burst overhead, spraying scalding steam. Jake shouted, pulling Emma and Claire aside. Emma's arm brushed the railing, which groaned ominously. The stairs trembled, then cracked. Claire screamed as the railing gave way beneath her hand. Emma lunged, grabbing Claire's wrist just before she fell into the smoke-filled abyss below. Jake caught Claire's other arm, hauling her back with every ounce of strength. For a moment, they hung there, breathless, bodies trembling. Emma's mind screamed. This was the moment. One misstep and... "Keep moving," she forced herself to say, voice steady but raw. They climbed the remaining steps, bursting through a rusted door into the cold night air. The city was distant but alive. The faint glow of streetlights and the hum of traffic carried on the breeze. Emma collapsed on the concrete outside, coughing, the taste of smoke thick in her mouth. Claire sat beside her, pale but conscious, ankle badly swollen. Jake pulled out his phone. It flickered weakly, showing a single bar. "Help's coming," he whispered. The old man leaned against the wall, silent now, watching. Hours later, wrapped in blankets and sipping water, Emma sat staring at the dark hospital silhouette behind them. Her hands trembled, the scrape on her palm raw and aching. They had survived, but at a cost. Claire's ankle would take weeks to heal. Jake's stubbornness had nearly cost them everything. And Emma, she realized her own fear of failure had almost trapped them all. The man who had led them out was gone by morning, vanished like a ghost. Emma wondered if he had ever truly belonged here, or if the hospital had claimed him long ago. The night had changed everything. They had escaped the building, but its weight settled deep inside them. The hospital was a burnt-out shell by morning, a blackened skeleton against the pale dawn. Fire trucks had finally arrived, too late to save the building, but just in time to pull Emma, Jake, and Claire from the chaos of that night. Emma sat stiffly on the back seat of an ambulance, her scraped palm wrapped loosely in a hospital bandage. The sterile white of the emergency room was a harsh contrast to the smoke-stained shadows she'd left behind. Claire was beside her, a thick ankle brace already fastened, her face pale but steady beneath the fluorescent glare. Jake hovered nearby, quietly fielding questions from paramedics, his usual sarcasm muted. The adrenaline had faded, leaving a dull ache and a tight knot in Emma's chest. "You're lucky," the paramedic told Claire as he checked her ankle. "A few more steps, and that could have been a fracture." Claire nodded, but didn't say much. Emma looked out the window at the police tape cordoning off the hospital grounds. Officers had begun interviewing the neighbors, trying to piece together how 3 people had gotten trapped inside a condemned building. No one was supposed to enter. Jake had already been cautioned for trespassing, but no charges had been pressed yet. The hospital was a hot spot for urban explorers and vandals, and the police expected the story to get tangled in legal bureaucracy before it faded away. Later, in the quiet of Emma's small apartment, the 3 of them gathered around a battered coffee table strewn with takeout boxes and empty water bottles. Emma's hand still throbbed from the scrape, and Claire's swollen ankle was propped up on a pillow. Jake flipped through photos he'd taken on his phone, blurry shots of broken hallways, peeling paint, and the faint outline of the old man who'd led them out. "No one believed us about him," Jake muttered, scrolling past the images. Emma's fingers hovered over the screen. He looked haunted, like he belonged to the hospital. Claire's eyes darkened. Maybe he did, or maybe it was just years of living alone down there. They sat in silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. Emma felt the weight of everything, the fear, the exhaustion, the what-ifs. The hospital wasn't just a building. It was a trap that had nearly swallowed them whole. And now, the scars were real on their bodies and in their minds. Days passed, and the hospital became a distant headline, an urban legend retold with varying degrees of exaggeration. Emma returned to work, but found the usual hum of her life hollow. The fear that had clawed at her chest in those dark corridors now lurked beneath every ordinary moment. She caught herself staring at locked doors, shadows in the corners of rooms, and the sound of footsteps behind her when no one was there. Jake threw himself into fixing the phone's cracked screen, like mending the tangible could fix the intangible. Claire, ever practical, began researching the hospital's history and the story of a patient rumored to have lived in its bowels long after closure. The details were sparse, but it was enough to feed a gnawing unease. One evening, Emma found herself back at the edge of the hospital's fenced perimeter. The metal gate hung slightly ajar, the lock twisted and broken. Her breath caught. The night was still, but a faint tapping sound echoed, slow and rhythmic, down the empty street. Emma turned sharply. Nothing. Her heart slowed, but the feeling didn't leave, the sense that some stories never end, that some places never truly let go. She pulled her jacket tighter and walked away. The hospital's blackened frame looming silently behind her. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first time it happened, it was so small I almost talked myself out of seeing it. I'd just come back upstairs with a bowl of cereal and my phone in my teeth because the Bluetooth in the kitchen never reaches the office. The house was doing its usual early evening noises, radiator ticking like someone tapping a spoon against glass, the soft thunk of my neighbor's front door across the narrow street, a gull somewhere over the river letting out that stupid laughing cry. My laptop was open on the desk where I'd left it. The security app was still up because I'd been obsessively checking it all week, even though nothing ever happens in this neighborhood. Old habit, old anxiety. There was a red dot on the front door camera timeline. Motion detected, 6:41 p.m. That wasn't the weird part. The wind sets it off. A cat sets it off. A delivery guy sets it off if he breathes in the wrong direction. The weird part was that at 6:41 p.m., I was in the kitchen, barefoot, watching water boil, because I'm the kind of person who watches water boil when I'm already running late. I clicked. Video loaded with that slight delay that always makes me feel like I'm watching the past through a dirty window. The image was crisp, one of the reasons I paid too much for the system. The porch light made a clean cone in the dusk. The front steps looked exactly like they always did. 2 concrete slabs with a hairline crack at the corner. 1 crooked planter of dead lavender I kept forgetting to replace. My bike lock looped around the railing like a sad bracelet. And then I saw me. Not a blur. Not a shape. Me. Same dark green hoodie I was wearing right now. Same jeans with the frayed knee. Same slouchy way I carried my shoulders like they were tired of holding me upright. The figure on the screen came down the hall inside, and the front door opened inward. My face turned slightly toward the camera, as if I'd heard something outside. The porch light hit my cheekbone and the edge of my nose. Even on a grainy security feed, I can recognize my own face. I watched me step out, close the door, and start down the steps. The sound came through faintly, my door's latch clicking, the hinge giving its familiar little squeal I keep meaning to oil. A car passed somewhere at the end of the street, tires hissing on damp pavement. The me in the video paused at the bottom step, patted pockets as if searching for keys, and then walked out of frame to the left, toward the corner. The video ended. I sat there with the spoon halfway to my mouth. The cereal had gone soft enough that the milk tasted like paper. I felt that prickly heat behind my ears that comes when something doesn't fit, and your brain starts trying to sand it down until it does. Okay, I said out loud to nobody. Okay, that's fine, because it could be explainable. It had to be a glitch, a timestamp error, a cached clip from another day that the app was reassigning to the wrong time. It happens. Software is brittle. Cameras hiccup. Cloud systems mix things up. My first move was idiot simple. I checked the clock on my laptop, then the clock on my phone. 6:52. I scrubbed back through the earlier timeline. There I was at 6:09 bringing in a package accurate. I remembered cursing at the wet cardboard. At 6:22, the neighbor's kid on a scooter streaked past, also accurate. The scooter had that loose wheel that made a dry rattling sound like a coffee can full of bolts. At 6:41, me leaving. I clicked the download clip option and saved it, because some part of me always plans for the moment when someone won't believe me. Then I opened the back door camera. Nothing. No motion. No opening. Just a dim rectangle of yard and the trash bins pressed against the fence. I checked the living room camera, the one pointing at the entryway and stairs. It should have caught me going downstairs at 6:41. The living room timeline showed motion at 6:38, a shadow moving across the rug as if I'd passed the doorway. But the clip itself didn't match. In the living room feed at 6:38, the stairwell was empty. The coat rack leaned the way it always did, slightly off level. The corner of my mail pile on the console table was unmoved. No one came down. No one crossed. A quiet house held still, like someone had pressed pause. I swallowed, and the cereal scraped my throat. I didn't realize I'd been holding my breath until I let it go, and it came out as a short laugh. "I'm losing it," I said, and the words sounded too casual for the way my fingers were trembling around the spoon. My phone buzzed, Maya calling. I considered ignoring it because I didn't want to hear my own voice try to explain this, but my thumb moved anyway. "What's up?" I said. "You're home?" she asked immediately, no greeting, just that practical tone she gets when she's trying not to panic. "Yeah." Why, there was a pause long enough that I could hear traffic behind her, the muted roar of a city street, and someone's music leaking out tinny and too loud. She started, then stopped like she'd bitten her tongue. "I'm down the block. I thought I saw you. You're down the block from my house." "I'm on," she exhaled. "I was driving past, okay? Don't do that thing where you get weird about it. I was going to swing by because I'm in the neighborhood, and I saw someone in your hoodie." My hand went cold around the phone. "Maya, what? Did you see their face?" Another pause. Her voice dropped. "No, they were turned away. It was quick. They went around the corner by the coffee shop." The spoon clinked loudly against the bowl when I set it down, the sound too sharp in the small room. "Maya," I said, keeping my voice level by force. "I haven't left the house." She didn't answer right away. The sound of her car's turn signal clicked steadily in my ear. Then, "Okay." "Okay what?" "Okay. I believe you." She said it like she was choosing her words carefully, which meant she didn't fully believe me but didn't want to say it. "I'm serious. I'm not arguing. She took a breath. "Do you want me to come over? Like, right now?" In my head, I replayed the clip of the front door camera. The way I had patted my pockets at the bottom step. The same habit I have when I'm checking for keys and wallet. The same tiny unconscious gesture. That detail made it worse, not better. Anyone could wear a green hoodie. Not everyone pats their left pocket twice before stepping off. The radiator ticked again. Somewhere inside the wall, plumbing gave a low groan like a throat clearing. The normal noises were suddenly too loud, like my senses had turned up the volume. "I don't know," I said honestly. "I don't know what I want." "You want me there," Maya said. "You always want backup, and you hate asking for it." That was the thing she knew about me. I can handle a lot until I can't, and then I don't want anyone to see the moment I tip. I'd spent years training myself to look calm, to look competent, to look like someone who didn't get spooked by his own shadow. It was a point of pride. It was also, if I'm being fair, a weakness. "My camera says I left," I said, because it felt safer to say that than someone who looks like me walked out of my house. Silence. Then she said, softer, "What do you mean, your camera says you left?" I turned the laptop so I could see the front door feed again, as if looking at it would make it less real. "Motion clip," I said. 6:41. "It's me, send it." "I did, I saved it." "No, send it to me." I fumbled the file into a message and hit send. There was a moment of lag, and then the delivered checkmark appeared. On the phone, I heard her inhale as she watched. "Okay," she said slowly. "Okay, that's you. I know." Her turn signal stopped. A moment later, I heard the faint rise and fall of her breathing. Is the clip time wrong? Could it be yesterday? No, I was in the kitchen at 6:41. I remember because the kettle was. I stopped. My brain was trying to build a strong case out of flimsy materials. "It doesn't matter, Maya, I didn't go out." Do you have anyone else's access?" she asked. "Like, if someone has your login?" "No. Could someone have copied your key?" My eyes went to the little hook by my desk where my keys hung. They were still there. 3 keys and a chipped plastic fob for the back gate. I walked over, touched them. Cold metal, solid, real. "I don't know," I said. There was another sound in the house then, subtle, but it pulled my attention the way a dog's ears flick to a distant noise. Not from the radiator, not the plumbing. A faint creak from downstairs, like a floorboard taking weight. I stood still, keys in my hand. The house settled. The creak didn't repeat. "Maya," I said quietly, and she must have heard the change in my tone. What is it?" I swallowed. "I think there was a noise." "Are you alone?" "Yes." "Lock your office door," she said immediately. My office didn't have a lock. None of the upstairs doors did. Old house, old hardware, charming until it's not. "I can't," I said. Another tiny sound, closer this time. A soft, almost careful tap somewhere below, as if a knuckle had brushed wood and then stopped. My pulse moved into my throat. I forced myself to breathe through my nose, slow and controlled, the way my therapist had taught me back when I'd first moved into this place, and I couldn't sleep because every nighttime noise sounded like an intruder. "Maya," I said, trying to sound normal, "are you still in your car?" "Yes, I'm 2 minutes away." "Come." "I'm coming," she said, and the engine note shifted, the phone picking up the rumble as she pulled off. I walked to the top of the stairs. The banister was cool beneath my palm. The downstairs hallway was dim, lit only by the faint spill from the streetlight filtering through the frosted glass beside the front door. I couldn't see the whole entryway from here. The angle cut off the bottom step. I listened. Nothing. Just the house. Tick, groan, distant gull. Somewhere far off a dog barking once and stopping. My thumb hovered over my phone screen. 911. That felt like a ridiculous overreaction. Hi, yes, my security camera caught me leaving my house, but I didn't. They'd send someone eventually, maybe. Or they'd tell me to call the non-emergency line and file a report that would go nowhere. But I could also go downstairs and check the lock. Check the cameras again. Make sure the door was still bolted. Make sure I wasn't letting my mind turn a glitch into something bigger. Or I could stay up here, wait for Maya, and not move until I had another set of eyes in the house. Another creak, this one unmistakably from the first floor. A slow, deliberate shifting sound, like someone adjusting their weight in a hallway. My breath came shorter. The air smelled faintly of warm cereal and dust, and the lemon cleaner I'd used on the counters. And suddenly, those normal smells felt wrong, like props in someone else's set. I backed away from the stairwell, then stopped, caught between two instincts. Go look and don't go look. Maya's voice came through the phone, slightly breathless now, punctuated by the sound of her car's tires on wet road. I'm almost there. Stay upstairs. I'm trying, I said, and my voice cracked on the last word. Another choice pressed in, immediate and practical. I could barricade myself in the office with my desk chair and wait for her and maybe the police if we decided to call. Or I could go down right now, before whatever was making those sounds got any closer, and make sure my front door was still locked, my cameras still recording, and I wasn't about to become the kind of story people tell about a quiet street and a house where something went wrong. I stared at the dark gap of the stairwell and held my keys hard enough that the grooves bit into my skin. Tell me what you want me to do, Maya said. For a second, I couldn't decide whether the right answer was come inside or call someone or turn around and don't come here at all. Because whatever was happening in my house had already reached past the simple comfort of glitch. It was asking me to choose how much I trusted my own senses over a piece of video that insisted I'd done something I knew I hadn't. And downstairs, in the quiet, something shifted again, small, controlled, like it didn't want to be heard. I decided to go downstairs. It wasn't bravery. It was irritation, the kind that comes from being told by a machine, by your own house, that you don't know your own life. Waiting upstairs felt like agreeing with the camera, like admitting it knew me better than I knew myself. Maya, I'm going to check the door, I said. No, you're not, she said immediately. I'm literally turning onto your street. I hear something moving down there, then stay where you are. Another faint sound drifted up the stairwell, a scuff, rubber on wood. Slow. Careful, whoever or whatever was down there didn't sound lost. It sounded like it knew where it was going. I can't just stand here, I said. My voice was steadier than I felt. If someone's inside, I need to know now, not when they're halfway up the stairs. There was a beat of silence on the line, filled with the hiss of tires as Maya pulled over. Okay, she said finally. Okay, I'm parked outside, front of your house, porch lights on. That hit me harder than the noises had. The porch lights on. I asked. Yes, I hadn't turned it on. I was sure of that. I hated leaving it on before dark. It drew bugs, smeared the glass with moth dust. In the video, the light had already been on when I walked out. I took the stairs down slowly, each step deliberate. The banister creaked under my hand. The smell changed as I descended, cooler air, faint dampness from the old wood near the front door. My pulse was loud enough that I wondered if someone downstairs could hear it. Doors closed, Maya said. From here, it looks closed. Is it locked? She paused. I can't tell from the sidewalk. I reached the bottom step and stopped. The entryway was just as I'd left it. Shoes lined up badly on the mat, mail on the console table, the small crack in the plaster near the ceiling that I kept meaning to patch. Nothing was overturned. Nothing screamed someone Esp been here? But the porch light shining through the frosted glass cast a brighter glow than usual, close enough to see the faint outline of someone standing outside if there were someone standing there. "Don't open it yet," Maya said. "Let me come up." "I want to check the lock," I said, and then I was already doing it, my hand moving on instinct. The deadbolt was turned. Locked. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. "It's locked." "Good," she said. "That's good." But I twisted the knob anyway. It didn't budge. The sound came again then, right behind me this time. A soft exhale. Human, too controlled to be a house settling. I spun around. The living room was empty. "Maya," I whispered. "What?" I heard breathing. From where? Behind me, living room. Silence on the line, then the faint click of her car door opening. "I'm coming up to the porch. Stay where you are. Do not go exploring." I didn't answer because my attention had snagged on something small and wrong. The mail pile on the console table. One envelope was out of place. I was meticulous about that stack in a way that embarrassed me. Bills on the bottom, junk mail on top. Anything important set aside. The envelope now sitting on top was one I distinctly remembered putting underneath, a thick white one from my insurance company, unopened because I didn't want to deal with it yet. It hadn't fallen. It had been moved. I reached out, touched it. The paper was warm, like it had been handled recently. The breathing sound came again, closer, then stopped abruptly. "Who's there?" I said, louder than I meant to. Nothing answered. "Maya, call the police," I said. "I already am," she replied, and I could hear the edge in her voice now, the shift from concerned friend to someone taking control. "Non-emergency or emergency?" "Emergency," I said. "Someone's inside." The living room camera sat on the corner shelf, its small blue light glowing steadily. Recording. Watching. Suddenly hated it. Hated the idea that whatever was happening was being flattened into silent video while my body shook with adrenaline. "Tell them to hurry," I said. "I am," she said. "They're dispatching." A shadow moved at the far end of the hallway. Not fast, not darting. A slow lean into view, then back out again, like someone checking whether they'd been seen. My mouth went dry. "Maya," I said, "there's someone here." "I'm at your door," she said. "I can see inside through the glass." "I don't see anyone." "That doesn't mean," the front door rattled. Once. Twice. Someone tried the handle from the outside. I stared at it, disbelief cutting through fear in a sharp, nauseating wave. "Someone else at the door," I said stupidly. "That's me," Maya said. "I'm trying to get in." "No," I said. "No, you're on the phone with me." There was a long, horrible pause. "Then who just tried your door?" she asked. The handle turned again, harder this time. The deadbolt held. I backed away until my shoulders hit the wall, eyes flicking between the door and the dark hallway. My mind raced through possibilities, none of them good. 2 people, one inside and one outside. Someone wearing my clothes to confuse things. Someone with my face on camera. "Maya," I said, "step back from the door." "I already did," she said, and her voice was tight now. "I'm standing by my car. The porch is empty." The handle stopped moving. Then the porch light went off. The house plunged into relative darkness, the frosted glass turning from pale white to a dull gray. I could hear Maya breathing hard on the phone, the sound of her shoes on concrete as she moved. "I didn't touch the switch," I said, because it felt important to say it out loud. "I know," she said. "Okay, police are 3 minutes out. Stay inside. Lock yourself somewhere. The office upstairs. No lock. The bathroom had a flimsy one that stuck sometimes. The bedroom, also no lock. Another sound from the hallway. A footstep, unmistakable now, heel to toe on hardwood. I grabbed the nearest thing with weight, a ceramic umbrella stand by the door, and held it like a club, my arms already aching. I hated that this was happening in my own house, hated how quickly I'd gone from rational explanations to pure animal readiness. The living room camera chirped softly, a notification sound from the app on my phone. Another motion alert. I glanced down without meaning to. Motion detected, front door, live view available. Against every instinct, I tapped it. The porch feed filled the screen. The porch light was off, but the street light across the road gave enough illumination to see. Someone stood at my front door, wearing my hoodie, facing the camera, my face. "Maya," I said hoarsely. "What?" "They're on the porch, there." I couldn't finish. On the screen, the person smiled, not wide, just enough to lift one corner of their mouth. Then they raised a hand and knocked. From inside the house, I heard the knock echo through the door, solid, deliberate, 3 firm taps. At the same time, behind me in the hallway, something shifted its weight and took a step closer. I didn't open the door. That felt like the only smart decision I'd made all night, and it came less from strategy than paralysis. My feet were glued to the hardwood, my grip whitening around the ceramic umbrella stand. The knock echoed in the small entryway, the sound bouncing up the stairwell and into rooms that suddenly felt too open, too exposed. "Maya," I whispered. "They're still there." "I see them," she said, and there was something strained in her voice now, something that hadn't been there before. "They're standing just to the left of the door. I can see the shoulder through the glass when they move." On my phone screen, the porch feed showed the figure perfectly centered again. Same hoodie, same face, same tired slouch. They stood close enough that the camera slightly distorted their features, stretching the edges in a way I knew was just lens warping. But my stomach didn't care about optics. Another knock. Louder. "Open the door," the person outside said, my voice, my cadence, even the slight rasp I get when I'm nervous. I flinched hard enough that the umbrella stand knocked into the wall with a dull crack. "That's not funny," Maya snapped, and then louder toward the porch, back away from the door. "Police are on the way." On the porch feed, the figure's eyes flicked to the side toward Maya's car, I assumed, and then back to the camera. Their mouth twitched. "Who's that?" they asked. "Why is she here?" The sound of a footstep behind me made my whole body jolt. I spun, heart hammering, the stand raised. The hallway was empty again, shadows pooling at the edges where the overhead light didn't quite reach. For a split second, my brain filled it in, imagined a shape pulling back into the darkness. But when I forced myself to breathe and look properly, there was nothing. "Maya," I said, my voice shaking now. "I think there's someone inside too." "I know," she said. "Okay, attempt one. Can you get upstairs and barricade? Bathroom, maybe." The bathroom was halfway up the stairs on the right. Narrow door, cheap lock. It stuck, but it existed. I nodded even though she couldn't see me. I moved slowly, backing toward the stairs, never taking my eyes off the front door. The figure outside watched me through the camera, their head tilting as if curious. The misalignment between what I saw on the screen and what I could see through the frosted glass made my head swim. Halfway up the stairs, my foot hit something soft. I stumbled, caught myself on the railing, and looked down. A hoodie lay crumpled on the step. My hoodie. Not the one I was wearing, the other one, older gray. The one I used for painting and yard work. I hadn't worn it in weeks. I was sure of that. Maya, I said, my mouth dry. There's clothes on the stairs. What kind of clothes? My hoodie, the gray one. Could that have been there before? No. The answer came out sharp, immediate. I would have remembered. My foot brushed it again, and something clinked softly inside the fabric. I crouched despite myself, every nerve screaming at me not to take my eyes off the door. I reached out and patted the pocket. Keys. I pulled them out with shaking fingers. 3 keys and a chipped plastic fob for the back gate. My keys. The ones that were supposed to be on the hook upstairs. For a moment, the fear spiked so high it went hollow, like I'd been punched in the gut. Then my brain latched onto the detail and refused to let go. Maya, I said, my keys are on the stairs. What? The same set. Gate fob and all. That's okay. That's important. That means someone had access, I said, at some point. Okay, she said again, grounding herself. Okay, that explains the lock. That explains inside access. Another knock boomed through the house, harder now. The figure outside leaned closer to the camera, their face filling the frame. Come on, they said. You're making this worse. The breathing sound came again from the hallway behind me, longer this time, unmistakably human. I bolted the rest of the way up the stairs, my legs burning, and slammed myself into the bathroom. The door closed with a hollow thud. The lock stuck, just like it always did. Don't do this to me, I muttered, fumbling with it, heart pounding in my ears. It finally slid into place with a brittle click. I sagged against the door, chest heaving, and slid down until I was sitting on the cold tile floor. The bathroom smelled faintly of mildew, and the eucalyptus soap I'd bought because it was supposed to be calming. Attempt 1 had got me a locked door and a new problem. Maya, I whispered, I'm in the bathroom. Locked. Good, she said. Police are a minute out. Attempt 2, can you get out a window, bathroom window? I twisted, craning my neck. The bathroom window was small and frosted, set high in the wall. It looked out over the side yard and the neighbor's fence. I stood on the toilet lid and pushed it open. Cool air rushed in, carrying the smell of wet leaves and engine exhaust. For a moment, relief washed through me. Then the window stuck halfway. I pushed harder. The frame groaned but didn't move. Outside, a shape shifted into view. My breath hitched. But then I focused, really looked. It wasn't a person. It was the neighbor's satellite dish, mounted low and catching the light at a strange angle. Movement had been the wind rocking the fence vine, its leaves slapping softly against metal. My knees almost gave out with relief. False alarm, I said shakily. Just the dish. Wind. Okay, Maya said. That's okay, that's good. I tried to laugh, but it came out thin. I shoved at the window again. It refused to budge. From downstairs, the knock came again. 3 slow taps, then, from just outside the bathroom door, I heard a voice, my voice. You locked the bathroom, it said mildly. That's new. I froze. The doorknob turned, slowly, carefully, testing the lock. I scrambled back, slipping on the tile and slamming my elbow into the sink. Pain shot up my arm, sharp and bright, but it barely registered compared to the sound of the knob jiggling again. Maya, I gasped. They're upstairs. I'm at the front, she said, her voice tight with fear now. I can see one on the porch. They haven't moved. Then there are 2, I said. The knob stopped. Footsteps retreated down the hall. For a split second, hope flared maybe they'd given up. Maybe they'd gone back downstairs. Then my phone buzzed again with a notification. Motion detected. Bathroom hallway. Live view available. I stared at the screen, my reflection ghosted over it. The camera outside the bathroom door, one I'd installed after a break-in down the street last year, showed the hallway clearly. The feed flickered, then steadied. The hallway was empty. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." From downstairs, I heard the front door unlock. The sound was unmistakable, the deadbolt turning, smooth and practiced. "Maya," I said, my voice breaking. "They're unlocking the door." "I'm right here," she said, panic creeping in. "I don't see anyone touching it." The door opened anyway. Cool air rushed into the house, carrying street noise and the distant wail of a siren too far away. The porch feed showed the figure stepping inside. The hallway feed upstairs showed nothing. I was trapped between feeds that disagreed about reality, locked in a bathroom with no exit and keys that had already betrayed me. The bathroom door rattled once, as if someone had bumped it from the outside. Then again, harder. I pressed my back to the tub, clutching my injured elbow, and realized with a sick clarity that even if the police arrived in seconds, I had nowhere left to go. Retreat was no longer an option. The bathroom door bowed inward with the next hit. Not a smash. Not yet. Testing shove measured, like someone gauging cheap wood and cheaper hinges. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline flattening everything else. The lock rattled, held, rattled again. My elbow screamed when I put weight on it, a hot, nauseating pain that made my vision flicker at the edges. "Maya," I said into the phone, keeping my voice low. "They're at the bathroom." "I hear it," she said. Wind rushed across her mic as she moved. "I'm on the sidewalk. I can hear thumping through the door. Police are another impact." Harder, the door frame cracked with a sharp, splintering sound. A thin line of light appeared where the latch met the frame. I looked around wildly. The bathroom was a dead end. Tub, sink, toilet, towel rack screwed into drywall. No weapon, no exit. The camera notification chimed again. I didn't look at it. "Hey," a voice said from the other side of the door. "Calm, reasonable, mine. You're making this dangerous. Open the door." I pressed my back against the tub and slid down, breathing through my teeth. "Go to hell," a pause. I imagined them smiling, adjusting their grip, switching tactics. From downstairs, something clattered metal on tile. The sound of the umbrella stand I'd dropped earlier being nudged aside. Footsteps. Real ones, close. "Maya," I whispered. "If anything happens, don't," she said sharply. "Don't do that. Listen to me." The porch guy just moved. I heard her footsteps crunching on gravel as she repositioned. The bathroom door shuttered again. A shoulder hit it this time. The crack widened. Wood fibers peeled, exposing pale, raw grain. I grabbed the towel rack and yanked. It tore free with a shriek of metal, sending me sprawling. I landed hard on my injured elbow and bit back a scream. The rack bent in my hands, but it was something heavy, awkward. The lock gave. The door swung inward halfway, catching on the warped frame. A face appeared in the gap. My face, close enough that I could see details the camera never caught. The faint scar on the chin that wasn't mine, the eyebrows a shade too straight. The skin looked wrong up close, not unreal, just rehearsed, like a mask learned over time. "You really should have stayed upstairs," he said quietly. I swung the towel rack with everything I had. It connected with his shoulder, a dull, meaty thud that vibrated up my arms. He grunted, more surprised than hurt, and the door burst the rest of the way open as he stumbled back. I didn't wait. I ran. The hallway blurred as I tore past the camera, past the bedroom door, down the stairs 2 at a time. My foot slipped on the last step, and I went down hard, catching myself on the wall, stars exploding behind my eyes. From the front door, I heard Maya shout my name. The porch door was open. The other one, the porch one, stood just inside the threshold, framed by streetlight and open air. Same hoodie, same posture. He turned as I skidded into view. For a split second, the world stalled. 2 versions of the same man facing each other across the entryway, both breathing hard, both real. "Back up," Maya yelled from outside. The porch guy lunged for the door. I slammed my shoulder into him. We crashed into the console table. Mail exploded everywhere. The insurance envelope tore open, papers skittering across the floor. He smelled like my soap. That eucalyptus note. It hit me hard, intimate, and wrong. We grappled clumsily, 2 untrained bodies colliding in a space too small. He was stronger than he looked, or maybe just more prepared. His knee drove into my thigh. I gasped and lost balance. Behind us, the bathroom intruder barreled down the stairs. "Police," Maya screamed, and this time it wasn't a warning. It was a lie she was throwing like a weapon. The porch guy hesitated, just a fraction. I used it. I grabbed the open insurance papers off the floor and shoved them into his face, blinding him long enough to wrench free. It was stupid, desperate. It worked. I staggered backward, pain flaring everywhere at once. The sound of a siren cut through the night, close now. Real. The porch guy bolted, not toward the street, toward the back of the house. "Gate," I shouted hoarsely. "He's going for the back gate." Maya moved fast. I heard her footsteps pound around the side of the house. The bathroom intruder skidded to a stop at the bottom of the stairs, eyes flicking between me and the open front door. Calculation replaced confidence. I raised the bent towel rack again, hands shaking. "Don't," I said. My voice barely sounded like mine anymore. "It's over," he smiled. Smaller now, tight. "Wasn't supposed to be," he said. Then he turned and ran for the back hallway. I chased him. The back door stood ajar, the latch scraped and scarred. Cool air poured in, along with Maya's shout, and the clang of the gate slamming shut. A crash sounded from the yard, a body hitting fence. A curse, not my voice this time, higher, panicked. The bathroom intruder burst into the yard and skidded to a stop when he saw Maya standing there, phone raised, flashlight blazing in his face. Red and blue light washed over the fence as 2 patrol cars screeched to a halt out front. He froze, hands up, breathing hard. It ended not with a fight, but with compliance, with wrists turned, with the sound of cuffs clicking closed. I sank onto the back step, legs giving out at last. My elbow throbbed in deep, sick waves. Blood dripped from somewhere my head, I realized distantly when I touched it and my fingers came away red. Police voices filled the yard, orders, radios crackling. Names asked, names answered. They took the men away separately. Only later, much later, wrapped in a blanket in the back of an ambulance, did it come together. 2 men, brothers, similar build, similar face. One had spent months learning my routines, watching from across the street, copying my walk, my voice, the way I patted my pockets. They decloned my keys from a briefcase I carried into a cafe weeks ago. Slipped the copy back before I noticed. Installed a cheap Wi-Fi jammer to scramble camera feeds at critical moments, create overlaps, confusion. The me on camera was bait, a distraction, an alibi being built in reverse. They weren't there to hurt me. They were there to use me. Identity theft, insurance fraud, a staged disappearance that would have started tonight. They underestimated one thing: how hard it is to disappear someone who's still fighting. The cost came later, in quieter ways. My elbow needed stitches. My head throbbed for days. Sleep didn't come easily after that, not with every creak sounding like footsteps, not with every reflection asking if it was really me. The cameras still work. I check them less now. But sometimes, when I scrub back through the footage, I still catch myself flinching, waiting to see myself walk out the door again. The hospital discharged me just after 2 a.m, when the waiting room had thinned to a few slumped figures, and a janitor pushing a cart that smelled faintly of bleach and burnt coffee. 6 stitches in my elbow, a mild concussion, instructions I nodded through even though I knew I wouldn't remember half of them. Maya drove me home. Neither of us talked much. The city looked different at that hour, emptier, flatter, like a stage after the actors have gone and someone forgot to turn off the lights. Every red signal felt personal. Every parked car made my shoulders tighten. At the house, the porch light was off. I stood there longer than necessary, keys heavy in my pocket, listening to the quiet. The police had left tape on the back gate and a report number on the kitchen counter. Someone had boarded up the bathroom door where the frame had split. It all looked temporary in the way disasters do once the adrenaline drains away. "You don't have to go in tonight," Maya said. "You can stay with me." I almost said yes. The word hovered on my tongue, soft and tempting. But the house was mine. What they'd tried to do only worked if I let the place become something else. Evidence, a crime scene, a story other people told about me. "I need to," I said. She nodded, not arguing. She walked me inside and stayed until I'd eaten something small and swallowed 2 painkillers with shaking hands. When she finally left, she hugged me too tightly, like she was trying to imprint my shape. "Call me if you hear anything," she said. I almost laughed. Sleep came in pieces. I woke every hour to the sound of the radiator, the wind, my own breathing too loud in the dark. Once, I woke convinced someone was standing at the foot of the bed. It took a long minute to realize it was just the shadow of the chair, clothes draped over it the wrong way. In the morning, the house looked ordinary again. Sunlight caught the dust in the air. The insurance papers lay stacked neatly on the counter, dried and smoothed by a police tech who'd worn gloves and apologized for the mess. The cameras blinked their steady blue lights. They still worked. The detective came by late morning, a man with tired eyes and a notebook that already looked too full. He walked me through what they knew. The brothers had been running variations of the same scam in 3 cities. Impersonation, surveillance, social engineering. They didn't need to be me forever, just long enough to create a paper trail that said I'd left, vanished, abandoned my life. "They got sloppy," he said, not unkindly. "Or unlucky." I thought about the moment at the bathroom door, the confidence that had cracked just enough for me to slip away. "They knew me," I said, "too well." He didn't argue. After he left, I sat at my desk and opened the security app. Every clip from the night before had been tagged and copied. Evidence, time-stamped, annotated. I watched myself leave the house again at 6:41 p.m., watched the door close behind me. Knowing how it worked didn't erase the feeling in my chest when I saw it. My brain still flinched, still tried to reconcile memory with image. I deleted the clip. Not all of them, just that one. Over the next few days, life crept back in. Emails, bills, a text from Maya every morning that said "still you," and made me smile despite myself. I changed my locks, canceled cards, sat with a fraud specialist who spoke gently and assumed I'd need things explained twice. I did. The house never quite went back to being neutral. I noticed things now, how sound carried through the vents, how reflections shifted in the hallway mirror depending on the time of day. I stopped wearing hoodies. I didn't know when that happened exactly. Just one morning, I reached for one and felt a sudden, sharp resistance. The camera stayed on. I told myself it was practical, sensible. One afternoon, about a week later, I was scrubbing dried paint off my hands in the kitchen sink when my phone buzzed. Motion detected, front door. I froze. Then I checked the live view and laughed at myself. It was the mail carrier, hat pulled low, already turning away. Still, my hands shook as I dried them. The last loose end came quietly. A letter from the police department, formal and thin, explaining that one of the brothers had tried to give a statement and then withdrawn it. No trial date yet, no guarantees, just process. At the bottom, a handwritten note from the detective. You did everything right. I stared at it for a long time. Some nights, I replay conversations in my head. Not the fight, not the shouting, but the calm moments. The way he'd said, "You locked the bathroom." That's new, like he'd been disappointed, like I'd broken character. The cameras don't show anything unusual anymore. No doubled images, no glitches, just me moving through rooms, leaving and returning in ways that match my memory. Mostly. Once, very late, I scrubbed back through an old clip to check a timestamp. The living room was empty. The coat rack leaned. The mail sat on the table. For a fraction of a second, so brief I can't be sure it wasn't compression artifact or fatigue, I thought I saw a shape in the hallway mirror behind the stairs. A sliver of movement where there shouldn't have been any. I closed the app without rewinding. The house settled around me. The radiator ticked. A gull cried somewhere over the river. I locked the door, checked it twice. Then I went upstairs, carrying my phone in my hand, and told myself carefully, deliberately, that this time when the cameras said I was home, they were right. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The screen blinked twice, once, twice, then froze on a frame that made no sense. A flicker, maybe, or a glitch. It was just past midnight when Jamie leaned forward, rubbing tired eyes, staring at the security monitor in the cluttered corner of the shop's back office. The black and white grainy footage showed the front sidewalk of the tiny convenience store in West Philadelphia. Rain had started again, tapping on the cracked window like a nervous finger. Jamie frowned. The camera feed was delayed by about 10 seconds, a quirk from the cheap system the store owner insisted on, even though Jamie had begged for an upgrade months ago. But this time, the pause felt wrong. The screen showed a man standing outside, holding a plastic bag. Except Jamie was sure he hadn't seen anyone out there a moment ago when she checked the real street through the frosted glass door. Her pulse quickened, but she told herself it was probably just the system lagging again. The rain made everything blurry, and maybe her eyes were playing tricks. She leaned back in the squeaky chair, the smell of stale coffee and cheap disinfectant heavy in the cramped space. "Hey, you still here?" came a voice from the front counter. Jamie spun her head toward the register. Mark was wiping his hands on his apron. He looked up from a crossword puzzle, squinting through thick glasses. "Yeah, just weird glitch on the camera," she said, trying to sound casual. Mark grunted and turned back to the crossword. "Weird glitches aren't exactly news around here." He gestured toward the storm outside. Rain messing with everything. Jamie nodded, but she couldn't shake the feeling. That man shouldn't have been there. She glanced back at the screen. The figure was gone now, replaced by an empty sidewalk soaked in puddles. Mark glanced over again. "You're sure you're not just tired?" Jamie's hands twitched on the mouse. "Maybe." She hated that she sounded uncertain. She hated it because deep down she was certain, but couldn't explain why. The bell over the door jingled softly, a rare sound for this late on a Tuesday. Jamie's heart skipped. She wasn't expecting anyone. Mark looked up, frowning. Who the hell? She caught a glimpse of a soaked man stepping inside. He was tall, with a hood drawn tight over his face, shoulders hunched against the rain. "Evening," Jamie said, standing. Her voice felt tight. The man's face was partially hidden by shadow and wet strands of hair. He looked younger than she expected, maybe early 20s, but his eyes were sharp, scanning. Mark muttered, "Late night shopper." The man nodded, then glanced back out the door like he was checking if anyone else had followed him in. He pulled back his hood a little, revealing pale skin and a thin scar running down his left cheek. Jamie froze for a second, caught by the scar. It looked fresh, angry, like a line carved too deep. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice steadier than she felt. He didn't answer at first. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled bill. Jamie noticed the trembling in his fingers. "I just need a pack of cigarettes," he finally said, voice low and a little rough. Jamie turned to the rack, trying to mask how fast her mind was racing. She glanced at Mark, who was watching the man now, clearly uncomfortable. The bell jingled again, this time louder, as the door was pushed open by the gusting wind. The man flinched, but didn't move. "Hey," Mark said, stepping closer to the register. "You okay out there?" The man nodded quickly, eyes darting to the camera mounted above the door, the one Jamie had been watching earlier. He blinked hard, like trying to shake something off. Jamie's stomach tightened. That momentary glance at the camera felt like more than coincidence. Before she could say anything, the man gave a small, almost bitter smile. "Yeah, just tired." Jamie handed him the pack and watched as he pulled out a cigarette and flicked the lighter, the flame briefly illuminating the tension in his face. The smell of burning tobacco mixed with the rain-damp air. "Thanks," he said, voice softer now. As he walked toward the door, Jamie's eyes flicked again to the security monitor. The screen was back to the empty sidewalk, but in the corner of the frame, something shifted, a dark shadow stretching too long, too crooked. For a heartbeat, it looked like a hand pressed against the glass. Then it was gone. Jamie blinked. Maybe it was just a trick of the light, a smear on the lens. But the chill in her spine told her otherwise. Mark looked over, noticing her stare. "You see something?" Jamie hesitated. Maybe could be nothing. Mark shrugged, but Jamie could tell he wasn't convinced. The wind howled outside, rattling the doorframe. They both stood there, the quiet hum of the refrigerator and the drip of rain from the awning filling the room. Jamie's phone buzzed softly on the counter. A text from her sister. "You okay? Haven't heard from you all day." Jamie typed back slowly. "Yeah, just a long shift." She looked back at the screen. The camera was working fine now. No shadows, no figures, but the image she'd seen lingered in her mind. Something that hadn't been there. She rubbed her hands together and said quietly, almost to herself, "I should check the other cameras." Mark raised an eyebrow. "You're sure? Could be a waste of time." Jamie didn't answer right away. The storm outside was growing louder, the light flickering overhead. Finally, she nodded. "Yeah, I need to." Jamie sat back down at the cluttered desk, the glow from the monitor washing over her face. She clicked through the camera feeds, front door, back alley, parking lot, and finally the narrow corridor behind the store where deliveries came in. The timestamp flicked in the corner. 12:17 a.m. The rain had turned into a steady downpour, the storm sounding like a distant drumline. Every so often, a gust slammed against the windows, rattling the old panes. "Everything looks normal," Mark said, stepping in with a mug of lukewarm coffee. "I don't see anything out of place." Jamie kept her eyes on the screens, her hands jittery around the mouse. "It's not normal. I saw something earlier. Jamie, I've been here 10 years. If the cameras showed a ghost or whatever you think, I'd be the first to know. It's probably a glitch." Jamie forced a smile, but inside her chest tightened. She hated that she sounded so unsure, like she was chasing shadows. But the strange thing was, this wasn't just some random glitch. It felt like a warning she couldn't explain. "Look," she said, zooming in on the front sidewalk again. At exactly 11:58, there was a figure. She stopped. The screen froze. The feed blinked out. "Damn it," Jamie muttered, banging her fist lightly on the desk. The monitor flickered, blacked out, then slowly came back, showing nothing but a blank screen. Mark frowned. "Power's out." He looked toward the hallway where the breaker box was. "Maybe," Jamie said, standing. The shop was plunged into low emergency lighting. The fluorescent hum vanished, replaced by the buzz of the backup generator kicking in. The whole place felt smaller, colder. Shadows stretched long across the linoleum floor. "I'll check the breaker," Mark said, heading off. Jamie lingered near the window, peering out through the rain-streaked glass. The street lamp flickered, casting patches of yellow and black over the cracked pavement. Her mind spun. What if this wasn't a glitch? What if the power cut was connected? Her phone buzzed again, a message from her sister, Emily. "You okay? Call me when you get a chance. Jamie typed quickly. Storm's rough. Power flickered here. She looked back at the door, half expecting the scarred man to reappear. The store's old phone rang suddenly, the shrill tone cutting sharply through the quiet. Jamie jumped, heart pounding. She picked up on the second ring. Hello. Static crackled. Then a voice, low and hurried, came through. Jamie, you don't know me, but you need to listen. The cameras, there's something wrong. They're not just broken. You have to get out. Now. The line went dead. Jamie stared at the receiver. A prank. A mistake. She glanced toward the front door, then back at the darkened security monitor. Mark returned, wiping his hands on his apron. Breaker was fine. Must be the generator acting up. Jamie shook her head, voice barely above a whisper. That call, someone knows about the cameras. Mark raised his eyebrows. Are you messing with me? No, Jamie's breath caught. I'm serious. Something's off. Mark's face hardened. Look, we can't start jumping at shadows. The storm's got you on edge. Jamie clenched her fists, frustration bubbling. She hated how often she let her anxiety get the better of her. At work, she was supposed to be calm, reliable. But lately, this constant unease, this feeling that something's just beneath the surface, was wearing her down. We should call the police, she said quietly. Mark scoffed. For what? A power flicker and some weird static. You want to waste their time. Before Jamie could answer, the overhead lights flickered violently, then went out again. The emergency lights stayed on, but they threw the room into harsh, fragmented shadows. The old air conditioner rattled in the back room, its hum suddenly stuttering. A metallic clink echoed somewhere near the loading dock. Jamie's skin prickled. Did you hear that? Mark's jaw tightened. Probably just the storm, loose debris. But Jamie wasn't convinced. She grabbed a flashlight from under the counter, its beam weak but steady in the gloom. Let's check the back, she said. Mark hesitated, then nodded. They moved together through the store, the aisles dark except for the flashlight's circle. The rain hammered harder now, a constant white noise outside. Near the loading dock, Jamie spotted something on the floor, a small, muddy footprint. It wasn't large, but fresh. Someone been back here, she said. Mark's eyes narrowed. Maybe the delivery guy forgot something. Jamie shook her head. No deliveries tonight. It's too late. Her phone buzzed again. This time, a text with no number. Check the cameras, now. A cold knot formed in Jamie's stomach. She pulled out the emergency key and unlocked the door leading to the security room. Mark followed, eyes scanning. Jamie switched on the backup monitor. Static. Then the feed returned, grainy and glitchy, but working. The same scene from before, the front sidewalk, rain pouring down. And in the corner, just at the edge of the frame, something shifted again. A dark shape, longer and more deliberate this time. Jamie's breath caught. It's back. Mark rubbed his temples. You're seeing things. Suddenly, the door behind them slammed shut with a loud bang. Jamie and Mark spun around, hearts pounding. The lock was jammed. No amount of rattling or pulling would budge it. Jamie reached for her phone. No signal. Mark looked around frantically. We're locked in. The tension in the small room was suffocating. The faint sound of footsteps echoed from the hall outside, slow and deliberate. Jamie swallowed hard, trying to steady her shaking hands. Her mind raced back to the caller's warning, the mysterious man outside, and the shadow on the camera. "We need to get out," she said, voice urgent. Mark nodded, but his face was pale and fast. The storm's roar outside seemed to grow louder, as if the night itself was closing in. The locked door pressed cold against Jamie's back. Her breath came in short bursts, fogging the small window set into the metal. Outside, the hallway was drenched in shadows, lit only by the occasional flicker of a faulty overhead bulb struggling against the storm. The muffled roar of rain seeped through the cracked walls, underscoring the tense silence between her and Mark. Mark's hands rattled the doorknob again, but it didn't budge. This thing's stuck tight. Jamie shined the flashlight down the narrow corridor. The store's layout was simple, a rectangular footprint about 30 feet by 20, with the front door on the west side opening onto the wet street. The security room sat in the northeast corner, tucked behind the main counter and the aisles of canned goods. The back exit, where the loading dock was, led to a fenced alley just beyond the trash bins and a rusted fire escape. "We have to get to the back door," Jamie said, trying to keep her voice steady. "If the front's locked and we're trapped here, maybe the back is." Mark wiped sweat from his brow, despite the chill. "All right, but that means going through the main store floor. If whoever's out there is still here, we're sitting ducks." Jamie nodded. Better than waiting to die locked in here. They exchanged a grim look. Then Mark pushed the door open a crack, the hinges whining like a warning. A quick scan of the hallway showed nothing, just wet tile and overturned boxes where the janitor had bumped into shelves earlier that afternoon. Jamie stepped out first, the flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. The fluorescent lights in the aisles were dead, leaving the store mostly dark, except for the emergency exit sign above the rear door, glowing faintly in green. "Stay close," Jamie whispered. They moved cautiously, feet sticky on spilled soda near the snack aisle, the faint smell of stale chips and damp cardboard filling the air. Jamie's nerves frayed with every creak of the floorboards, every clatter of loose cans rolling off a shelf. Halfway to the back, a sudden crash made them both jump. "Shit," Mark hissed, spinning toward the noise. A plastic basket had fallen over, cans spilling onto the floor. Jamie's flashlight beam swung wildly, searching for a figure. But the aisle was empty. Only a small rat darted under the shelves. Jamie exhaled slowly. Just a rat. Mark shook his head, muttering, "Jesus." They pressed on, nearing the loading dock door. The emergency exit was a heavy metal slab with a push bar, leading out to a narrow alley squeezed between the store and the neighboring building. Outside, the rain blurred the dim yellow glow of the streetlights. Jamie reached the door and pushed the bar. It wouldn't budge. Mark crouched down to inspect. "It's locked from the outside." "What?" Jamie's voice cracked. "Why would someone lock us in?" "Maybe to keep someone out." "Or in," Mark said grimly. The idea hit Jamie like a punch. Someone wanted them trapped. "We need a key," she said, scanning the floor nearby. The janitor's keyring had been lost somewhere earlier, but maybe. Suddenly, the door rattled violently, as if someone was banging on the other side. Jamie jumped back, heart hammering. "Mark, someone's out there." The banging grew louder, more urgent. Jamie raised the flashlight to the small window in the door, but the thick rain distorted her view. "Hey," she called, "who's there?" No answer, just the relentless knocking. Mark pulled the door close, breathing hard. "We're stuck, and whoever's out there isn't friendly." Jamie's mind raced. The footprints in the back, the locked doors, the strange calls and texts. It was all coming together. They were caught in a trap, but why? And by whom? "We should try the front door again," Jamie said, though doubt crept into her voice. Mark groaned. "You want to walk past whoever's outside and risk it?" "No thanks." Before they could argue, the emergency lights flickered, then died altogether. The store was plunged into near-complete darkness, save for the flashlight and the faint glow of the storm outside. Jamie's hand shook as she raised the beam, catching a movement near the checkout counter. "Did you see that?" she whispered. Mark squinted. "What?" A shadow shifted just beyond the aisles, barely visible. Jamie swallowed hard. "I don't know, something moved." Mark sighed. Maybe a stray cat got in. Jamie wasn't so sure. The figure had been too deliberate, too quick. Suddenly, a harsh scraping sound came from the roof, like metal being dragged along the gutter. They froze, listening as the noise continued intermittently, echoing over the storm. Mark shook his head, probably just debris. Jamie looked at him, eyes wide. Or someone on the roof. Mark grabbed a broken broom handle, leaning against the wall. "If someone's up there, we're in deep trouble." They crept toward the front entrance, trying to stay as quiet as possible. The storm's roar made it hard to hear anything else, but every shadow seemed alive with threat. Reaching the front door, Jamie peeked through the rain-smeared glass. The sidewalk was empty, no sign of the scarred man or anyone else. She turned to Mark, trying to hide her relief. Maybe they left. But the security camera screen, now flickering on a small handheld tablet Jamie had grabbed from the counter, showed a different story. In the lower corner, barely visible, a dark figure crouched just beyond the frame of the camera's usual view. It moved slowly, methodically, as if waiting. Jamie's stomach dropped. "They're still here." Mark's grip tightened on the broom handle. "This is worse than I thought." Suddenly, the tablet beeped with a notification, a low battery warning. The screen began to dim. Jamie scrambled to plug it in, but the power strip was dead. The storm must have taken out the circuit. Mark growled, "We're losing our eyes." Before Jamie could respond, the tablet's screen flickered and showed something that froze her blood. The shadowed figure was standing now, looking directly toward the camera. And then the screen went black. "Damn it," Jamie whispered. Mark slammed the broom against the counter. "We can't stay here." Jamie nodded, swallowing hard. The storm was louder now, the building creaking under the wind's assault. Their phones were dead or useless. Outside, footsteps echoed from the alley near the back door, slow and heavy. Jamie and Mark exchanged a look. There was no going back now. The footsteps outside the back door were slow, deliberate. Heavy rain pounded the alley beyond, the howling wind rattling the metal doorframe. Jamie gripped the flashlight so tightly her knuckles went white. The beam cut a narrow path through the dark as she stood shoulder to shoulder with Mark near the loading dock, their backs pressed against the cold concrete wall. "Any sign of that key?" Jamie whispered. Mark shook his head. "Nothing. We're running out of options." His breath came fast, uneven. A sharp metallic scrape sounded from the roof again. Jamie's eyes shot upward. Rain spattered down from the gutters, slipping through rusted edges, but the sound was clear, someone moving up there. Mark's face tightened. "That's it, they're everywhere." The lock on the door rattled violently, like a hammer striking iron. The pounding intensified, echoing through the small space. Jamie's heart thudded painfully against her ribs. "Mark, the janitor's keys. Where do they usually keep them?" she asked urgently. "In the little wall hook by the front counter," he said, swallowing hard. "But it's probably behind the register. And with the storm, that area's flooded." Jamie's mind raced. They couldn't wait. The pounding might break the door soon. The emergency lights flickered, then sputtered out, plunging them into near darkness. Her flashlight was the only thing holding back the black. Then whispered voices outside, just beyond the door. Harsh, hurried murmurs, too muffled to understand. The pounding stopped. Silence settled for a breath, then a slow scrape. Jamie squeezed her eyes shut. Her throat burned with panic, but she forced herself to breathe evenly. Suddenly, the door burst inward with a loud crack. Splinters flew, the lock shattered. Mark shoved Jamie back as a tall figure stepped inside. The scarred man. He was soaked, rainwater dripping from his dark jacket, face grim and tense. His scar gleamed raw in the flashlight beam. "Get down," Mark hissed, brandishing the broken broom handle. The man held up his hands slowly. "Wait, I'm not here to hurt you." Jamie stared, heart hammering, confusion crashing over her. "Then what are you doing here? Why lock us in?" The man's eyes flicked nervously toward the back door. "They're after me. They rigged the power. They want to trap you too." "Who?" Jamie demanded. He hesitated. "People I crossed, dangerous ones. I thought I could get away, but they're close." Behind them, a faint noise. Heavy footsteps again, approaching fast. "We don't have time," the man said. "We need to get out through the roof." Jamie's mind slammed against the idea. The fire escape. Mark looked doubtful. "You want us to climb up there in this storm?" The man nodded sharply. "It's the only way." Jamie's lungs burned as adrenaline surged. "Okay, let's move." They darted toward the back door, now open, but guarded by shadows. The alley outside was slick with rain and trash, the street lamp's weak glow throwing long, shaky shadows. Jamie's fingers trembled as she grabbed the metal ladder welded to the fire escape. The cold bit into her palms as she hauled herself upward. Mark and the man close behind. The wind whipped fiercely, making the ladder sway. Jamie's heart pounded in her ears. Halfway up, a sudden scream shattered the night, a high, piercing sound from below. Jamie froze. She looked down and saw two figures racing through the alley, dark shapes moving fast, their intent clear. "They're coming," she shouted. Mark climbed faster, nearly slipping. Jamie's arms ached, muscles trembling. The man pulled himself up beside her, scanning the rooftop. "Go," he urged. They scrambled onto the roof, rain slick beneath their feet. The city's lights flickered beyond, hazy and distant through the storm. The fire escape led to the next building's roof. But between them and safety lay a gap about 4 feet wide, spanned only by a rickety wooden plank, soaked and rotted. Jamie's breath caught. She looked at the plank. It creaked under Mark's tentative step. "Be careful," he warned. Jamie squared her shoulders, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the plank. It groaned but held. Halfway across, the wood cracked sharply. Jamie's heart leapt as the plank bent precariously. She froze, gripping the ledge on the other side. Mark's voice was urgent. "Keep moving, don't stop." With a desperate surge, Jamie lunged forward, rolling safely onto the next roof. Mark followed, breathing hard but safe. The scarred man lingered on the plank, testing it carefully. Suddenly, the plank snapped beneath him. He yelped, grabbing the ledge just in time to stop his fall. Jamie and Mark reached out, pulling him up, muscles straining. Once all three were safe, Jamie collapsed against a vent, chest heaving. "We need to keep moving," the man said. They navigated the labyrinth of rooftops, the storm relentless. Jamie's legs burned, her hands raw from climbing. Suddenly, Mark stumbled on a loose tile, twisting his ankle badly. He collapsed to the ground with a harsh cry. Jamie rushed over. "Mark, can you walk?" He gritted his teeth. "I'm not sure." The man looked around desperately. "We can't leave him." Jamie bit her lip. "We have to. We'll help you if you stay here. I'll call for help once I get a signal." Mark shook his head. "No way, we stick together." Jamie glanced at the sky dawn was creeping in, pale and cold. They couldn't stay on the rooftops forever. Suddenly, a siren wailed faintly in the distance. The man looked toward it. "Police." Jamie's throat tightened. Relief and fear tangled inside her. Before they could plan, footsteps thundered on the roof behind them. The pursuers had found them. They scattered, darting toward a fire escape leading down to the street. Jamie helped Mark, supporting his weight. They reached the bottom as police lights flooded the wet street. Officers swarmed the alley, shouting commands. Jamie collapsed against the wall, exhausted, rain soaking through her clothes. Mark winced, clutching his ankle. The scarred man was taken into custody, explaining everything between gasps. Jamie watched the flashing lights, feeling the weight of everything, the fear, the bruises, the close calls. She looked at Mark, who managed a weak smile. "We made it," she whispered. But in her chest, a cold ache lingered, the certainty that what they faced wasn't over. The fluorescent lights buzzed faintly in the hospital waiting room, sterile and bright, an uneasy contrast to the storm's aftermath that still clung to Jamie's skin like cold sweat. Mark sat beside her on the stiff plastic chairs, his ankle swollen, and propped on a pillow beneath the thin blanket nurses had handed him. His jaw was tight, but his eyes held a weary relief. Jamie's hands trembled slightly as she traced the rim of her coffee cup, the bitter taste grounding her more than the sterile air. The police had taken statements, collected the store's security footage before it was rendered useless, and assured them they were doing everything they could. The scarred man was in custody, at least for now, his story tangled with some local criminal conflict Jamie barely understood. "You holding up okay?" Mark asked, voice low but steady. Jamie gave a half shrug, then shook her head. "I don't know." Mark looked at her, eyebrows knit. "Me neither." The hospital staff called Mark's name for an x-ray, and he gave Jamie a small nod before shuffling toward the doors, leaning heavily on a nurse's arm. Jamie stayed behind, her phone buzzing softly in her jacket pocket. Emily's text blinked on the screen again. "I'm here whenever you want to talk." Jamie typed back slowly. "Thanks, not ready yet." Outside, the rain had stopped, but the streets were still slick, with puddles reflecting the cold streetlights. A part of Jamie wanted to go back to the store, to sweep the aisles herself, and find some tangible proof this nightmare had actually happened. But she knew it wouldn't bring peace. Back in the hospital lobby, Jamie sat quietly watching people move past, shuffling feet, hurried conversations, the soft beeping of machines from nearby rooms. Normal life, threading on despite everything. But beneath the surface, something had shifted. The police had recovered the security cameras from the store's back office. Officially, they said there was no evidence of tampering, just storm damage and technical glitches. But Jamie knew better. The shadows on the screen, the locked doors, the pounding on the metal, and the men chasing the scarred man weren't glitches. The detectives promised follow-ups, but Jamie's calls later went unanswered. One afternoon, weeks later, Jamie found herself back at the store. Mark had returned to work, hobbling on a brace, but joking about his war wound. The store looked almost the same faded linoleum, same scent of old coffee and cheap cleaning products. But the atmosphere felt heavier, like the air had absorbed something dark that didn't dissipate with daylight. Jamie lingered near the security office. The new cameras were installed, more expensive, state-of-the-art. She watched the screens as the rain started again outside, soft and steady this time. The feed showed nothing unusual. She sighed, rubbing her temples. As she turned away, her gaze caught a small, almost imperceptible smear on the lens of one camera, the same corner where the shadow had appeared weeks ago. She blinked. It wasn't dirt or rain. It was more like a faint, streaky mark. She reached for a cloth, but the moment her fingers touched the glass, the monitor flickered. The screen went black for a heartbeat. Then, in the dim light of the room, a brief, flickering image appeared. A hand pressed against the glass too long, too crooked to be real. Jamie jerked back, heart pounding, blinking hard. The image vanished. She told herself it was a glitch. It had to be. Still, as she left the room, a slow chill crawled along her spine. Outside, the rain began again, tapping lightly on the storefront windows. A quiet rhythm undercut by the hum of the city that never fully slept. Jamie walked away, pulling her coat tight. But the feeling stayed, the sense that some part of what had happened wasn't finished with her yet. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is The Shadow in the Window Knows My Name. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The clock in the kitchen ticked unevenly, its second hand stuttering over the worn face like it was struggling to keep up. Outside, the sky was a dull gray, heavy with the kind of fog that seeps through cracks and turns familiar streets into blurry shapes. Maggie turned from the stove just in time to see a figure linger across the street. A man standing motionless on the cracked sidewalk in front of the old brick row houses. His shadow stretched unnaturally long, pressed against the frosted glass of the window across from him. It was just past 6 in the evening. Dusk was settling, but something about the stillness felt off. She squinted through the rain-speckled window pane, her fingers tightening around the spatula. The man's face wasn't clear, but she could swear his head turned toward her house, as if he'd noticed her watching. Then he shifted, the shadow folding with him, and disappeared behind the curtains of the apartment above. "Did you see that?" she said, voice low but sharp, as if speaking louder would make the moment disappear. Her boyfriend, Sam, didn't look up from his phone. "See what?" he asked, voice muffled. He was sitting at the kitchen table, one knee propped up, scrolling through local news. The kitchen smelled faintly of burnt toast and something metallic, probably the cast iron skillet she'd overheated before realizing she was distracted. That guy across the street, by the window. Maggie gestured, her eyes still fixed on the street. He was just standing there, staring. Sam looked over, glancing briefly at the window, then back down at his phone. Probably just some drunk, or a homeless guy looking for shelter. Maybe. Maggie bit her lip, unsure if she sounded paranoid, or if she just caught something that slipped past him. Sam stood and walked over, leaning next to her. "You've been on edge since the break-in last month," he said quietly, his breath warm against the glass. "We're safe here. It's just fog and shadows." Safe. The word felt like a thin veil stretched over her growing unease. Since moving into the aging townhouse in a quieter section of Providence, Rhode Island, Maggie had wanted nothing more than normalcy. But something about the neighborhood, something about that man, was quietly twisting the familiar into something she couldn't quite grasp. Her name's Maggie, 28 years old. A freelance graphic designer who'd recently switched from working in the city to taking projects remotely. She liked the slow rhythms of this part of town, the way the old bricks smelled after rain, and the steady hum of life around her. But she also hated how easily her mind spiraled, like now, fixating on a shadow on a window, replaying it over and over in her head. Sam, 31, was calm in her storm, a school counselor at the nearby high school. Practical and patient, the kind of person who could talk down a panicked teenager, and most nights calm Maggie down when her thoughts became too loud. Tonight, though, even his presence felt fragile, like holding a matchstick in a wind tunnel. The rain picked up, tapping a restless rhythm on the window. Maggie pulled her sweater tighter around her arms and exhaled slowly. "Want to just head out?" Sam said, nodding toward his jacket by the door. "Grab a drink at O'Malley's. Could clear your head." She hesitated. Part of her wanted to say yes, to step away from the dim kitchen light and the creeping tension. But the other part, a whisper that had nothing to do with logic, wanted to stay, to see if the shadow would come back. Before she could answer, her phone buzzed on the counter. A text from an unknown number. "I see you." Her heart jerked. The room suddenly felt colder, the air thicker. She glanced at Sam, whose eyes had gone wide. "Who the hell?" he muttered, grabbing the phone. But the message was gone. The screen was blank. No new notification, no trace. Maggie's throat tightened. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone was messing with her because they knew about the break-in. But there was a truth she didn't want to admit, something about that man outside, the shadow in the window, felt connected. Sam handed her the phone back. "You want me to call the police?" She shook her head. "Not yet. Let's see if it happens again." Outside, the fog thickened. The streetlight flickered, then steadied. Somewhere down the block, a car door slammed. The choice hung between them: leave and shake it off, or stay and try to catch whatever was watching. The clock continued its uneven ticking, marking time that suddenly felt too slow and too fast. The day had already started to bleed into night by the time Maggie's phone buzzed again. This time, no message, just a notification from the security app linked to the old camera mounted near their front door. Movement detected. It blinked in harsh white letters against a black screen. Sam was already heading toward the door, keys in hand, when Maggie's voice stopped him. "Wait." Her fingers hovered over the phone, tapping through the live feed. The grainy image showed the sidewalk across the street, the cracked pavement slick with rain. A figure was there, the same man, only this time he wasn't still. He was packing, slow and deliberate, looking up at their house. His shadow stretched long, distorted by the street lamp. Maggie swallowed hard. "He's back." Sam's jaw tightened. "I'm calling the police." "No," Maggie said sharply, though her voice cracked. "Not yet. What if it's nothing? What if they think we're overreacting?" She hated how her voice trembled, how small she felt. The break-in last month had left a scar, not just physical damage to the doorframe, but a deeper wound in her trust of the world. She kept telling herself she wasn't paranoid, that she could handle it. But every unfamiliar noise frayed her nerves further. Sam closed his eyes for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, we stay inside. No one opens the door until they get here." "Good." Maggie leaned against the wall, trying to steady her breathing. But her pulse was thumping in her ears like a hammer. The minutes dragged, filled only by the steady patter of rain on the windows and the distant hum of cars passing. Then, a sudden blackout plunged the whole block into darkness. The street lamp outside flickered once, twice, then died, swallowing the man's figure and the world beyond in shadow. Sam cursed under his breath and checked the breaker box near the kitchen door. Everything was on. Must be the grid, he said. A power outage. Maggie's stomach knotted. Without power, their security cameras were useless, and their phones, already weak from patchy reception, could lose signal at any time. She glanced toward the window, her eyes searching for the faintest silhouette. Do you think he could have done this? Maggie's voice was barely a whisper. Sam shook his head. No, probably just the storm or something with the wires. But now the cops will take longer. She wanted to believe him, wanted to swallow down the gnawing fear curling up inside. But the silence pressed heavy, the blackout turning the familiar street outside into an unknown dark maze. Then came the knocking, slow, methodical, sharp against the wood of their front door. Maggie jumped, heart leaping into her throat. Sam's hand moved to his pocket, where he kept a small flashlight. Who is it? Sam called through the darkness. No answer. Police, a voice said rough and low. Open up. Maggie relaxed slightly. Thank God. Sam moved toward the door, but Maggie stopped him again. Wait. The voice didn't sound like a police officer's. It was deeper, and there was a hard edge to it, not the calm authority she expected. Who is it? She demanded. Silence. Then the knock came again, harder this time. Sam glanced back at her. We should open. What if they're stuck outside? Maggie's mouth was dry. I don't know, something's wrong. She noticed the window across the street. The man's apartment was dark, but she could swear she saw a faint movement behind the curtain, like a shadow slipping out of sight. The power wasn't just out for them. The whole block was swallowed by darkness. Her phone buzzed again. A new message, let me in. She gasped and looked at Sam. His face was pale. Someone's messing with us, he said, voice low. This isn't random. The fear surged up, sharp and suffocating. Maggie's private flaw, the tendency to overthink, to spiral, was no longer just mental. It was real. The unseen man was playing with her, twisting her nerves like a vice. They were trapped in their house with no power, no clear way to call for help, and someone just outside who knew her name. Maggie moved away from the door and toward the kitchen, grabbing the largest kitchen knife she could find. Sam grabbed a heavy umbrella from the stand. They exchanged a look, equal parts fear and determination. Maybe we should check the back door, Maggie said, just to make sure. Sam nodded. Good idea. The narrow hallway leading to the back door was pitch black. They moved slowly, the floor creaking under their feet. At the door, the glass panel was smeared, as if someone had pressed their hand hard against it. Maggie reached out to touch it, cold and damp. God, she whispered. A soft thud echoed behind them. They froze. Sam swung the flashlight beam around the kitchen, but the light barely cut through the darkness. Did you hear that? Maggie whispered. Sam nodded, swallowing hard. Yeah. Another knock, this time at the back door. Sam took a deep breath. We can't stay here all night. Maggie's eyes flicked toward the window again. The silhouette was back, watching, waiting. They had a choice: stay barricaded, helpless and trapped in the dark, or risk stepping outside to confront whatever was out there. And as the rain began to tap again on the roof, heavier this time, the decision hung over them like the weight of the night itself. The hallway was a ribbon of black, broken only by the weak beam of Sam's flashlight. It bounced over framed photos, a crooked calendar, and finally settled on the back door. The glass panel was smeared with handprints, smudged circles of desperation or menace. It was impossible to tell. The rain had slowed to a mist now, tapping softly on the roof, a faint counterpoint to the pounding in Maggie's chest. "Okay," Sam said, voice low. "I'm going to open it a crack, just enough to see who's out there." Maggie's fingers curled tighter around the kitchen knife, her knuckles white. "Be careful." Sam nodded and turned the knob slowly. The door creaked open a sliver, barely wide enough to peer through. Silence. The street beyond was washed in thick shadow, broken only by the faint amber glow of a street lamp 2 houses down. The fog had thickened again, curling low over the cracked sidewalk. No sign of anyone. "Nothing," Sam whispered, closing the door carefully. He gave Maggie a shaky smile. Probably just some idiot messing with us. But Maggie wasn't convinced. Her eyes drifted toward the front window, and for a split second, she thought she saw a shape move in the dark apartment across the street. A slow, subtle shift behind the curtain, like a breath held just too long. Her breath caught Sam look. He followed her gaze, but saw only empty darkness. "Maybe it's the fog," he said, though the uncertainty in his voice betrayed him. They retreated to the kitchen, the only room with a window facing the street. The blackout had rendered all their usual lines of defense useless. No cameras, no external lights, no way to call for help beyond their shaky cell signals. Maggie's phone buzzed again. This time, a number she recognized, her friend Claire, a nurse in the next town over. "Hey, Claire," Maggie whispered, relief flooding her voice. "Power's out here. There's someone outside. We're scared." Claire's voice came clear, calm. "Have you called the police yet?" Maggie shook her head. "No, not sure what to say." Claire sighed. "Call, even if it's nothing. They can check the neighborhood." Maggie glanced at Sam, who gave a reluctant nod. The call connected, but the line crackled, then went dead. "Damn it," Sam cursed. "Cell towers must be overwhelmed." Maggie sank into a chair, rubbing her temples. "Okay, we need a plan," she said. "We can't just sit here waiting for whoever's out there to make the next move." Sam paced, flashlight in hand. The police might not come until morning with the blackout. What if we try to get to the neighbor's house? Mr. Andrews, 2 doors down. He's got a landline. Maggie nodded. "I'll come with you." "Wait," Sam said. "It's dark, foggy, and that guy is still out there somewhere." The memory of the shadow slipping behind the curtain was vivid. Maybe if we stick close to the walls, stay in the shadows ourselves. Maggie trailed off, already moving toward the door. Sam grabbed the umbrella. "All right, let's do it." Outside, the rain had all but stopped. The fog thickened, swallowing street signs and mailboxes in white haze. Their street was lined with tightly packed brick row houses, each with small porches and rusty iron railings. They moved quickly, but carefully, hugging the left side of the sidewalk to stay out of sight from the window across the street. About halfway to Mr. Andrews's door, a sudden sound stopped them cold, a faint scraping, like metal on brick, coming from the alley beside the corner house. Sam flicked the flashlight toward the alley's mouth. Nothing. Maggie's heart pounded. Did you hear that? Yeah, Sam whispered. Could be a raccoon or trash cans knocking over. They pressed on. As they reached the neighbor's porch, Sam rang the bell. No answer. He rattled the door handle. It was locked tight. Damn, he said. No one home. Maggie exhaled sharply, frustration and fear gnawing at her. Back home then, she asked. Before Sam could answer, a bright, piercing light flooded the street from the opposite end. The patrol car's headlights cutting through the fog. Maggie felt a surge of hope. The police. The cruiser rolled slowly down their block, lights flashing faintly in the thick mist. But as it passed, the driver glanced briefly toward their house, then sped off without stopping. No, Maggie muttered. They saw us. They just ignored us. Sam frowned. Maybe they're busy elsewhere. Maggie's phone buzzed again. New message from the unknown number. You can't hide. Her hands trembled as she showed it to Sam. His jaw clenched. This is serious. We need to lock down the house now. Back inside, they bolted doors and drew curtains. The blackout left the house cold and dark, except for the faint glow of Maggie's dying phone battery. An hour passed in tense silence, broken only by the occasional distant siren or the whisper of the wind. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the front porch, something heavy hitting the wood steps. Maggie jumped to her feet, clutching the knife. Sam switched on the flashlight, peering through the peephole. There, sprawled on the steps, was a small black cat, drenched and shaking. Maggie's breath caught in relief. It's just a cat. Sam laughed softly. For a second, I thought. Before he could finish, a heavy knock came again, this time at the back door. Maggie froze. No, not again. Sam shook his head. I'm going to check. Stay here. She watched him move to the door and open it slowly. No one, but the back porch light, an old bulb on a motion sensor, flickered on, revealing a muddy footprint smeared across the doorstep. Sam's face went pale. Someone been here. Maggie's throat tightened. Her body ached with exhaustion, and her nerves were raw. The flood of adrenaline made her hands shake uncontrollably. Can we call someone? Anyone? Sam shook his head. No signal, no power. They stood in the dark kitchen, the weight of the night pressing in. Maggie's phone buzzed once more. A final message. It's time. Her breath hitched. Sam grabbed her hand. We can't wait any longer. The front door creaked open. The front door swung open with a slow, groaning creak, the hinges protesting in the thick silence. Maggie's heart slammed in her chest as Sam shoved her behind the kitchen island. The flashlight in his hand trembled, casting jagged shadows across the dim room. The air smelled of wet earth and something metallic, cold sweat, or perhaps fear. Stay quiet, Sam hissed. eyes scanning the dark hallway beyond the door. Maggie's breath caught. The flickering porch light barely penetrated the gloom outside, but she could hear, no, feel the presence waiting just beyond their threshold. Footsteps, soft, careful, crossed the porch. Then, the slow drag of something heavy. Sam gripped the umbrella tighter. "What do you want?" he called out, voice low but steady. No answer, only silence. Then a sudden thud as a crowbar hit the doorframe, sending a splintering crack through the wood. Maggie gasped. The door trembled under the repeated blows. Sam moved instinctively, yanking the door closed and throwing his weight against it. The umbrella struck out like a club, hitting something solid on the other side, but the assault didn't stop. Maggie stepped back, the knife heavy in her palm. Her hands shook. "Call the police," she whispered, voice raw. Sam nodded and pulled his phone from his pocket. No signal. "Of course," he muttered, throwing the device onto the counter. The pounding grew relentless, and then silence. The blackness beyond the door felt like a wound, waiting to burst. Sam crept toward the window, peering out cautiously. The fog had swallowed the street. The house across from them was dark, lifeless. Maggie's eyes caught the curtain twitching ever so slightly. The man. But then the silhouette stepped back. A shadow no longer pressed to the window. Outside, a car door slammed somewhere down the block, breaking the quiet. Sam's breath was harsh in the silence. "We can't stay here. Where would we go? There's the basement. It's sturdy, small. We can barricade ourselves in there. Maybe wait out the night." Maggie hesitated. The basement was claustrophobic, and the stairs creaked underfoot. But desperation won. They slipped down the narrow steps, the damp cold rising around them. Maggie's hands scraped along the stone wall, rough and unyielding. In the basement, the weak glow of a single emergency bulb flickered on. Sam locked the heavy door behind them and wedged a metal bar in place. "Do you think he's gone?" Maggie asked, voice barely a whisper. Sam shook his head. "No, I think he's watching, waiting." They sat on the cold concrete floor, backs against the wall. The silence stretched. Maggie's phone buzzed again. One new message: "You can't hide forever." The last straw. Her hands trembled as she fumbled with the knife. Sam sat stiff, eyes dark. Suddenly, the basement window rattled a soft tap, tap, tap against the glass. Maggie's breath caught. They both froze, listening. The tapping grew louder, then stopped. A shadow moved beyond the frosted glass. Sam grabbed the flashlight and aimed it at the window. But the figure melted back into the night. "No," Maggie said. "He's trying to get in." The basement had a single, small window high on the wall, a potential entry point, but too small for a person. Unless. Sam stood and pressed his ear to the door. Then came a whisper. Maggie couldn't make it out. "Sam," she said, "we need to get out now." He nodded. They crept back up the stairs. The hallway was empty. The front door stood ajar, splintered where the crowbar had done its damage. They heard footsteps retreating down the stairs. Sam pulled Maggie close. "Go out the back," he whispered. Maggie's mind screamed with every step toward the kitchen. The back door stood cracked, but held. She pushed it open. The street was empty, save for the thick fog curling around the parked cars. They ran. Their feet splashed through puddles, breath ragged. Behind them, a figure emerged from the fog. Sam grabbed Maggie's hand, pulling her faster. The man stepped into the street, blocking their path. Maggie's knife found her grip, but Sam's arm caught her wrist. "Don't," he said. "We need to keep moving." The man's face was lit briefly by the flickering street lamp gaunt, eyes dark and cold. "Go back inside," he said, voice low and cold. "This isn't over." Sam pulled Maggie around him, and they darted down the street, hearts pounding like drumbeats. They didn't stop until they reached the local fire station, lights blazing against the fog. They pounded on the door until a firefighter opened, eyes wide at their appearance. Inside, warm and safe at last, they called the police. But the damage was done. Sam's hand was scraped and bleeding from the broken doorframe. Maggie's hands shook uncontrollably, a raw edge to her voice she couldn't control. They were safe for now, but the shadow had been real, and it knew their names. The fluorescent lights of the emergency room buzzed overhead, harsh and unforgiving. Sam sat in a plastic chair beside Maggie's hospital bed, his arm in a sling, fingers tapping nervously on his knee. The scrape on his hand had been cleaned and bandaged, but the ache radiated deeper, like a bruise on his confidence. Maggie stared at the white ceiling, tracing cracks and stains with tired eyes. Her hands were wrapped tightly in a blanket, but she barely felt the warmth. The sterile smell mixed with antiseptic and the faint hum of distant machines. Nothing about this room felt like home. "I'm sorry I dragged you into this," she whispered, voice raw. Sam reached over, squeezing her hand gently. "Don't be, we're in it together." It was the truth they both needed to hold on to, even as the weight of everything settled over them. The police had come and gone hours ago, taking statements and fingerprints, promising to patrol the neighborhood more frequently. The broken doorframe was documented as evidence, but Maggie knew the officers were stretched thin, and the man who'd stalked them was still out there somewhere. "Did you get anything from the cameras?" she asked the officer, her voice brittle. He shook his head. "Power outage wiped most of the footage. We'll check neighbors' security systems, but with the fog and darkness, it's slim." Maggie's chest tightened. It was the worst-case scenario she dreaded. No clear suspect, no answers, just a lingering threat. After they left the hospital, Sam drove her home in near silence. The town was still quiet, the fog lingering like a ghost, clinging to street lamps and empty porches. Their house was boarded up, now windows shuttered, doors reinforced. It looked more like a fortress than a home. Inside, the air was cold, stale. Maggie paced, hands shoved deep in her coat pockets. "I can't stay here," she said finally, voice trembling. "Not yet." Sam nodded. "We can find a place for a while. You need space to breathe." Her mind raced. What would it mean to leave the neighborhood, to abandon everything they'd built? But the idea of staying here, knowing that shadow lurked just beyond the window, was unbearable. Over the next few days, Maggie barely slept. Every creak in the house, Every flicker of a passing car's headlights sent her heart racing. Her thoughts spiraled, fighting the edges of panic. She found herself double-checking locks, peering through curtains at all hours, even when Sam was home. "You're safe," he'd say, but his own eyes betrayed a growing exhaustion. One evening, as they sat together on the couch under a thick blanket, Maggie's phone buzzed again. Her stomach dropped. She hesitated, then swiped to open. No message, just a missed call from an unknown number. Her fingers froze over the screen. Sam reached for the phone. "Don't answer it if you don't want to." She shook her head. "I have to know." Pressing the call back button, the line rang. A voice answered, low, calm, and strangely familiar. "Hello, Maggie." She dropped the phone, a cold sweat breaking out. Sam pulled her close, whispering, "It's over." But Maggie wasn't sure if that was true, because some shadows don't disappear, they wait. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story, the emergency alert said do not trust anyone who looks like you, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first thing that felt wrong wasn't dramatic. It was the kind of wrong you could talk yourself out of. The automatic doors at the Logan Airport arrivals level kept opening for nobody. They'd slide apart with their soft pneumatic hiss, spill a rectangle of January air onto the warm tile, then close again. Open, close, open, close. Every time they opened, the draft lifted the edge of a paper coffee sleeve someone had dropped, making it scoot and spin like it was trying to escape. I stood there with my phone in my hand and my backpack strap digging into my shoulder, watching it happen while my brain did what it always does: search for an explanation that wouldn't make me look ridiculous if I said it out loud. Motion sensor glitch. Reflections. A bag rolling past. A maintenance issue that would get logged when someone felt like it. Behind me, a family argued quietly in Portuguese over a stroller. Someone's ringtone, tinny piano notes, kept restarting because they weren't answering. A floor buffer hummed somewhere out of sight, steady as a distant engine. Everything normal. Everyone tired. Nobody looking up long enough to notice the doors doing their little nervous tick. Then my phone buzzed like it had been waiting for me to pay attention. Emergency, alert, seek immediate shelter. Do not trust anyone who looks like you for a second. I didn't understand the words as words. They sat there, capital letters with a government font, as if I'd been sent a prank in the exact wrong wrapper. My thumb hovered over the screen. The alert had that sterile tone they use for hurricanes and chemical spills. No emoji, no link, just instructions that were both too clear and completely unusable. Don't trust anyone who looks like you. I looked up automatically, like the ceiling might clarify it. The doors opened again. Empty. A sharp exhale of cold air carried in the smell of jet fuel and wet wool. Somebody laughed near baggage claim, one quick bark that died fast, like they'd surprised themselves. I glanced around at faces the way you do when you've dropped something valuable, and your first irrational thought is that someone already took it. People had their own emergencies: lost luggage, crying toddlers, texts from someone waiting outside. A man in a red Sox cap scrolled with a frown. A woman in a business blazer stared at her lock screen like it had insulted her. And then, like a wave reaching shore, all the phones started buzzing. Not in unison, but close enough to make the sound overlap into a collective insect hum. A ripple went through the crowd. Heads lifted. People stopped walking. The stroller argument paused mid-sentence. The piano ringtone died, replaced by the harsh vibration tone most people only used for alarms. Someone said, "What the hell is this?" Another voice, sharp with annoyance, Is this a joke?" I swallowed and stepped back from the doors, because the doors were wrong and my phone was worse, and my body wanted a wall at my back. That's when I saw my reflection in the glass, on the right-hand side, airport, lighting flattening my face, making me look like a tired version of myself. Eyes too wide, cheeks slightly hollow from a week of travel and bad food. I'd always hated seeing myself in public glass. It made me aware of my posture, my expression, what my mouth did when I wasn't controlling it. I'd spent years training myself not to look nervous when I was nervous. I could feel my jaw working as I reread the alert. My mind tried to file it under technical glitch, but my pulse didn't listen. The alert had an authority that bypassed logic. You can ignore a stranger. It's harder to ignore the system you've been trained to treat as real. A tap landed on my shoulder. I flinched too fast, too obvious, and turned. A woman stood beside me, holding a small rolling suitcase by the handle, like she might swing it if needed. Her hair was short and damp at the ends, as if she'd rushed through a shower. She wore a puffer coat that looked new, still crisp, and her cheeks were flushed from the cold. "Sorry," she said, and her voice had that slightly breathless edge of someone who doesn't like talking to strangers, but has decided it's necessary. "Did you get that alert too?" She angled her phone toward me. Same message, same ugly sentence. My instinct was to nod and keep moving my private flaw on full display. Avoidance. If I could just step away from confusion, maybe it would resolve behind me. But the doors hissed again, and a small cluster of people closer to baggage claim started arguing louder, and I realized walking away wasn't the same as leaving. Yeah, I said. My throat felt dry, like I'd been sleeping with my mouth open on the plane. I got it. I'm Evan Mercer, 29, male. I live in Somerville, Massachusetts. I work for a small cybersecurity consulting firm that mostly does boring audits for hospitals and mid-sized companies that still run half their systems on something nobody remembers installing. I'm not a hero. I'm not a fighter. I'm the guy people call after the breach to explain what went wrong in words they can repeat to their boss without admitting they ignored every warning. My everyday motive that day was painfully simple. Get home, get my car from the economy lot, shower, and sleep in my own bed. My private fear, one I never say out loud, is that when things go wrong, my first reaction is to freeze and calculate instead of acting. And someday, that pause is going to cost someone more than embarrassment. The woman's eyes flicked from my face to the glass beside us, then back, like she'd already been thinking the same impossible thing. I'm Nina Kessler, 34, female, she said, quick, as if naming herself made her more real. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm telling you. I don't like this. Me neither, I said, which was a useless understatement, but it steadied her a fraction. People often just want to hear their own fear echoed back. A man shoved past us with a rolling duffel, muttering into his phone. No, I'm telling you, it's on everyone's screen. It's not me. No, I'm not high. Jesus. A uniformed airport employee, blue shirt, badge clipped crooked, walked toward a growing knot of confused passengers and raised her hands. Everybody, we're aware of the alert, she called, voice practiced. Please remain calm. We're contacting. Her sentence got swallowed by the general noise. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Remain calm." It says, don't trust anyone who looks like you. What is that supposed to mean? Another person laughed, too loud, like they were trying to turn it into a joke by force. Maybe it means don't trust your doppelganger. Great. Fantastic. That word, doppelganger, hit the air and stuck there. I watched Nina's mouth tighten. She looked, suddenly, as if she regretted approaching me, and I felt the same regret mirrored back from my own chest. Not because she'd done anything, because the alert had turned every human interaction into a logic puzzle with missing pieces. The automatic doors kept opening. Open. Close. Open. A security officer appeared near the curbside, speaking into a radio, eyes darting. Not panicked. Not calm. Focused. Like the kind of person who has a checklist and is irritated the world isn't matching it. I pulled my backpack strap higher and tried to think like I do at work. Assess. Context. Threat model. Emergency alerts can be spoofed, but not easily at scale. The wireless emergency alert system has controls. It's not like a group text. If this was real, something had triggered it, someone with access, or someone who had found a way around the access. If it wasn't real, Then someone wanted everyone to believe it was, which meant the message itself was part of the event. Maybe it's a cyber thing, I said before I could stop myself. Talking to fill the space. Talking to convince myself I had a handle on it. Nina tilted her head. A cyber thing, a hack, I said. A fake alert. It's possible. Okay, she said, but her eyes didn't soften. But why that message? I didn't have an answer, and not having an answer made my stomach feel like it was dropping through an elevator shaft. A harsh chirp sounded from the ceiling, one of those airport announcements that usually tells you not to leave your bag unattended. The speakers clicked. Static hissed. For a heartbeat, the whole arrivals hall seemed to lean toward the sound. The voice that came through wasn't the usual warm, recorded cadence. It was live, slightly too close to the microphone. A man breathing, with the clipped tone of someone reading off a screen in a hurry. Attention, all passengers and staff in Terminal B arrivals, he said. This is Logan Airport operations. We are temporarily restricting access to the roadway outside arrivals. Please remain inside the terminal and move away from all exterior doors and windows. We will provide further instructions shortly. The announcement ended with another burst of static, like the speaker system itself didn't like what it had just been asked to say. People started talking over each other, volume rising, as if everyone's fear needed to be louder than the next person's. A few tried the doors anyway, tugging on the handles when the automatic system paused. The doors stuttered, opened halfway, then closed again, as if someone behind the scenes had cut their power and they were dying in place. A child began to cry, not a dramatic, well, more a confused, exhausted sound, like an animal that doesn't understand why the routine has changed. Nina's fingers tightened around her suitcase handle until her knuckles paled. I need to get to my sister, she said. She's waiting outside. Outside is restricted, I said, and heard how stupid that sounded. Restricted by whom? For what? She glanced toward the glass wall facing the curb, but it was crowded with people pressing close, trying to see through reflections and bodies. Beyond the glass, the light had shifted blue-white flashes that painted the ceiling in pulses. Police lights. Maybe an ambulance. Maybe something else. My phone buzzed again. Not another alert, just a text from my coworker, Jonah. You at Logan. Heard something's going down. My hands were trembling enough that I almost dropped the phone. I shoved it into my pocket like it could make noise on its own. Nina looked at me. What do we do? That was the moment the story could have gone back to normal if I'd shrugged, if we'd both laughed, if someone official had stepped in and said, "False alarm, folks. Sorry for the inconvenience." But the doors had stopped their nervous opening. The announcement had been real. The lights outside weren't from a maintenance truck, and the alert still sat on my screen like a dare. A woman in a gray hoodie near us said into her phone, "No, Mom, I'm not leaving. They said stay inside." "Yes, I know, but—" Her voice cracked on the last word. On the other side of the glass, a figure moved along the curb line. For a second, I thought it was a police officer. Then I realized it was just a person in a dark coat walking fast, head down, weaving between stopped vehicles. The strange part wasn't the speed. It was the way a few people near the window recoiled, like they'd recognized something they didn't want to name. Nina stepped closer to me without meaning to, shoulder almost brushing mine. "We can go deeper inside," I said, because it was the only option I could say out loud that didn't involve standing here like bait. "Away from the windows. Find information. A gate agent. A desk. Or we leave," she said, voice thin, "before whatever's outside comes inside." I stared at the glass, the reflections, the flashing blue-white light bleeding around the edges, and felt my brain split into two tracks. The part that wanted to obey the announcement, and the part that hated being corralled without understanding why. Nina's suitcase wheels squeaked as she shifted her weight. A choice. Stay with the crowd and trust the system. Or move, find a different route, a different explanation, maybe a way out that wasn't the obvious one. And hanging over it all, like a sentence you couldn't stop rereading: "Do not trust anyone who looks like you." I looked at Nina again, then at my own face in the glass, distorted by the airport's harsh lighting. "Okay," I said, making a decision I wasn't sure I deserved to make. "Let's move." And we started walking away from the doors into the thicker part of the terminal, where there were more people, more noise, and fewer places to see what was happening outside. Behind us, the speakers clicked again, as if someone was about to say something they didn't want to say. We didn't make it 10 steps before the terminal lighting flickered. Not a full blackout, just a dip like someone briefly dimmed the world, then everything snapped back a shade brighter than before. The kind of flicker you normally ignore, except nobody ignored it this time. A ripple of sound followed it. Sharp inhales, a few curses, the squeal of a suitcase wheel dragged sideways. "Power surge," Nina said, but it sounded like she was asking me to confirm gravity still worked. "Probably," I said. Probably was doing a lot of work lately. We moved with the flow, deeper into the terminal, away from the glass wall and the doors. The air smelled different here, less jet fuel, more disinfectant, and fried food from a closed kiosk. The ceiling was lower, the lights harsher. A place designed to keep people moving, not lingering. Another announcement crackled overhead, half a sentence swallowed by static. "Temporary suspension. Remain where you are, remain where you are," Nina muttered. They keep saying that. Ahead of us, a bottleneck had formed near a corridor that led toward the parking garage connector. A uniformed TSA agent stood sideways, arms out, blocking access. "You can't go that way," he said, voice strained but controlled. Garage access is closed. Closed why? Someone demanded. Because it is, the agent said, and that answer, true but useless, poured gasoline on the mood. Voices rose. Someone shoved. The agent glanced back over his shoulder, like he was hoping backup would materialize if he stared hard enough. Nina slowed, then stopped. My car's in the garage, she said. If we can get there, we can just leave. We don't have to. She gestured vaguely back toward the arrivals hall. Whatever this is, I felt the pull of that logic immediately. Motion as safety. Escape equals control. It was the same instinct that made people try to drive out of wildfire zones at the same time and jam the roads until no one could move. Before I could say that, my phone vibrated again. This time, it wasn't a text. It was a missed call notification from my own number. I stared at the screen long enough that Nina noticed. What? She asked. I turned the phone so she could see. Her eyes flicked to the number, then to my face. That's not funny, she said, and then quieter. Is that part of it? I didn't answer, because my brain had slipped into the cold, analytical mode it uses when panic gets too loud. Phone number spoofing is trivial. Anyone with the right tools can make it look like a call came from anywhere. That explanation fit neatly, too neatly. I checked the timestamp. 30 seconds ago. Did it ring? Nina asked. No, I said. It just logged it, she swallowed. My sister tried to FaceTime me earlier. It didn't go through. Said connection failed. We stood there, the crowd pressing around us, and I realized something that made my stomach drop. The cellular network felt wrong. My signal bars were there, but data crawled. Messages hung in that gray limbo between sent and failed. Hey, a man said sharply behind us. You two gonna move? We moved. We ducked into a side corridor near a closed Hudson News. Its metal gate, pulled down halfway like it, had been interrupted mid-panic. The corridor was quieter. The noise of the main terminal muffled into a low roar. A janitor's cart sat abandoned against the wall, one wheel still slowly spinning, squeaking once per rotation. Nina leaned against the wall and exhaled hard. Okay, we need a plan. My flaw pressed in on me then, heavy and familiar. The urge to think instead of act, to model scenarios until one emerged clean and safe. What kind of plan? I asked, buying time. Information, she said immediately. We need to know what's actually happening. If this alert is real, if it's not, if there's a fire or a shooter or, she stopped herself. I don't want to spiral, but standing here isn't helping. She was right. And also, standing here felt marginally safer than moving without knowing where. A man staggered into the corridor from the other end, breathing hard. He was in his early 40s, beard untrimmed, jacket half-zipped like he'd dressed in a hurry. He slowed when he saw us, then raised his hands slightly, palms out. A peace gesture. Hey, he said. Sorry. Just do you know where the bathrooms are? They shut the ones near baggage claim. Down that way, I said, pointing. He nodded, then hesitated. His eyes lingered on my face for half a beat too long. You look like, he trailed off, shook his head. Never mind. Bad timing. He hurried past us, footsteps echoing. Nina watched him go. Did you see that? Yeah, I said. He was about to say you look like someone. I didn't like the way she said it. Like she was testing the words before trusting them. A sharp bang sounded from somewhere above us. Not a gunshot, more like a metal door slamming shut. The lights flickered again, longer this time. When they came back, a few ceiling panels near us stayed dark. Power's not stable, Nina said. No, I agreed. And if it goes out completely, emergency lights, she said. They have backups. Sure, I said. As long as those backups aren't affected by whatever's causing this. She looked at me. You're doing the thing, I asked. The overthinking thing, she said. Not accusing. Observant. You're trying to solve it in your head instead of doing something. I opened my mouth to argue, then closed it. Because she was right, and because arguing would waste time we didn't have. Okay, I said. Action. We find an airport desk with a live person. Operations. Police. Someone who knows more than the announcements. And if they tell us to remain where we are, she asked. Then we decide if we listen, I said, and felt the weight of that choice settle between us. We stepped back into the flow, angling toward a Delta service desk I could see ahead. The line was already long, people clustered tight, voices raised. A woman behind the counter spoke into a headset, nodding rapidly, eyes flicking between screens. As we got closer, my phone vibrated again. This time it rang. The screen lit up with my own name. Incoming call, Evan Mercer. Nina grabbed my wrist before I could stop her. Don't, she said. The ringing filled the space between us, absurdly loud to my ears, even though it was just a phone. It's not real, I said automatically. It's spoofed. Then why is it happening now? She shot back. Why you? The call stopped. A voicemail notification popped up immediately. I didn't open it. Around us, other people's phones rang. Not all at once. Staggered. A woman gasped and dropped hers. A man answered and immediately went pale, hanging up without a word. What are you hearing? Someone shouted. No idea, another voice said. It sounded like me, that word again. Like. The Delta agent slammed her palm on the counter. Everyone, please, she shouted. We are experiencing a systems issue. Remain calm. Do not answer any calls that seem suspicious. Suspicious how? Someone yelled back. The agent hesitated. Just a fraction, long enough to notice. Just don't, she said finally. Nina's grip tightened on my wrist. Evan, she said quietly. We need to go. Now, go where? I asked, even as my body leaned toward hers. The service stairwell, she said. I saw one back there. If the power goes out and people panic, this, She gestured at the crowd. Is going to get bad. She wasn't wrong. The density of bodies, the rising volume, the unknown panic was a spark looking for oxygen. I hesitated. Stairs meant isolation. No cameras. No easy help. And then my phone buzzed again. A text preview slid down from the top of the screen. From Evan Mercer, I'm standing right behind you. Nina saw it. I didn't need to show her. She stepped back, eyes scanning the crowd, then locked onto my face again. Searching for something. Confirmation. Doubt. Okay, she said, voice tight. Okay, this is the choice. Behind us, someone screamed short, sharp, and the lights went out completely. The emergency lights kicked in a second later, bathing the terminal in red. The scream wasn't alone anymore, and the service stairwell door, just 20 feet away, clicked as if someone had unlocked it from the inside. The service stairwell smelled like dust and old paint, the kind of smell you only notice when you're already on edge. The door swung inward on heavy hinges, then slammed shut behind us with a sound that made Nina jump. Red emergency lights cast everything in a low, pulsing glow. The steps descended in a tight concrete spiral, railing chipped and cold under my palm. A sign on the wall said stair B3, authorized personnel only, the arrow pointing down. Down or up? Nina asked. I hesitated for half a second too long. Up meant offices, control rooms, maybe people who knew things. Down meant tunnels, utilities, garages, isolation. The hesitation cost us. Footsteps pounded from the terminal side of the door. Someone slammed into it, rattling the handle. Open it, a voice shouted. Male, panicked. They're saying the door held. The footsteps multiplied. Down, I said, and we went. First attempt. Find authority underground. The stairwell spat us out into a service corridor that ran parallel to the arrivals level, separated from the public terminal by concrete and metal doors every 50 feet. Overhead pipes dripped slowly, each drop a tiny metronome ticking time forward. The air was cooler here, damp. We moved fast, shoes squeaking on the polished concrete. My lungs burned not from distance, but from adrenaline breathing too shallow. A sign on the wall showed a crude map. Service access, garage/utilities/operations. Operations, Nina said. That's what we want. We followed the arrows, turning left, then right, then through a fire door that banged loudly enough to make us freeze. No footsteps followed. For the moment, we were alone. We found an operations office tucked behind a chain-link gate. The lights were on inside. 2 desks. Monitors glowing, empty. Hello, Nina called. No answer. A radio crackled on one desk, then went silent. I leaned in, scanning the screens through the wire. CCTV feeds, some frozen, some live. Terminal B arrivals washed in red emergency light. The curbside feed flickered, then stabilized. Police cruisers angled awkwardly, blocking lanes. people milling where they shouldn't be. And then, on one feed, I saw something that made my chest tighten. A man standing near the arrivals doors. Same jacket as me. Same backpack slung over one shoulder. Same haircut, same slouch. For one electric second, my brain screamed, "That's me." Then the feed jumped. Pixelated. When it cleared, the man was gone. "Evan," Nina said. I realized I'd stopped breathing. "Camera lag," I said automatically. "Low bandwidth, compression artifacts." "Was that someone who looks like me?" I said. The words tasted wrong. Or looked like me on a bad feed. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I didn't look. A crash echoed down the corridor. Metal on concrete, followed by shouting. "They're coming," Nina said. "Yeah," I said. "We need another route." We hadn't solved anything. We'd learned one thing. The cameras were compromised or unreliable. Authority wasn't waiting underground to explain this. We were still blind. Second attempt. Reach the garage and leave. We doubled back, took a different branch toward the garage. The corridor sloped downward now, the ceiling lower. The smell shifted: oil, rubber, exhaust. The garage entrance gate was half lowered, like the Hudson News gate upstairs. A procedural failure, not a barricade. Someone had tried to shut it and either lost power or lost nerve. We ducked under. The garage was chaos in a different register, sound swallowed by concrete, red emergency lights casting long shadows between parked cars. Car alarms chirped intermittently, triggered by the power fluctuations. It sounded like nervous birds. Nina headed straight for a blue Subaru halfway down the row. "My car," she said, relief sharp enough to hurt. We reached it. She fumbled the key fob. Nothing. "Try the door," I said, locked. She tried again. Still nothing. "Battery?" I asked. "No," she said. "It was fine this morning." I scanned the garage. Other people had the same idea. A man yanked at his door, then kicked the tire. A woman stood with her forehead pressed to her windshield, phone clutched uselessly. The garage lights flickered, then dimmed further. Emergency lights here were weaker, spaced farther apart. "This is a systems thing," I said, more to myself. "Power plus access control plus cellular." Someone pulled a big switch. Nina leaned against her car, hands shaking. So we're stuck. Not completely, I thought. The garage had ramps, exits, but police cruisers blocked the main lanes, and the gates were dead. My phone buzzed again. This time, a voicemail auto-played before I could stop it. My voice came out of the speaker, breathing, close to the mic. "Evan," it said, "don't turn around." Nina slapped the phone out of my hand. It skidded across the concrete and stopped near a tire. "That's not funny," she said, voice breaking. "Who is doing this?" I swallowed hard. Someone with access and a sense of timing. A shape moved behind a pillar at the far end of the garage. My heart spiked. "Hey," someone shouted. "Is that?" The shape stepped into the light. It was a janitor pushing a cart. He blinked at us, startled, then raised his hands apologetically. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to scare anyone." The fear drained a notch, leaving embarrassment and anger in its place. Misdirection. My brain labeled it with relief. "Where's security?" Nina asked him. He shook his head. "All over the place. They told us to shelter," but he trailed off, eyes flicking to the darkened gate. "You should go back inside," back where the crowd was panicking. We'd failed again. The garage wasn't an exit. It was a trap with cars instead of people. A siren wailed outside, muffled through concrete. Then came the sound that made the decision for us. A heavy metal gate at the far end of the garage began to descend, grinding loudly. Slowly, irreversibly. People shouted and ran toward it, but it was too far, too slow. When it hit the ground, the echo boomed through the garage like a judge's gavel. "Okay," Nina said, eyes wide. "We can't stay here." "No," I said. "We go up, but not the way we came." Tightening the trap, we found another stairwell marked utilities / mezzanine. Narrower, no windows. The red light here pulsed slower, making everything feel underwater. Halfway up, my calf cramped hard enough that I stumbled. Nina caught my arm. "You okay?" she asked. "Yeah," I lied. My leg throbbed. Adrenaline had been masking it. At the mezzanine level, the door wouldn't open. Nina shoved it again, harder. "Locked," she said. I looked at the access panel, dark, no power. Behind us, footsteps echoed up the stairwell. Not a crowd. One set. Unhurried. My phone buzzed in my pocket, insistent. Nina stared at me. "Don't." The footsteps stopped just below the landing. A voice drifted up. Calm, familiar. "Evan," it said. "We need to talk." My heart hammered so hard it hurt. The voice sounded like me. Not a recording, not distorted. Live, close. Nina backed away from the door, eyes locked on my face, then flicking down the stairs. "That's not you," she whispered. "I know," I said, but knowing didn't make my hands stop shaking. The door behind us, the one leading back down, clicked, then swung open. Light flooded in from below as the emergency lights there surged brighter. We were pinned between a locked door and a voice wearing my sound. The mezzanine door shuddered as the power surged again. The lock disengaged with a dull thunk. The door creaked open. I grabbed Nina's hand. We ran through and slammed it shut behind us, jamming a fire extinguisher handle through the bar, just as something hit it from the other side. The impact rattled the frame. Whatever or whoever was down there, retreat was no longer an option. The mezzanine smelled like hot dust and ozone. Rows of servers lined one wall behind glass, airport systems, networking equipment. The quiet spine that made everything else work. The red emergency lights reflected off the glass, doubling our shadows, so it looked like more people were here than actually were. I dragged a breath into my chest and forced myself to stand upright. My calf burned where it had cramped, the muscle tight as wire. Nina leaned against the door we'd jammed, listening. Nothing. No pounding. No voice. For 3 seconds, the silence felt like mercy. Then the PA speakers crackled. Not the public announcement voice. No preamble. Just sound. My breathing, amplified, close, slightly out of sync with my chest. Nina's head snapped toward me. Yeah, I said. I know. The breathing stopped. My voice came next. Calm, reasonable. The tone I used at work when I needed someone to trust me. Nina, it's okay. He's confused. I'm up here. Her eyes slid to my face, searching for tells. Sweat, tremor, anything. Don't listen, I said louder than I meant to. It's routing through the system. The servers. They are. A sharp pain lanced up my leg as I shifted my weight. I sucked in air through my teeth. Evan, the voice said gently, you hurt your leg on the stairs. You don't have to keep running. Nina flinched. How does it know that? She whispered. Because I told my phone. My brain answered before I could stop it. Step counter, health data, microphone, camera, everything I'd ever let collect me. We shut it down, I said. We pull power. Nina looked at the server racks. Won't that? Yeah, I said. It'll knock out systems. More chaos. Another pause. A lull where the weight of the choice settled. The door behind us rattled, not slammed. Tested. Once. Twice. A keycard beeped. Evan, the voice said, closer now. Not through the speakers, through the door, my voice, wearing a body. Open up. Before you hurt someone. Nina backed away from the door, hands up, as if she might catch something thrown. You said don't trust anyone who looks like you, she said to me. What if that means exactly this, I said. Someone using me as the vector. The keycard beeped again. Red light. Denied. A shoulder hit the door. Harder this time. The fire extinguisher handle creaked but held. Okay, Nina said, decision snapping into place. We pull power. I limped toward the server racks, fingers numb. A big red emergency shutoff sat on the wall, plastic cover intact. The kind of thing you're only supposed to touch if you're sure. Once we do this, I said, we lose lights, locks, everything. Then do it, she said, before it learns something else. Another hit to the door. The frame shuddered. Plaster dust drifted down like gray snow. I flipped the plastic cover and slammed the switch. The servers died with a sound like a collective sigh. The red lights cut out. Darkness swallowed us. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. No voice, no pounding. Just the faint hum of emergency power rerouting somewhere deep in the building. Then a backup light flickered on dim yellow, casting long, ugly shadows. The door went quiet. We stood there, breathing hard, waiting for the other shoe. Seconds passed. A minute. I think, Nina started. The door exploded inward. Wood and metal burst apart as someone threw their full weight against it. The extinguisher handle snapped free, clanging uselessly across the floor. He stumbled through, off balance, catching himself on the frame. He was wearing my jacket. My backpack hung off one shoulder. My face stared back at me, flushed and real, and wrong in a way that made my stomach flip. Not identical. Closer up, the differences showed. A scar near the eyebrow I didn't have. A nose broken once, healed crooked. But from a distance, from a screen, from a glance in panic. Enough. He straightened, eyes locking onto mine. No smile, no theatrics, just intent. "Hi," he said, in my voice, out of his mouth. Nina screamed. I moved without thinking, my freeze response finally overridden by pure animal reflex. I grabbed the loose fire extinguisher from the floor and swung. He ducked. The canister clipped his shoulder instead of his head. The impact jarred my arms painfully, but it knocked him sideways into the server glass. It cracked, spiderwebbing. He recovered fast, faster than me. He lunged, tackling me low. We hit the floor hard. The breath left my lungs in a sharp grunt. Pain flared in my leg as his knee slammed into it. Up close, he smelled like sweat and metal, and the same cheap soap I used at home. "You should have stayed put," he said, straddling me, hands on my throat. His grip tightened, not crushing, controlled, like he knew exactly how much pressure to use. My vision tunneled. I heard Nina shout my name, distant. I clawed at his wrist, useless. My fingers brushed something hard clipped to his belt, a radio. I ripped it free and smashed it against his jaw. Bone met plastic with a wet crack. He roared, grip loosening just enough. I sucked in air, coughing, and drove my knee up into his ribs. Felt something give. He rolled off me, gasping. Nina was there, swinging the extinguisher with both hands, pure fury and terror. It connected with his forearm. He cried out, dropping to one knee. "Run," I yelled. She hesitated just a second, then bolted toward the far exit. He surged up and grabbed her jacket. I staggered to my feet and slammed into him, all my weight, all my pain. We crashed into the cracked server glass. It shattered completely this time, raining shards. He slipped, fell. I fell with him. We hit the edge of the mezzanine railing together. For a frozen moment, we balanced there, bodies tangled, gravity waiting. He looked at me then, really looked. "You don't even know how easy it was," he said. Blood ran from his mouth, dark in the dim light. "People will believe anything if it sounds like them." His hand scrabbled for purchase on my jacket. I did the math in my head in a flash that felt endless. If I pulled him up, he'd kill me, or Nina, or someone else. If I didn't, my legs screamed as I shifted my weight. "I know," I said, and pushed. He fell. The sound when he hit the concrete below was final. Heavy, wrong. I sagged against the railing, shaking so hard my teeth clicked. Nina's footsteps echoed back. She stopped beside me, eyes wide, face streaked with dust and tears. "Is he?" she asked. I nodded once. Sirens wailed closer now. Real ones, not muffled. We stood there, neither of us touching the other, staring down at the still shape wearing my face. The lights flickered back on white this time, harsh, unforgiving. And somewhere deep in the building, my phone buzzed. I didn't look. The paramedic kept asking me to rate my pain on a scale of 1 to 10, and every number felt like a lie. I sat on the cold concrete floor of the mezzanine with my back against the railing, a foil blanket tucked around my shoulders like an apology. My throat burned when I swallowed. A bruise was already blooming there, fingertips shaped, purple creeping into yellow. My calf throbbed in a slow, insistent rhythm that matched the distant thud of boots and the murmur of radios. Just a little pinch, the paramedic said, and then the needle slid in and the world softened at the edges. Not gone, just padded. Below us, on the arrivals level, the airport was waking back up in pieces. White lights on, then escalators, then the dull roar of voices returning to something like normal volume. Every few minutes, someone laughed too loud, brittle. Relief had a sound, and it wasn't pretty. Nina sat a few feet away, wrapped in her own blanket, hands clenched so tightly the knuckles were white. A police officer crouched in front of her, speaking gently, pen moving across a notepad. She nodded at the right places, shook her head at others. Her eyes never went to the edge of the mezzanine. When the officer came to me, I told it straight as you can tell something that still feels like it happened to someone else. The alert, the calls, the voice, the man. I didn't dramatize. I didn't soften. I learned a long time ago that details survive better than feelings when you're trying to make yourself believed. The officer listened without interrupting. He had kind eyes and a face that suggested he'd seen enough versions of the worst day of someone's life to recognize the shape of it. "You did what you had to do," he said when I finished. I nodded because that was easier than answering. They took my statement twice. Once on the mezzanine, once downstairs in a makeshift interview room near baggage claim that smelled faintly of coffee and disinfectant. The questions stayed the same. The answers didn't. In between, a doctor shined a light in my eyes and pressed on my leg until I hissed. "Severe cramp, maybe a minor tear," she said. "You'll walk." "Not today." They wrapped my calf, gave me crutches I didn't want, and told me to watch for dizziness, headaches, anything that felt off. Everything felt off. I didn't tell them that. Nina found me again while I was waiting for discharge papers. She moved carefully, like her body had learned a new set of rules and wasn't sure which ones applied yet. "They are letting people leave in stages," she said. "My sister's still outside. She's okay." "Good," I said, and meant more than the word could carry. We stood there awkward, the way people do after surviving something together when there isn't a script for what comes next. "They said his name," she said finally. "The man's, not yours. He wasn't you, I know, I said. And I did. Rationally. Viscerally was another matter. They think he had access, she went on. Contractor credentials. Knew the systems. Knew how to scare people into staying put. And the alert, I asked. She shrugged. Under investigation. That phrase had already started to feel like a blanket someone throws over a mess they don't want to look at yet. We exchanged numbers, hands hovering awkwardly before we hugged, brief, careful, like we were afraid of breaking each other. Then she left, wheeling her suitcase with a slight limp of her own, shoulders hunched as if the world had learned a new way to surprise her. When I finally made it outside, dawn was just beginning to thin the dark. The police lights were gone. The roadway looked like any other early morning at the airport. Tired faces, idling cars, the smell of exhaust and coffee. Ordinary, patched back together. My car was still in the garage. Dead battery. A tow truck driver gave me a sympathetic look while he jump-started it. Rough night, he asked. You could say that, I said, and that was the end of it. At home, my apartment felt unfamiliar in the way hotels do when you've been gone too long. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at my phone, which I'd powered off somewhere between the interview room and the curb. I turned it on. No new alerts. No missed calls. Just the lock screen photo I'd set years ago, a nondescript skyline I'd taken from a bridge, because it felt safer than a picture of myself. I showered until the water ran cold, watched bruises surface in the mirror like delayed reactions, wrapped my leg, drank a glass of water I didn't taste. Sleep came in fragments. In the days that followed, the story settled into the version people could handle. A security breach, a lone actor, a tragic confrontation. They didn't use my name in the articles. They didn't use his. They talked about the suspect and the victim and the passenger who intervened. The alert was described as malicious and misleading. The impersonation as sophisticated but not unprecedented. My firm put me on leave, not because they had to, because they were decent. Friends texted, then called, then stopped when I didn't know how to answer without hearing my own voice somewhere in the line. At night, I started leaving a lamp on in the living room, not because I was afraid of the dark, because shadows had learned too many tricks. 2 weeks later, I got my phone back from evidence. Everything was intact. Photos, messages, apps, except for one thing. My health app showed a workout logged at Logan Airport at 2:41 a.m. Distance walked. Heart rate recorded. I stared at the timestamp until my eyes ached. It could have been a glitch, a sensor error, a phantom reading. I deleted it. Life resumed its shape. Work emails, grocery lists, the quiet relief of being anonymous again. But sometimes, when my phone rings and I don't recognize the number, my hand hesitates. And once, late at night, half asleep, I could swear I heard my own breathing coming from somewhere just behind me. I turned on the light. There was nothing there. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another if you dare. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, The Forest That Follows You Home, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The water from the bathroom faucet smelled like the creek at Jones Creek, day use, cold, metallic, and a little like coins left in moss. I let it run over my palm, waiting for the chlorine bite I was used to in Portland tap, but the scent clung. A hair-thin green thread slid past my fingers and curled around the drain. I told myself it was nothing, work on the pipes up on 50th, a flake of something from the aerator, the power of suggestion after an afternoon in the woods. Still, I thumbed the faucet off and listened. The house quieted to its usual refrigerator hum, a bus sighing at the stop 4 blocks down, the neighbor's motion light clicking on, then off. No stream, no birds, just the house. Normal, mostly. Nina Kowalski, 34, female graphic designer, who runs the same 3 neighborhood routes until the map looks like a child's scribble. She counts things when she's nervous, steps, breaths, the seconds between a sound and its echo, and has a private fear of losing control in public places, the kind that makes her stand near exits in crowded rooms. I carried my trail shoes to the kitchen and set them on a flattened Trader Joe's bag to dry. They left a wet outline that smelled like cedar chips and dirt. Jamie's shoes weren't there. His bike leaned at an angle near the back door like it had arrived in a hurry, and then thought better of leaving. Jamie Reed, 35, male, high school science teacher, who alphabetizes spices and keeps spare batteries in a labeled shoebox. He loves lists, hates wasted motion, and is privately embarrassed by how much he wishes people would do things his way without being asked. "Hey," he called from the living room. The TV was on mute, a soccer match looping replays with the tinny roar turned to subtitles. "Did you clean the drain in the tub recently?" "Why?" I asked, already picturing that green thread winding itself into a real explanation, something we could joke about later. I walked in, still in my damp base layer, and he looked at me over the rim of his mug with that teacher's face, concern dressed as curiosity. "It's just the water smelled weird," he said, like we were back on the Wilson River, and there was grit. I didn't want to clog it, so I left it. "We probably tracked silt home," I said. "It'll settle." He nodded, but his eyes dipped to my hands. I was rubbing my thumb into my palm like I could erase the feeling of that thread. I flattened my hands on my thighs. There was still some light slipping in through the blinds, that Pacific Northwest evening that stretches and stretches and then drops off a cliff. The kitchen window showed the tight rectangle of our yard, patchy grass, a compost bin with a lid that never quite sat right, the back fence where ivy was winning a quiet war against slats. A breeze pushed the drier leaves of the ivy and made a papery noise. I imagined the trail again, the way the hemlock fronds hang like curtains, the slippery log at mile 4, the sound of our laughter when Jamie went in ankle deep and pretended to drown. "Did you take the trash down to the curb?" I asked. He grimaced. "I forgot. I'll run it out now before it gets too late." "Check the alley light," I said. The last 2 nights, it had hiccuped between on and off like it couldn't decide if our stretch of S.E. Duke was worth the wattage. My brain does these little latches. Alley light flickering equals someone could lurk equals I don't go out back without checking equals I notice the world in a way that feels like a job I didn't apply for. He kissed my damp hair, grabbed the bag, and stepped into the yard. The back door closed with that familiar whump of imperfect weather stripping. Through the window, I watched him lift the bin lid, pause, and then angle his head like he was listening. He always listens before he moves. It's a teacher thing and a Jamie thing. Outside, the motion light didn't click on. Instead, somewhere beyond our fence, the uneasy rasp of a dragging sound. Not metal, something softer, like a branch against asphalt. It's the city. Branches fall. People move furniture at weird hours. Maybe it's Ruth's kids bringing in their gardening stuff. Ruth Doyle, 68, female, retired postal worker, who walks the block before dawn and after dinner, and has trained her terrier to roll over when she whispers, "Special delivery." She keeps a running list of license plates that park too close to her driveway, and trusts paper more than people's memories. Jamie turned toward the sound, and then toward me, a pantomime conversation through glass. "You hear that?" I shrugged and held my phone up like, "Want me to call someone?" He shook his head and mouthed, "It's fine," then lifted the bin and pulled it down the alley toward the curb. The dragging sound continued for a few seconds after he stopped, then stopped. I counted. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 bus at the corner coughs to life. A gate clicks, footsteps on concrete. A laugh 2 houses over. The damp exhale of the evening settling. The kind of quiet that tells you everything is there. You just can't see it at once. I went back to the bathroom and twisted off the faucet cap. A pinch of grit, a smear of green I told myself was residue from my hands. The mirror fogged a little where the shower had run earlier in it. My face looked like I'd been rubbed out and redrawn. I rinsed the cap in a bowl and tipped it into the sink. The grit made a tiny scratchy sound that felt louder than it was. Back in the living room, Jamie had left the back door unlatched. He does that sometimes when he plans to go right back out. I slid the bolt because I don't like surprises. Control is a habit for me, not a strategy. On the coffee table, His lesson planner lay open to a week, mapped in neat boxes. Seed lab germination trays, Tuesday red. Field trip permissions slips due, Wednesday. A single weed seed clung to the edge of the paper. I flicked it away, and it stuck to my finger like a burr. "Hey, Ruth," Jamie's voice from the alley. Friendly. The way he says her name like they're co-conspirators in a neighborhood that refuses to keep the same recycling rules 2 weeks in a row. I stepped to the window again. Ruth stood by the chain link where our alley meets her driveway, wearing the blue windbreaker she likes when it's almost rain. Her terrier, Pepper, sniffed the bin wheels like they were gossip. "You hear that dragging?" Ruth asked, voice raised just enough to carry. "Thought someone was moving a fallen limb." "Yeah," Jamie said. "Probably from the storm last week. I can check after I bring the compost back." "It's not storm wood," Ruth said. "It's green. You can smell it." She inhaled dramatically, and Pepper sneezed. I opened the door and stepped onto the back stoop. The air had that damp sawdust smell of a hardware store garden center. Not unpleasant, just out of place on a street of concrete and car oil, and someone always grilling something. "I think it's the ivy," I said, pointing to the fence. "It's growing into the alley. The city's been on us to trim it." Ruth nodded like she'd made a note and would follow up with a letter in her precise, slanted handwriting. "The light's out again," she said. "City won't come until Monday, I bet." "We have headlamps somewhere," Jamie said. "Left over from Crater Lake." "That was 2 years ago," I said, "because I count things, and time is a thing." "Batteries are fresh," he said, not because he knew, but because that's how he talks the world into behaving. He set the compost back against the fence and patted Pepper's head. Pepper sneezed again and shook a paw. Something tapped from the side of the house. Once, twice. The kind of sound branches make when they find a new place to touch. Jamie tilted his head, and I felt that catch in my throat that isn't fear. Not exactly, more like attention waking up all at once. "I'll go look," Jamie said. "Ruth, are you going in?" "I'll watch," she said. "Pepper needs stimulation." Jamie laughed and went for the side gate, the one that sticks if you don't lift as you pull. It scraped an old groove in the dirt. I stayed by the back door. If I follow, I'm useful. If I stay, I can call if something isn't fine. Control is a habit. I could feel the damp through my socks from the stoop. I hate wet socks. He disappeared along the house, and I heard his shoes brush the ferns we planted and then neglected. Another tap. Then a pause. Then his voice. "Nina, did you bring the trekking pole in?" "No," I said. "I left them in the trunk." There was a clatter, then silence that wasn't empty, more like the pause when a song you know too well skips and you wait for your part. The motion light stayed off. The alley's darkness pooled. "What is it?" Ruth called. "It's probably nothing," Jamie said, which is what he says when he's narrating calm for other people. But our side gate was latched from the outside. By who? I didn't ask. question felt like a match you don't strike unless you want the sulfur everywhere. Ruth made a small HMPH and shifted Pepper to her other hand. "I've got my phone if you want to," she started, but she didn't finish because we all heard it then. A soft rush like leaves dragged across drywall. Inside the wall, or on it, I watched a sliver of fern frond slide under the gap at the bottom of the gate and retreat as if breathing. Small and explainable. Wind, vines, a prank. All our brains lined up explanations like dominoes. Still, my fingers were already counting. 1, the headlamps in the hall closet top shelf. 2, the neighbor's porch camera that always catches raccoons. 3, the trail map app on my phone, still open to a breadcrumb path from the Wilson River Trail. 4, the bolt on the back door, smooth under my hand. Jamie looked back at me. We had that shared moment married people get, where the choice is a quick fork. Go inside and lock it all and pretend it's nothing. Or walk the side yard and the alley to the street and check every latch and fence and coil of hose until we could draw a line around the unknown and call it known. "Headlamp or house?" he asked. I picked up the shoebox with the batteries and felt its familiar weight. The alley was a little darker now. Jamie came back around the side of the house with the headlamp already strapped on, beam bouncing across the siding. The shoebox of batteries sat heavy in my hands. Ruth shifted from foot to foot, Pepper whining like he wanted to be anywhere else. "It's not wind," Jamie said. The latch wasn't just closed, it was hooked. From the outside, someone did it. He said it low, steady teacher voice, the kind that calms kids when the fire alarm goes off in chemistry. But his eyes flicked to mine, quick, like punctuation. "Could have been last week," I said. "Could have been the meter guy. Could have been tonight," he cut in. "Because I've been out there 100 times, and I know when something's off." Ruth made a noise in her throat, half agreement, half nerves. "This alley," she said. "We've had prowlers before. Kids. Men rummaging in recycling bins. Not violent, but looking." Jamie tightened the strap on his headlamp. "I'll walk it. Make sure no one's hanging around." My stomach turned. Control is my drug, and this was the opposite. "You're not going alone." "I don't need backup," he said. "It's 30 yards of asphalt." "You don't go alone," I repeated. My voice was sharper than I meant, and Ruth gave me a side look like I'd just broken some unspoken neighborhood etiquette. Pepper barked once at the fence, ears flat. Jamie sighed. "Fine, both of us, quick. Ruth, if you don't mind." "I'll stay here," she said, already pulling her phone from her jacket. "Pepper'll let me know if anything comes near." The gate creaked as Jamie lifted it clear of the groove and swung it open. The alley yawned dark, no light from the busted pole, just the ghost of street lamps at either end. It smelled faintly of gasoline and wet leaves. My socks clung cold to my arches. "Stay close," Jamie said. Even though I was already so close, I could hear his breathing shift with each step. beam of his headlamp cut a narrow tunnel. Fence, ivy, the backs of recycling bins, a coil of orange hose, all wet-edged and gleaming. 10 steps down, I heard it, not dragging this time. A hollow pop, like a branch cracking under weight. Jamie froze, beam jerking. Raccoon, he whispered. Could be. Could be, I echoed, but my mind ticked. 1 sound of a step, not a scurry. 2, the gate was hooked, not blown shut. 3, my tap water smelled like creek moss. 4, don't, Jamie said, catching my wrist. Not now. He knows when I'm counting. We reached the compost bin, lid still tilted. Jamie knelt, swept the beam along the ground. Fresh drag marks through the grit, lines curving toward the fence. Not heavy, not random, deliberate. Jesus, he muttered, like someone pulled something through here. Like what? He didn't answer. The alley stretched ahead, darker still. My heart was a metronome gone wrong. Behind us, Ruth called softly, "You see anything?" Jamie hesitated, then raised his voice. "Just the ivy. Looks like it broke loose." A lie too quick. The beam swung, landed on something pale at the base of the fence. I leaned in. A shoelace, muddy, frayed at the end, not ours, not Ruth's. Wrong place, wrong angle, tied in a knot too tight for chance. Jamie pocketed it without a word. We reached the end of the alley. Street quiet except for the hum of a passing car. He turned us back fast. "Let's go in, now." Inside the yard, Ruth squinted at us. "Well, nothing," Jamie said. His jaw was tight. I didn't contradict him. Not yet. We stepped back into the kitchen. The hum of the refrigerator felt too loud. Jamie locked the bolt, double-checked it, then leaned his forehead against the door for a beat. "What did you take?" I asked. He looked up, fished the shoelace from his pocket, set it on the counter. It sat there, limp, as if waiting to prove something. "Kids," he said finally. "Could be from a kid's shoe. Could have blown here. Could have been someone latching our gate," I said. He rubbed his temple. "We're not jumping to." "Not jumping," I snapped. "Just saying what's in front of us." We stood there, tension snapping like static. Pepper barked once from outside, then stopped. Jamie broke first. "Power's the real problem. Lights out in the alley, motion sensors shot. That's what makes this possible. We need visibility. And until then," he glanced at his planner on the table, "we have to call it in. Report the outage. File a note about prowlers. Stay in. Wait." That word, wait, made my skin crawl. Waiting meant no control, just counting seconds, while something else decided the rhythm. The faucet dripped once, loud in the quiet. I turned, stared at it, half expecting green threads to coil out. Jamie followed my gaze. "Don't," he said again, softer this time. We didn't move. Ruth's voice floated faint through the door. "I'm heading in. You two be careful." The crunch of her shoes faded up the driveway. The house sealed down to just us. Our breath, the shoelace. Then my phone buzzed on the counter, screen lighting with the trail map app still open. Except the breadcrumb trail had changed. A new line traced from the Wilson River trailhead all the way into a neat grid of Portland streets, ending at a pin almost on top of our house. I shoved the phone toward Jamie. "I didn't do this." He stared, face pale in the glow. "Then who did?" The faucet ticked again, metal cooling. Outside, the dragging sound started fresh, closer this time, and we were left with no choice but to decide whether to stay barricaded in or step into it, fast, before the night decided for us. The shoelace sat on the counter like a dare. Jamie pressed both hands flat on either side of it, jaw tight. "We're not calling the cops yet," he said. "We don't have enough." "Not enough," I hissed. Our gate was hooked shut, and my phone is, I held it up, the breadcrumb trail glowing. "Do you think I faked this?" His eyes softened, then hardened again. "I think maybe the app glitched or cached some old GPS data. Happens all the time." The dragging noise outside thickened, closer now, like a wet broom across concrete. Pepper barked twice in the distance, then fell silent. "Fine," I said. "Then we do it your way. We get visibility." I grabbed the shoebox of batteries, shoved 2 into the headlamp, and flicked it on. The beam hit the ceiling like a lighthouse beam too close to shore. We sweep the perimeter. Then we decide. Jamie gave a small, reluctant nod. We started with the basement, the place that always feels damp, even after I run the dehumidifier. Jamie crouched by the small window well. "No sign of tampering," he said, beam flicking over cobwebs and dead spiders. I checked the utility sink. It smelled faintly of river again. My stomach clenched. "The water's not right," I said. "Old pipes," Jamie muttered, though his hand lingered longer than it should have on the faucet. We moved room to room, living room, hallway, bedroom. Every lock double-checked, every blind tugged tight. I counted the steps, 24 down the hall, 12 back, until the rhythm felt like armor. Then came the side door. Jamie's hand hesitated on the knob. "If it's just ivy, we'll know. And if it's not..." He didn't answer. We opened it together. The beam carved a tunnel through the ferns. Leaves glistened wet, brushing the siding. The latch on the gate hung loose now, hook swaying slightly as though recently freed. My pulse ticked in my throat. Jamie stepped out, his sneakers crunching gravel. I followed, socks instantly soaking. We made it 5 feet before something thumped hard against the fence. I flinched, dropped the shoebox. Batteries scattered, rolling under the ferns. Jamie swung the beam. Nothing, just boards and ivy. "Wait," he said. He crouched, lifted one of the batteries. The dirt beneath it was scored with shallow lines, parallel, like rake marks. "Animals," I whispered. "Too straight." Something rattled above us. I jerked the beam upward and caught 2 glowing eyes staring down. My throat closed, until the head resolved into a tabby cat perched on the gutter. It hissed once, leapt, and vanished into the dark. I sagged against the siding, pulse hammering. Jamie gave a shaky laugh. "Misdirection," he said, like nomming it gave us back ground. But then he pointed to the fence again. The ivy was torn in strips, shredded as if pulled down by hand. The drag marks from earlier aligned with the rips. Someone or something had been moving through. We retreated inside. I shut the door harder than I meant to. My phone buzzed again. The breadcrumb line had advanced, now curling street by street, closer, as if something was actively moving it. Jamie saw my face, grabbed the phone. We shut it off. He held the power button until the screen went black. No more. But the silence after felt worse, like turning off a smoke alarm without checking for fire. "Next step," he said. "We drive to Ruth's. Stay there till morning." I nodded, relief flooding, until I remembered. "Your bike's blocking the car." He swore under his breath. The garage was a tight box of shadows. The single bulb flickered when I yanked the chain. His bike leaned against the bumper of my hatchback. We started dragging it aside when the garage door shuddered violently. "Jesus," I gasped, stumbling back. Jamie's headlamp beam caught the bottom panel vibrating. Someone, or the wind, pressing from outside. He killed the lamp instantly, mouthing SHH. We waited, every muscle taut. The rattling stopped. He whispered, "If it's someone, they know we're here." "Then we don't open it," I said. He exhaled. "We're boxed in, Nina." The bulb overhead hummed, then popped. Darkness swallowed us. I gripped his sleeve hard enough to leave marks. He fumbled for the wall switch, flicked it nothing. Fuse blown or cut. We abandoned the garage. Back inside, my control was fraying. I could taste metal on my tongue. Jamie pulled out his phone. "I'm calling the outage line. At least get the alley light reported." He dialed, listened, jaw tightening. "Wait times 40 minutes, he muttered. "They've had multiple reports. So it's not just us." Relief sharp and quick. But his eyes stayed hard. "No, which means we're not priority." My own phone, though powered off, buzzed in my pocket. I froze, pulled it out. The screen lit itself, trail map open, line blinking at our exact address. I dropped it. "Jamie, it's not off." He stared, then stomped it once with his sneaker, glass cracking. The line still blinked. Something outside banged against the siding hard, twice. Ruth's voice carried faint from across the way. "Everything all right?" Jamie shouted back, "We're fine." I wanted to scream that we weren't, but my throat was locked. He gripped my shoulders. "We can't wait this out. We need to move." "To where?" He swallowed. "Nearest lit street is Woodstock. 2 blocks. On foot, my stomach dropped. With whoever's. Point is, here's not safe." We both looked at the shoelace, still lying limp on the counter, and the broken phone, and the alley beyond the dark glass. The choice was no longer between checking or retreating. Staying was no longer retreat. It was cornering ourselves. Jamie grabbed the headlamp, shoved it onto my forehead. "Point of no return," he said. "We go now." And I knew he was right. We left the house through the front door, not the alley. Jamie insisted fewer blind corners. I carried the headlamp. He had the shoebox of batteries tucked under his arm like a shield. The night was wet black, the air damp as a soaked sponge. My socks squished in my shoes, each step reminding me I hadn't dried off since the trail. 2 blocks, Jamie said. His voice tried steady, but I caught the tremor under it. We stick to the sidewalks. Avoid the alley. We cut across the small front yard. The neighbor's porch light buzzed, but gave no real glow. At the intersection, the street lamps flickered weak orange halos. Farther east, Woodstock Avenue glared bright and busy, a spine of safety. I kept my headlamp beam tight on the pavement. Drag marks lined the curb, shallow grooves where something heavy had been hauled. I almost stopped, but Jamie pushed me forward. "Don't," he whispered. "Eyes up." Halfway down the block, the sound started again. That dragging closer, keeping pace with us on the far side of the fence. "Run?" I asked. "Not yet." His hand closed around my wrist. A motion light flared at a house to our right, sudden and stark. In the burst of white, I saw ivy shreds clinging to chain link, green stains smeared across the sidewalk. And there, someone's shadow, tall, pausing just out of reach. "Hey," Jamie shouted, voice hard. "Who's there?" The shadow didn't move. My chest tightened until I couldn't breathe. Then the light blinked out. We were blind again. We pushed faster, shoes slapping pavement. My headlamp swung wild, slicing shapes out of hedges, recycling bins, low brick walls. A scrape behind us. A quick metallic clink, like a gate latch snapping. I turned, beam catching something pale dangling from the fence, another shoelace. Knotted, same as before. "They're marking," I gasped. "Keep moving," Jamie snapped. We reached the corner. The glow from Woodstock was stronger now, neon signs and headlights painting the damp air. I could hear the buzz of traffic, the hiss of tires. Civilization, so close. Then Pepper barked, sharp and desperate. Ruth's voice carried faint from behind us. "Get out of there." I froze. Jamie tugged my arm. "Don't stop." But I couldn't move. Ruth's house was behind us, her voice raw. Another bark cut short, then silence. "Jamie," I whispered. He yanked harder. "We can't. Nina, we can't go back." The dragging started again, fast this time, rushing down the alley parallel to us. My stomach flipped. Whoever it was, whatever, it was cutting us off. We sprinted. The sidewalk dipped, cracked by tree roots, and I stumbled. My knee smacked pavement, pain flaring sharp and hot. "Up," Jamie barked, hauling me by the elbow. "Come on." I limped, each step a jolt, but adrenaline shoved me forward. The dragging grew louder, then stopped. I swung the beam left, nothing. Right, nothing. My breath sawed in my throat. "Don't look," Jamie said. But then the beam caught it. A figure crouched low at the mouth of the alley. Hood up, sleeves ragged, one hand clutching something long and thin. Not a weapon exactly. A trekking pole. My trekking pole. "Jesus Christ," I muttered. Jamie froze. The figure rose, slow, deliberate. The pole scraped concrete as it moved toward us. I raised the headlamp, blinding them in the beam. For a second, the face was visible mud streaks, hair matted, eyes wide like an animal. Not a ghost, not a monster. A man. Alive, breathing, too close. "Stay back," Jamie shouted. He dropped the shoebox and grabbed a handful of gravel from the curb, flinging it hard. Rocks pinged off metal. The man flinched, but didn't retreat. He jabbed the trekking pole into the ground, dragging it forward again. I felt my control snapping, thread by thread. "Jamie," I whispered. He followed us from the trail. The man's lips moved, cracked, voice a rasp. "Home," just that word. Then he lunged. Jamie shoved me aside. The pole slashed past, scraping my arm. I screamed, stumbled onto my bad knee. Pain lanced through me. Jamie grappled with him, both hands on the pole. The man was wiry, fast, stronger than he looked. They slammed against the fence, wood rattling. I scrambled for the shoebox, fingers closing around cold batteries. I hurled one, wild. It clipped the man's temple. He grunted, but didn't fall. Jamie shouted, "Nina, go." But I couldn't leave. I grabbed another handful of batteries, flung them like stones. One hit the pole, another bounced off his shoulder. He turned toward me, eyes catching the beam. For a second, I saw everything. Mud caked on his shoes, scratches up his arms, a knot of shoelaces dangling from his belt like trophies. Then Jamie wrenched the pole sideways. The man lost his balance, staggered. Jamie shoved hard. He toppled into the ivy, crashing against the fence with a hollow crack. He lay there, gasping. Jamie grabbed my arm. "Now we go." We limped the last half block, every step agony. The noise behind us started again, a dragging, slower this time, uneven. He was getting up. We reached Woodstock. Cars streamed past, headlights painting us bright. Jamie waved frantically, and a driver braked hard, horn blaring. "Help," Jamie shouted. "Call 911. The driver, a woman in her 40s, rolled down her window, phone already in hand. Behind us, the man staggered into the light, face twisted, pole dragging. The woman's eyes went wide, but the traffic, the lights, the witnesses, something in it broke his momentum. He froze, then bolted sideways into the dark, vanishing between houses. Police came 20 minutes later. Ruth was found shaken, but unhurt. Pepper had bitten through his leash and was hiding under her porch. They searched the alley, the yards, the ivy. They found shoelaces, dragged grooves, but not the man. At the curb, a paramedic wrapped my knee and the scrape on my arm. Jamie sat beside me, silent, hands still trembling. Across the street, my cracked phone lit up on the pavement where I dropped it. The breadcrumb line blinked once more, then disappeared. I stared until the screen went black. The ER waiting room at Providence smelled like antiseptic and overbrewed coffee. My knee was wrapped in a brace, the scrape on my arm flushed pink under gauze. A nurse had given me ibuprofen the size of horse pills, and now the ache sat heavy, dull, but insistent, a reminder every time I shifted. Jamie sat beside me, one hand gripping a styrofoam cup he hadn't touched. His knuckles were red, scabbed where gravel had dug in during the fight. He kept flexing his fingers like he wasn't sure they still worked. The officer, a woman about my age, hair pulled back tight, took notes in a thin black book. "You're saying you first noticed signs at your home. Dragging noises, tampered gate, strange residue in your water." "Yes," I said. My voice sounded flat, even to me. "It started after we hiked the Wilson River Trail. I can't explain how it connects, but I glanced at Jamie. He kept his eyes down. The officer nodded once, lips pressed. "We've had a few calls tonight in your neighborhood. Prowlers, power outages, suspicious activity. It's not isolated." She closed the book. "We'll increase patrols. File your statements tonight. Follow up in the morning. For now, get some rest." Rest, the word sat sour. By the time we got home, dawn had smudged the sky gray. Ruth stood on her porch, pepper tucked under one arm. She gave a small wave, tentative. I waved back with the arm that didn't sting. "Come by later," she called, voice cracked from the long night. "We'll compare notes." "Sure," I said, though my throat closed around the word. Notes meant details. Details meant memory. I didn't want either. Inside, the house was a crime scene in miniature. Batteries scattered across the kitchen tile, shoebox half crushed, blinds tilted wrong. The faucet dripped once, twice, then stopped on its own. Jamie locked the bolt, checked it twice. He moved through the rooms like he was teaching a lesson, methodical, listing tasks aloud. Close the blinds. Reset the alarm. Replace the bulb in the garage. His voice was calm, but his shoulders were tight as cable wire. I sat on the couch, brace pinching my skin. My phone lay on the coffee table where the officer had set it after bagging and unbagging it. The screen was cracked, but dark now. No blinking lines, no phantom maps, just dead glass. Still, I couldn't bring myself to touch it. Sleep didn't come. Every sound drew my eyes. The fridge hum, a car door slamming 3 blocks away, the faint scrape of ivy shifting against the fence. At noon, I gave up and limped into the kitchen. Jamie was already there, sorting through a pile of shoelaces from our closet. He untied each one, smoothing them flat, lining them up in pairs. "What are you doing?" I asked. His jaw tightened, making sure none are missing. I leaned against the counter, suddenly lightheaded. And if they are? He didn't answer. He kept lining them up precise, even like order could erase what we'd seen. That evening, Ruth came by with a notepad. She'd written times down in her neat postal handwriting. When she heard Pepper bark, when she saw the motion light flare, when she called out to us. Jamie scanned it, nodded. It matches what we saw. She hesitated at the door, eyes flicking to my brace. You two should think about staying somewhere else for a while. Hotel, family. Just until the police, she trailed off. We'll manage, Jamie said firmly. I forced a smile I didn't feel. Thanks, Ruth. When she left, Jamie tore the notepad page out, folded it, and slipped it into his planner. Like evidence, like a test key. The next day, the city fixed the alley light. It buzzed steady yellow through our blinds. I should have felt relief, but instead it cast the ivy in stark shadows that moved when the wind touched them. I tried running again a week later, braced tight around my knee. The rhythm was off. My body didn't trust the pavement. Every root crack felt like a tripwire, every corner like a blind trap. I cut the route short, walked home, and sat on the porch steps counting breaths until the numbers blurred. Jamie buried himself in lesson plans. His voice was even again, but I noticed the way he flinched at sudden noises, how he checked the locks 3 times before bed. One night, I woke to dripping. Not in the kitchen this time from the bathroom sink. I padded in, brace creaking, flipped on the light. The faucet gleamed. A single bead of water slid down the metal and hung fat at the end. It smelled faintly of river, but maybe that was my mind. On the mirror, in the corner where the steam usually fogs first, a streak of green clung. Ivy leaf, soap scum. I reached out. It smeared under my finger, faint, almost gone. Jamie's voice came from the bedroom, thick with sleep. Nina, you okay? I wiped my hand on a towel. Yeah, just turning off the tap. The police never found the man. They told us it happens, someone living rough, drifting through neighborhoods, scavenging. Maybe he'd moved on. Maybe he hadn't. We filed it away, like you do with something unsolvable. But each time I lace up my shoes, I notice the knots, the way they cinch. Each time I wash my hands, I wait for the faint tang of creek water. The house is quiet now, normal mostly, except when it is. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is The Hotel Clerk Told Me Not to Enter Room 103. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The fluorescent hallway light flickered again, buzzing low like a broken radio, casting a sickly yellow pall over the peeling wallpaper. I noticed it just as I reached the end of the corridor, by the stairwell door that was always propped open, revealing nothing but a black hole of cement steps spiraling down into some kind of basement or crawl space. There was a faint, damp smell, something like mold mixed with the stale odor of cigarette smoke. It wasn't the kind of smell you noticed at first, more like a subconscious fog settling in your sinuses, nagging but ignorable. I stopped and looked back at the rows of doors lining the hall, all plain, numbered in faded brass plaques, except one, room 103. The door was slightly ajar. I don't know why I saw that before anything else. The odd angle of the door, the thin sliver of darkness inside the room where the light should have been on. All the other doors were shut, but this one was open, just enough for the old hinges to creak softly with the draft. I was halfway down this corridor because the front desk clerk had told me to go upstairs and check if my room was ready. But as soon as I spotted the door, I stopped. It felt wrong. Before I could move closer, the door slammed shut with a sharp bang that echoed louder than it had any right to in this tired old building. It sounded deliberate, angry almost, but I was alone. That's when I realized something else was off. No footsteps, no voices, no sound of the TV or radio from the other rooms. Usually, this place hummed quietly with the low buzz of guests moving about or the distant thrum of the highway just outside. Tonight, nothing. The clerk, who I had just left behind, had warned me not to go near room 103. It was almost a joke at first, some weird local superstition, maybe. But now, standing here, it felt serious. I turned back down the hall and found him leaning against the chipped counter under a flickering fluorescent bulb, a half smile on his face, like he knew I was overthinking everything. Room 103, he said, voice low, like he was sharing a secret. Just leave it alone. He was a thin man in his late 40s, with salt and pepper hair and eyes that didn't quite meet mine. His name tag read Carl. Why, I asked, forcing a casual tone. Is it booked? Carl shrugged, fingers tapping rhythmically on the counter. No one's supposed to stay in there. Maintenance, been after it for months, but the owner won't shut it down. Old wiring, some water damage. Nothing dangerous, just weird noises. I laughed, the sound brittle. Weird noises. Yeah, he glanced down the hall like he half expected something to come out of 103 and grab him. People say they hear things. Doors opening, furniture moving. But I've never seen anything. Just stay clear, all right. I nodded, but curiosity was already curling in my gut. The hotel itself was a tired relic perched on the edge of a small town in northern Vermont. Built in the late 1920s, it had seen better days, with peeling paint on the outside, a lobby smelling faintly of old leather and pine cleaner, and a creaky elevator that juddered between floors like it might fall apart any minute. But it was cheap, which is why I was here, escaping the city for a few days of quiet. I'm Sarah, 32, freelance graphic designer, terrible at unplugging from work, even on vacation. I'd arrived that afternoon, lugging a suitcase that was already scuffed and battered from too many trips. I just wanted a bed and a shower, maybe some decent coffee. Instead, I got Carl's warning and a creeping sense of something unspoken hanging in the air. As I checked in, a woman passed by the lobby door, a young girl, maybe 17, with dark hair tied back in a ponytail, wearing a faded band tee and ripped jeans. She glanced at me, then at the sign for room 103, her lips tightening briefly, like she recognized the number but didn't want to say anything. "Hey," I called after her. "Do you stay here?" She stopped, eyes sharp but guarded. Sometimes. Her voice was soft but had a wary edge. "Not near 103, though." Before I could ask more, she disappeared into the stairwell. That night, I lay in the bed of room 207, the thin mattress creaking beneath me. Outside the window, the wind rattled the old panes, and the highway's distant hum pulsed faintly. I stared at the ceiling, trying to shake the unease creeping into my chest. My phone buzzed, no signal except spotty 4G, but enough for messages. I flipped it open and saw a text from my brother. "Be safe. Don't wander." He'd always been the cautious one, the practical one. Maybe too practical. But I couldn't shake the feeling that tonight, something was watching from the edges of this place. Something small, human, but off. The corridor outside was quiet, except for the occasional thud or creak from the floorboards. But at 2:13 a.m., I heard a faint knock, soft, deliberate, coming from the direction of room 103. I froze, breathing shallow. Should I ignore it? Or check, just to be sure it wasn't someone in trouble? I didn't answer the knocking at first. My heart pounded too loud in my ears, the kind of sharp, jerky beat that made your whole chest feel like it might explode. I stared at the closed door of room 103 across the hall, willing myself to ignore it. But then the knocking came again, more insistent, urgent. I grabbed my phone, thumb hovering over the flashlight app. The battery was low. I could almost hear the faint hiss of it draining faster in the cold air of the hallway. I told myself it was probably some drunk or a kid playing a prank. But the knocking wasn't random. It was steady, deliberate. I sighed, tugged on my jacket, and stepped into the corridor, my shoes clicking softly on the worn linoleum floor. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, one flickering right above room 103's door, casting short shadows that jittered with every flicker. "Hey," I called quietly. "Is someone there?" No answer. I pressed my ear against the cold wood of the door. The knocking had stopped. Only silence now. But then I caught it, a faint, rhythmic tapping from inside, like nails on wood. I took a step back, heart hammering. I should just leave it. But my curiosity was clawing up my throat, thick and bitter. Before I could decide, the stairwell door at the end of the hall creaked open, and Carl appeared. His face was drawn, his eyes darker than before, like he hadn't slept. "You shouldn't be out here," he said, voice low but sharp. "I heard knocking, thought someone might be hurt," I said. Carl shook his head. "It's not safe. The wiring in 103 is shot. Could spark a fire or worse. I told you to stay away." "Why isn't it fixed then?" His jaw tightened. "Owner's stubborn. Won't close the room. Says it's part of the charm or some nonsense." I frowned. "But what about the noises? The door slamming?" Carl glanced down the hall, then back to me. "Old buildings make noises. Pipes settling. But lately the sounds have been different. Different how? He hesitated, like someone's inside, but no one's supposed to be. That's when the power blinked. The lights flickered and went out entirely. The hallway plunged into near darkness, the only illumination coming from the weak glow of my phone's flashlight. A cold draft swept past us, carrying a faint smell of smoke. "Damn it," Carl muttered, fumbling for the breaker box near the stairwell. "Looks like the wiring finally giving out." I swallowed, feeling the weight of the silence pressing down. The only sounds were our breathing and the distant hum of the highway, now muffled. "Do you think it's a fire?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Carl shook his head. "Not yet, but the wiring could short-circuit any second." "Then what do we do?" He glanced at room 103's door, which now seemed even more ominous in the dim light. "We have to get everyone out. Evacuate the floor." My throat tightened. "Is there time? What about the guests?" Carl pulled out his phone, but the screen was dead. "No signal," he said grimly. "Cell towers are down or overloaded." I thought about the young woman from earlier and the other guests scattered in their rooms. My own fear suddenly sharpened. I hated feeling powerless, out of control. When I was stressed, I froze or overthought. Maybe this was my chance to act instead. "Let's go," I said, voice firmer than I felt. "We'll knock on doors, get people moving." We moved quickly down the hallway. Carl rattled the first door. "Evacuation. Please come out." No answer. The second door creaked open a crack. A man, maybe late 50s, bleary-eyed and confused, peeked out. "Power out," Carl said. "You need to leave now." The man rubbed his eyes. "What about my stuff?" "No time," I said sharply. "It's not safe." He hesitated, but stepped into the hall. The next door, room 103. The door was closed again. No knocking, no sounds. Carl stopped and looked at me. "I can't open that door. It's boarded up from the inside." "Boarded up," my voice caught. "Yeah," he said. "Looks like someone barricaded themselves in there." My heart skipped. "Who? Why?" Carl shook his head. "No idea. Owners never mentioned anyone staying there. But the maintenance guy said he heard shouting a few days ago." I felt a cold pulse in my gut. "Shouting?" Carl nodded. "Could be someone squatting, or worse." The wind rattled the windows, and through the weak glow of my phone light, I saw fresh scratch marks along the edge of the door frame, rough, desperate. "We have to call the police," I said urgently. Carl grimaced. "No signal, you saw." "We'll find the landline." He nodded. "Downstairs. But with the power out, it might not work." My pulse was racing now, not just fear, but a gnawing frustration with myself for ever coming here. I hated unpredictability. I wanted control. But here, in this half-lit, decaying building, I had neither. Suddenly, a thud echoed from inside room 103, like something heavy slammed against the door. Carl and I froze. The door shook. Then a voice, a harsh, low shout. "Get out." The sound was human, angry, terrified. Carl looked at me. "We can't wait. If they're barricaded in and the wiring's sparking, it could go up in flames any minute." I swallowed hard, my decision clear even if my legs trembled. "We have to open that door." Carl hesitated, then pulled a crowbar from behind the counter near the stairwell. As he jimmied the door, the lights flickered weakly back on, casting the hallway into uneven pools of yellow and shadow. The door creaked and groaned under the force, and then a scream cut through the air. The door gave way with a sickening crack, the boards splintering under Carl's crowbar. A rush of stale, heavy air spilled out, carrying the scent of sweat, old smoke, and something fouler, something like rotting wood mixed with damp fabric. The faint glow of a broken lamp inside flickered, casting long shadows across the cramped room. Carl and I stepped inside cautiously. The narrow space felt smaller than I'd imagined, cluttered with overturned furniture, a broken chair, a nightstand smashed against the wall, and walls stained with peeling wallpaper that hung in strips. "Jesus," Carl muttered. "Looks like a tornado hit this place." My flashlight beam swept across the room, catching a figure slumped against the far wall. A man, maybe mid-30s, dirty and unshaven, his eyes wide and wild. "Hey," I said softly, stepping forward. "It's okay. We're here to help." The man's lips trembled. "You shouldn't have come," he whispered. "Who are you? Why are you barricaded in here?" He shook his head, then winced, clutching his left arm. "No one listens. No one ever listens." Carl moved closer. "Are you hurt? We can get you medical help." The man looked around nervously, like he expected someone or something to burst through the walls. "They're coming back." "Who's coming back?" I asked. He didn't answer. Instead, a cough ripped from his chest, wet and ragged. Blood flecked his lips. Carl frowned. "We need to get him out." I nodded, crouching to examine the injury. His arm was bruised and swollen, probably broken. Suddenly, the ceiling above us creaked ominously. Dust drifted down like ash. "Shit," Carl said. "The wiring must have caused some structural damage." I grabbed the man's good arm, supporting his weight. "Let's move." We edged toward the door, but as I turned the knob, it jammed. The old frame had swollen in the damp air. Carl shoved against it with his shoulder. "Give me a second." Behind us, a sudden loud bang echoed from the far corner. A heavy thud, followed by a scraping sound. I whipped around, flashlight shaking. "Jesus, what now?" Carl hissed. The beam landed on a toppled bookcase, leaning precariously against the wall. It was swaying, threatening to fall. I lunged forward, grabbing the edge just as it toppled, pinning my wrist beneath its weight. A sharp pain shot through my arm. I bit back a scream, trying not to panic. "Sarah," Carl yelled, dropping the crowbar to help lift the heavy wood. After a few tense seconds, we freed my wrist. It throbbed, skin reddened where it had been crushed. "Careful," Carl snapped. "We're not out of this yet." I nodded, gritting my teeth. The adrenaline was fatting, leaving exhaustion in its wake. My breath came fast, chest tight. Carl tried the door again. This time, it gave way with a creak, and we spilled into the hallway. The flickering lights had returned, though some bulbs were still dead, casting uneven shadows that jittered along the walls. "Let's get you downstairs," I said to the man. He hesitated, eyes darting to room 103's door, now open behind us. "They'll find me," he said, voice cracking. "Who?" I asked again, heart sinking. He looked at me, fear raw and exposed. "The ones who made me this way." Before I could press further, a sudden sound echoed from the stairwell, a sharp clang followed by a muffled shout. Carl's face tightened. "Stay here." He headed toward the stairwell, and I followed, supporting the man between us. We descended the narrow, steep staircase that led to the lobby. The steps creaked underfoot, the air growing colder and damper with each step. I noticed the walls were stained with watermarks, some areas covered in mold. Halfway down, the power flickered again and went out. The stairwell plunged into darkness, my phone's flashlight the only thing keeping us from stumbling. A distant, scraping noise echoed below metal on concrete. I tightened my grip on the man, pulse quickening. At the bottom, the lobby was in chaos. Furniture overturned, a toppled vase shattered across the floor, and the front door wide open, slamming against the wall with every gust of wind. A figure darted out into the night, too fast to catch. "Did you see that?" I whispered. Carl nodded grimly. "Someone been here, or still is." I scanned the shadows near the open door, heart pounding. Suddenly, a loud banging came from the back storage room. We exchanged a look, but cautiously moved toward it. Carl grabbed the handle and yanked the door open. Inside was nothing but stacked boxes and cleaning supplies. "False alarm," he said, trying to sound reassuring. I exhaled shakily, but then noticed something. A trail of muddy footprints leading from the storage room back toward the lobby entrance. "Looks like someone's been running through here," I said. Carl frowned. "Could be homeless or someone trying to hide." We turned back toward the stairs when a sudden metallic clang echoed from the second floor above us. "God, what now?" Carl groaned. "We have to check," I said. We raced back up the stairs, the weight of the injured man slowing us. On the second floor landing, the lights flickered again, then steadied. Down the hall near room 103, I spotted something strange. A stray hotel keycard lying on the floor, bent and scratched. I picked it up. "No one's supposed to have that," Carl said, voice low. Could it belong to the man? I wondered aloud. Before we could discuss further, a harsh whisper floated down the corridor. "Get out." I froze, heart hammering. Carl shone his flashlight down the hall. The shadows seemed to stretch and twitch. "Probably just the wind," he said, though his voice betrayed his doubt. I took a slow step forward, but a sudden loud crash from room 101 made me jump. We hurried over. The door was ajar, swinging slightly. Inside, the room was empty, but the window was wide open, curtains billowing in the cold breeze. Carl exhaled. Probably a guest forgot to close it. I nodded, though the unease remained. The injured man shifted beside me, groaning softly. "We need to get out," I said firmly. Carl looked around, then back at me. "The front door's open, but we can't leave the man unattended." I glanced at the stairwell, then the hall behind us. "We don't have a choice." The injured man looked between us, eyes pleading. "Help me down," he whispered. As we prepared to move again, the lights flickered violently. The buzzing overhead reached a high-pitched whine, then silence. The emergency lights kicked on, glowing a dull red, and through the crackling radio static from the lobby's old walkie-talkie, sitting on the front desk, a desperate voice burst through. Evacuate now. Fire in the electrical room. Flames are spreading fast. The flames were already licking up the walls when we hit the lobby. Smoke curled thick and hot, snaking through the cracked windows and staining the faded wallpaper with grimy black streaks. The fire alarm shrieked somewhere beyond the thick plaster, but the old wiring was so fried it barely worked. Carl shoved the injured man forward. Come on, we have to get outside. I grabbed the man's good arm, feeling the sweat slick beneath my fingers. His breathing was shallow, ragged. The bruised arm hung uselessly at his side. We stumbled toward the front exit, but the open door slammed shut with a deafening bang, pushed by a sudden gust. My heart leapt, and I darted to grab the handle. It was stuck, swollen wood, or maybe heat warping the frame. Carl cursed under his breath and joined me, their combined strength barely budging the door. Behind us, the fire's roar grew louder. The heat was unbearable now, making my skin itch and sting even beneath my jacket. Smoke filled the lobby, thickening like fog, choking the air. I coughed hard, eyes streaming. There has to be another way, I gasped. Carl pointed toward the side door by the stairwell. Emergency exit. But I don't know if it's unlocked. We fought through the choking smoke and splintered furniture toward the door. I fumbled for the handle, burning fingers slick with sweat. It turned with a jerk. A gush of cold air hit us like a slap when the door swung open. Relief surged, but the scene outside was no less harrowing. The parking lot was chaotic. A few cars with their lights on, guests clustered together, some on phones, others shouting. The sky was pitch black, pierced by the orange glow of the fire reflected on the clouds. The injured man stumbled, nearly falling. I caught him, but he whispered, "Wait, they're still here." Before I could ask, a voice came from the shadows near the building's corner, a rough, angry shout. Another figure emerged, stepping into the parking lot's harsh light. It was a man, mid-40s, face hard and weathered, eyes flashing with something fierce. Carl stiffened. "It's him, the one from 103. "Who?" I asked, voice barely audible over the crackling fire. "The owner's brother. Comes around sometimes to check on things or to scare people off. We thought he was gone for good." The man took a step forward. "You shouldn't have come in here," he growled. "Help," the injured man croaked, gripping my arm tightly. The owner's brother sneered. "This place is mine, and he belongs inside." Carl stepped between us. "We're getting out, no trouble." The man's gaze flicked to the burning hotel, then back to us. He spat on the ground. "You're all fools." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind us. The fire had spread faster than we thought, licking at the dry grass, edging the parking lot. Flames crept closer. "Move," I shouted, dragging the injured man away from the snarling figure. We ran toward a cluster of cars, guests yelling and waving for emergency services. My lungs burned, and every breath was a fight. I glanced back. The owner's brother stood frozen, watching the fire consume everything. Paramedics arrived moments later, their flashing lights cutting through the smoky night. They rushed to the injured man, loading him onto a stretcher. Carl and I stood on the sidewalk, watching as firefighters battled the blaze, water arcing over the building's collapsing roof. The adrenaline finally drained out of me, replaced by a hollow exhaustion that settled deep in my bones. I looked at Carl. "Do you think anyone else made it out?" He shook his head slowly. "I'm not sure. The fire's too fast. The hospital would be full of questions, and I knew I'd be haunted by what I hadn't seen and what I had." That night, I learned how fragile control could be, and how quickly the past, like the fire, could consume everything you thought was safe. The early morning light was weak and gray when I finally sat down on the cracked curb outside the burned-out hotel. The acrid scent of smoke still clung to my clothes, mixing with the sharp tang of spilled gasoline and something deeper, something like loss. The fire trucks had been gone for hours, the last embers hissing in the rubble where room 103 had stood. I watched as firefighters carefully sifted through the debris, their faces set with exhaustion and quiet determination. Some of the guests had left or been taken away by family or friends. Others, like me and Carl, were lingering in a limbo between disbelief and relief. Carl sat a few feet away, nursing a coffee from a trembling hand. His usual sharp eyes were dulled, and his posture sagged in a way that made him seem smaller somehow. "I don't know what's worse," he said quietly. "The fire, or what we didn't do before it started." I nodded, feeling the weight of his words. The hotel had been a slow, burning secret long before the flames. And now, the truth was charred beneath the rubble. The injured man from room 103 was taken to the hospital. Carl told me later he had a name, Tom, but not much else. Tom refused to talk much, only whispering about them and what they did before falling silent again. The authorities kept a close watch, but with no clear evidence and no one willing to testify, the mystery remained tangled in shadows. I found myself replaying the night over and over, the flicker of the lights, the scratches on the doorframe, the desperate fear in Tom's eyes. The man who showed up outside, the owner's brother, had vanished after the fire, slipping into the night as quietly as he had appeared. Back at my apartment, the hum of the city was almost comforting. The streets buzzed with cars, people rushing to work, the normal chaos of everyday life. Yet inside me, a quiet unease had settled. The experience left a lingering edge, like a faint vibration under the skin that never quite stopped. I caught myself staring at my phone, at messages from my brother urging me to stay safe, calls from Carl trying to make sense of what happened, emails from work piling up, unread. For the first time in a long while, I didn't want to answer any of it. In the days that followed, I learned that the hotel's owner had been under investigation for years. Accusations of neglect, dangerous living conditions, and worse. But the legal system moved slowly, and with the building gone, much evidence was lost. Carl eventually quit his job, unable to bear the memories. He moved to a smaller town, seeking quiet and distance, though I suspected neither would come easily. As for me, I returned to my designs and deadlines, but something fundamental had shifted. The hotel was gone, but the feeling that I'd barely scratched the surface of something darker lingered. One evening, I received a package. No return address. Inside was a single hotel keycard, the same battered, scratched card from the hallway that night. It was impossible to know who had sent it or why. But the tiny weight of it in my hand reminded me that some doors never fully close. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is My Babysitting Gig Came with a Terrifying Instruction Manual. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first weird thing was the lock. Not broken, just wrong. I had the key in the deadbolt, my thumb pressing the ridged brass like I'd done 1,000 times in other people's doorways, and it turned with this soft, buttery ease that made my stomach tighten. Deadbolts are supposed to argue with you a little. They're supposed to feel like a decision. This one rotated like the door had been waiting for me. Inside, the entryway smelled faintly of lemon cleaner, and something warmer underneath, like bread that had been toasted hours ago and forgot to leave. A narrow strip of light fell from the living room, cutting across the hardwood in a clean line. Somewhere deeper in the house, a smoke detector chirped once. Not the steady change me misery, just a single lonely peep like it had tested its own voice. Then a second sound, a phone vibrating on a counter. I shut the door behind me with my elbow and listened for footsteps. Nothing. No dog nails skittering. No adult voice calling, "We're in here." Just the low hum of a refrigerator and the distant, irregular sigh of an HVAC vent pushing warm air through old ducts. My phone buzzed again in my back pocket. Not theirs, mine. I pulled it out, thumb hovering, and saw a text I didn't remember receiving. "Mara, unknown number, you're inside. Good. Don't let him see you reading anything." I read it twice. The way you read something you're hoping will become a different sentence the second time. "Okay," I said out loud, because silence makes thoughts louder. My voice sounded too bright for the house. "I'm Elise Hart, 24, female, and I do this kind of work because it's the only thing I can schedule around classes and my other job without losing my mind. Babysitting, pet sitting, dog walking. Just be in the house while the plumber comes, all of it. I'm good with kids. I'm good at looking calm. I'm good at being the person other people hand their trust to for a few hours. I'm also good at catastrophizing quietly. My private flaw, my small, embarrassing fear that lives behind my teeth, is that I assume I'm the one who missed something. Wrong address, wrong day, wrong person. Every mistake is my fault until proven otherwise. It keeps me early, keeps me careful, keeps me exhausted. I stepped forward, and the hardwood gave a small, tired creak beneath my sneaker. The line of living room light expanded as I passed the archway. The house was tidy in a way that looked performed, throw pillows fluffed too symmetrically. Magazines stacked like they'd never been opened. a vase of eucalyptus on the coffee table that smelled sharp and medicinal when I walked past. On the couch, a little boy sat with his knees pulled up and a tablet balanced on his thighs. His hair was the color of dry grass, cut unevenly like someone had tried to do it at home. The screen reflected in his eyes, making them look shiny and far away. He didn't look up when I entered. He didn't startle. He didn't greet me. He just kept tapping, tapping, tapping with a patient little thumb. "Hey," I said softly, not wanting to spook him. "You must be," he glanced up, quick as a bird. His eyes were a flat gray blue that didn't match the warmth of the room. "Don't say my name," he said. It wasn't a tantrum. It wasn't cute. It was instruction, delivered like he'd been told to say it exactly that way. I stopped mid-step. "Okay. I'm Elise. I'm here to babysit." He stared at me a moment longer than felt normal, then looked back down at the tablet. "You're early," he said. "By 10 minutes, I admitted. "I can wait outside if—" "No." He said it like no meant don't make noise in the hallway. "Come in." The second weird thing was the table by the entry. There was an envelope on it, white and thick, with my name printed in neat block letters, ELISE. Not in cursive, not friendly, like a label. Under the envelope was a spiral-bound notebook with a black cover, the kind you get at an office supply store. On top of that sat a pen placed perfectly parallel to the notebook's edge. The arrangement made my skin prickle. Not because it was scary, because it was deliberate. "Is that for me?" I asked, already reaching. The boy's head snapped up again. "Don't open it yet." "Okay." Pulled my hand back, tried to smile like I hadn't just been scolded by someone whose feet probably didn't touch the floor when he sat in a chair. "Sorry, house rules." He went back to his tablet. "Rules, yeah." My phone buzzed again. "Mara, unknown number. He knows you're here. Don't read it where he can see. Kitchen drawer has scissors if you need them. Don't use the pen." I stared at my screen until it dimmed and went dark. "Mara, unknown number. You're inside." Like she'd been watching my location. Like this was normal. Like I'd agreed to something that required stealth. I glanced toward the hallway that led deeper into the house. There was a staircase at the end, carpeted in a pale gray runner. On the wall beside it hung framed photos, generic landscapes, no faces, a lake, a mountain, a city skyline, the kind of art you buy because it matches the paint. "No pictures of family," I said before I could stop myself. The boy shrugged without looking up. "He doesn't like them." "Who's he?" I asked and immediately regretted it. The boy's thumb paused mid-tap. "Don't ask questions like that." I swallowed. "Okay, got it." A timer beeped somewhere, not loud. A small electronic chirp from the kitchen, like a microwave had finished warming something and was waiting politely to be acknowledged. The boy's shoulders tightened. He didn't move, but his posture changed, like a rabbit hearing brush move. "Is something cooking?" I asked. "No," he said quickly. "It's not for cooking." My mouth went dry. "What's it for then?" He lifted his eyes again, and this time he looked annoyed maybe, or tired, like an adult in a tiny body who'd had to explain the same thing too many times. "It's for reminders," he said, "so you don't forget." I didn't know what to do with that, so I did what I always do when I'm in someone else's home and the air feels slightly wrong. I oriented myself. I gathered harmless facts like they were anchors. "Okay," I said, keeping my tone light. "Do you want a snack?" "Your parents said." "They're not my parents," he said flatly. That landed like a coin dropped into a glass. The sound wasn't loud, but it rang. "I'm sorry," I said, softer now. "Who are they?" He hesitated. His thumb hovered over the tablet screen. For a second, he looked like he might answer me like a normal kid, like he might complain about a stepdad or a foster situation or a grandma who made him eat peas. Instead, he said, "They're the people who live here." The HVAC vent exhaled again, and the eucalyptus smell mixed with something metallic, faint and sour, like a penny warmed in a palm. From upstairs, a floorboard popped. Not a footstep exactly, more like the house adjusting its weight, settling. The boy's eyes flicked toward the staircase. He pressed the tablet's power button so the screen went black, and he set it down carefully, as if sound mattered. "What was that?" I asked, and heard the thinness in my own voice. "Nothing," he said. Then, after a beat, "It's normal." I believed him the way you believe someone who has to live with a thing. Normal isn't always safe. Normal is just what you get used to. I looked back at the envelope and the notebook, sitting on the entry table like they'd been waiting for me all day. My phone buzzed once more. I didn't even want to look, but I did. "Mara, unknown number. If you decide to leave, leave now. If you stay, read it. Quietly. You can still choose." My heart did a small, stupid jump like it wanted to be ahead of me. I stared at the text until the letters blurred a little. Choice. Leave now, stay and read. The boy was watching me again, not openly. He pretended to look at the dark tablet, but his eyes kept flicking up, measuring my face like he was reading a clock. "Are you going?" he asked. It wasn't pleading. It wasn't accusing. It was practical. Outside, a car passed on the street, tires hissing over wet pavement. Somewhere far away, a dog barked twice and stopped. The house held its breath between those sounds, full of warmth and cleanliness, and that single earlier chirp from the smoke detector like a tiny warning. I looked at the staircase. I looked at the envelope. I looked at the boy, small, rigid, acting older than he should. I started and realized my hands were shaking. Not much, just enough that my fingernails clicked lightly against my phone case. I could leave. I could pretend I'd never stepped inside. I could text the app, call the number from the listing, report weird vibes and bounce. Or I could do what I always did. Stay. Smooth it over. Assume the discomfort was just miscommunication I could manage. I set my phone down in my pocket, slowly, so he could see my hands were empty. "Okay," I said. "I'm staying." He watched me for a long moment. Then he nodded once, like I just signed something invisible. "Then don't read it here," he said, and pointed not at the kitchen, but at a small doorway off the hall. "Laundry room, door shuts." My throat tightened. I made myself breathe in through my nose. Lemon cleaner. Warm toasted something. A faint metallic tang. "Right," I said, forcing steadiness into my voice. "Laundry room." I stepped toward the envelope and the black notebook and picked them up. I took the envelope and the notebook into the laundry room and closed the door until the latch clicked. The sound was small but absolute, like a period at the end of a sentence. The room smelled like warm dust and detergent pods. A stacked washer-dryer hummed faintly, not running, just alive enough to remind me it existed. A bare bulb buzzed overhead, casting a tired yellow circle on the floor. There was a folding table bolted to the wall, its metal legs scuffed and bent like it had been kicked more than once. I slid the envelope open with my finger. Inside was a single folded sheet and a key card, the kind hotels use. White plastic, no label. The paper was heavier than normal printer stock. When I unfolded it, my pulse started tapping in my ears, not panic yet, just attention. Read this once. Memorize what you can, destroy after. Below that, numbered rules, tight, economical sentences. No jokes, no apologies. Do not leave the house between 7:10 p.m. and 7:40 p.m. At 7:15 p.m., lock the back door and place the kitchen chair under the handle. If the timer sounds more than once, something was done out of order. Fix it before the second sound ends. Do not use your phone flashlight. Overhead lights only. If he asks you to help him hide, say no. Sit down instead. If you hear knocking from inside the house, do not answer it. If you hear knocking from outside the house, check the clock before you decide anything. If you decide to leave early, take the basement door, not the front. Do not write notes. Do not underline. Do not add rules. My stomach dropped on Rule 8. Basement door. Like it was an exit people used often enough to specify. I checked my phone. 7:06 p.m. 4 minutes. My flaw kicked in hard then, the reflex to assume I'd already screwed something up just by existing in the wrong order. I read the list again faster, trying to burn it in, my eyes snagging on phrases like fix it before the second sound ends and decide anything. A muffled beep came through the door. The same polite chirp as before, but closer now, like it was just outside the room. 7:10. I folded the paper and slid it back into the envelope, my hands clumsy. I tucked the keycard into my pocket. The notebook stayed unopened. Something about the rules felt incomplete, like this page was a summary, and the notebook was the long version, the part you didn't read unless you'd already committed. I cracked the door and looked out. The boy was sitting on the couch exactly where I'd left him, hands folded in his lap now, tablet off. He looked up immediately. "You read it," he said. "Yeah," I said. "I did. Good." He glanced at the clock over the TV. "You're late for the chair." I checked again. 7:11, 4 minutes. He slid off the couch and padded into the kitchen barefoot, moving with purpose. I followed, heart ticking faster than the clock. The kitchen was clean to the point of sterility. Stainless steel counters. A single chair tucked neatly under the table. "Chair under the back door handle," he said, already dragging it across the tile. The legs screeched, sharp and loud. I flinched. "Okay," I said. "I've got it." He paused, looking at me like he was deciding whether to argue. Then he let go. The back door was glass with a metal handle that curved downward. I wedged the chair beneath it, adjusting until the top rung pressed snugly against the lever. It felt ridiculous, improvised, like something you'd do during a prank, not because it mattered. The timer chirped again. The boy froze. "That's twice," he said quietly. My chest tightened. "It hasn't," the chirp ended. Silence. He let out a breath. "Okay, it still counts, but we can fix it." "Fix what?" I asked. "You moved the chair after 7:10, he said, not accusing, stating. I had 4 minutes, I said, and heard the edge in my voice. "The rule says, I know what it says." He looked at the clock again. 7:12. "We have 3 minutes." "For what?" He hesitated, then said, "For the door." I followed his gaze. The back door glass reflected the kitchen light, showing our shapes layered over the dark yard. No movement outside, just a fence and a leafless tree. "What about the door?" I asked. "You have to check it," he said, "but not like you think." "Okay," I said carefully. "Tell me how." He nodded, like he'd been waiting for that. "You stand here, I stand there." He pointed to the edge of the kitchen near the pantry. "You don't touch the handle, you just look." "That's it." "Yeah." This felt like the kind of instruction that only mattered because someone once did it wrong. I took my place. The overhead light hummed louder than before, or maybe I was just listening harder. I leaned forward slightly, peering at the door handle, the chair, the narrow gap between them. Everything looked normal. "I don't see anything," I said. "Good," he said. "Don't say that." I closed my mouth. My phone vibrated in my pocket. Instinct screamed at me to check it, to anchor myself to another adult voice, another reality. Rule 4 flashed in my mind. Do not use your phone flashlight. Overhead lights only. I left it there. The timer chirped again. The boy's face went pale. "That's bad." "What do we do?" I asked, my voice thin now. "We missed something," he said. "That means it's already happening." "What is?" He didn't answer. Instead, he walked to the pantry door and opened it just enough to look inside. He didn't turn on the light. "Okay," he said. "It's not here yet." A sound came from upstairs then. Not footsteps. More like a chair being dragged slowly across carpet. Fibers protesting, then settling. My throat went dry. "Is someone else here?" I asked. "No," he said quickly. Too quickly. Just stay in the kitchen." I wanted to leave. Every cell in my body leaned toward the front door, toward fresh air and streetlights and other people. But the rules had already wedged themselves into my thinking, turning choices into obstacles. "If I leave early," I said, "it says basement door." He looked at me sharply. "Don't." "Why?" "Because it's not early yet." Another noise upstairs. A dull thump this time, like something heavy being set down. The overhead light flickered once. I felt my composure start to crack. My private fear, being the one who caused this by missing a step, rose up hot and sharp. "Tell me what I did wrong," I said. "Please, I can fix it if I know." He studied me for a moment, really looked. Then he said, "You read it twice, didn't you?" My stomach sank. "How did you?" "That's not once," he said. "That makes the timing fuzzy." "That's not fair," I said, louder than I meant to. I was trying to be careful. "I know," he said, and there was something like sympathy there. "That's why it picked now." A knock came from inside the house, not from the front door, not from the back, from somewhere below us. 3 slow taps, wood on wood, patient. My phone vibrated again, harder this time, like it was desperate. The boy whispered, "Don't answer that." I backed away from the sound, my heel bumping the chair under the door. It shifted a centimeter, just enough. The overhead light went out. Darkness swallowed the kitchen, thick and immediate. In that black, the timer began to chirp again once, twice, and didn't stop. The darkness lasted maybe 2 seconds, long enough for my eyes to register the shape of the boy beside me, the pale oval of his face barely visible against the darker kitchen, and the timer chirping like an insect trapped in a jar. Then the overhead light snapped back on. The sudden brightness made my head swim. I grabbed the counter to steady myself, my palms slipping on stainless steel that felt colder than it should have. "Okay," I said, breathing hard. "Okay." Lights came back, "That's good." The boy didn't answer. He was staring at the back door. The chair had shifted. Not much, just enough that the top rung no longer pressed perfectly against the handle. The handle itself was angled down a few degrees, like someone had tested it and stopped. "I didn't," I started. "I know," he said. "It wasn't you." The timer chirped again. Shorter this time, more urgent. "Attempt 1," he said, like he was narrating something he'd done before. "We reset." "Reset how?" He moved fast, circling the kitchen island, bare feet whispering against tile. "We put everything back where it was supposed to be at 7:10. That time's already gone." "Doesn't matter," he said. "We just have to make it look right." I followed his lead, heart banging against my ribs. I nudged the chair back under the handle, pressing until the wood creaked. He adjusted the pantry door, pushing it flush with the frame. He straightened a dish towel that had slipped from the oven handle. "Why does this matter?" I asked. "Because it notices changes," he said, "not reasons." The sound upstairs came again, a dragging scrape, then a dull thud. Closer now, directly above the kitchen. My hands were shaking so badly I had to ball them into fists. "Is that a person?" He hesitated. "Just a fraction too long. It's someone who shouldn't be up there right now." That didn't help. The timer stopped chirping. We stood still, listening. The house made its normal noises, HVAC sighing, pipes ticking faintly in the walls. No footsteps, no dragging. "Did it work?" I whispered. "For now," he said, "but we lost time." "How much?" He checked the clock. 7:19 p.m. My phone buzzed again, insistent. Against my better judgment, I pulled it out. The screen lit my face like a confession booth. "Mara, lights flickering means the circuit is overloaded. Don't reset the breaker unless you have to. If it goes fully dark, stay put." "I think the power's unstable," I said, pocketing the phone. "Old wiring," he nodded. "That happens." It was the first normal explanation anyone had offered, and it almost made me laugh. Almost. The knock came again. Not 3 taps this time. One long, deliberate thump. From below, my stomach clenched. "Rule 6, I said, knocking from inside. "Don't answer." "Yes," he said. But what?" "But it keeps knocking until someone moves." As if on cue, another thump reverberated through the floor, strong enough to rattle the silverware drawer. I backed into the counter, my hip catching the edge hard enough to make me gasp. Pain flared, sharp and hot, grounding me in my body. "We can't just stand here," I said through clenched teeth. "We need to do something." "Attempt to," he said quietly. "We distract." "With what?" He pointed toward the living room. "Noise where it expects noise." We moved together, slow and careful. The living room felt farther away than it had before, the hardwood creaking louder under our weight. I flicked on a lamp by the couch. Warm light pooled across the rug. "Sit," he whispered. I sat. He grabbed the tablet from the couch and turned it on, the bright colors jarring in the dim room. He set the volume low, cartoon voices murmuring nonsense. The knock below paused. For a heartbeat, I thought it had worked. Then the upstairs noise changed. No more dragging. Now it sounded like footsteps, heavy ones, crossing the room above us. My skin prickled. "That's not distraction," I said. "That's escalation." The boy's jaw tightened. "It means it heard us." A shadow passed the hallway entrance, just a smear of darker dark against light, gone before my brain could label it. I sucked in a breath. I saw something. "What?" he asked, too fast. "I don't know. Movement." He glanced toward the hallway, then shook his head. "Air from the vents. Happens when the system kicks." It was plausible, annoyingly so, and I clung to it, even as my pulse refused to slow. The tablet let out a sudden loud jingle and add. I lunged for the volume, fumbling, my fingers slick with sweat. The sound cut off, but the damage was done. The timer chirped, long, loud. "Okay," he said, voice tight. That didn't work. The overhead light flickered again, then went out. This time it stayed dark. The living room lamp remained on, but it felt inadequate, like a flashlight in fog. My phone vibrated once, then died. The screen went black. "No," I whispered, tapping it uselessly. "Dead. Battery drained from the flashlight earlier or something else." "Stay put," he said. "Rule 4. "But the kitchen, I know," he said. "But if you move now, it'll hear the difference." Another knock from below. Faster now, impatient. My nerves felt flayed. Every sound scraped. My hip throbbed where I'd hit the counter. My throat burned from breathing too fast. "Tell me the truth," I said, "please. What happens if we don't fix this?" He swallowed. "It comes up." A new sound joined the chaos, the front door handle rattling. I nearly screamed before he grabbed my wrist hard enough to hurt. "That's not it," he said urgently. "That's just..." The rattling stopped. A voice called out, muffled through the door. "Hello, police? Anyone home?" Relief hit me so hard my eyes stung. "Thank God," I breathed. "And no," he said, panic flashing across his face for the first time. "You can't open that." "They're police," I said. "Real people." "That's worse," he said, "because they won't leave." The knocking from below grew frantic, a rapid series of thumps now, like fists on wood. Upstairs, footsteps rushed toward the stairs. The geography of the house snapped into my head all at once. The kitchen behind us, living room here, hallway leading to the stairs, basement door off that hall. Rule 8 burned in my mind. If you decide to leave early, take the basement door, not the front. I looked at the boy. He was shaking now, shoulders hunched, eyes bright with unshed tears. "We're out of options," I said. "This is attempt 3. He shook his head. "It's not early anymore." The police knocked again, louder. "Ma'am, we received a call about a disturbance." "A call? From who?" The upstairs footsteps hit the top of the stairs. The basement door creaked. And then, with a soft mechanical click I felt more than heard, the front door deadbolt slid into place. Locked. The house had decided. "There's no going back now," the boy whispered. And the timer, relentless, began to chirp again. The basement door was already open. Not wide, just enough to breathe out a ribbon of cold air that smelled like concrete and old cardboard. The hinges gave a tired, complaining creak as it moved another inch on its own, the sound swallowed quickly by the house. The boy stood frozen beside me, eyes locked on the dark rectangle below. "It's up," he said, not loud, certain. The timer chirped again, then stopped. Silence pressed in, thick enough to feel. The police knocked harder at the front door. "Ma'am, we need you to respond." Upstairs, something shifted its weight on the top step. A foot, careful testing. I grabbed the boy's hand before I could think better of it. His fingers were ice cold, rigid, but he didn't pull away. "We're going down," I said. "Now." "That's not the rule," he whispered. "It says if you decide to leave early," I said. "We're leaving. It's early enough for me." The house answered for him. The overhead light in the hallway flicked on just that one, casting a harsh cone down the stairs to the basement, like a stage cue. The upstairs footstep came again. One step down. I pushed the boy gently, but firmly toward the basement. "Go." He hesitated, eyes darting toward the front door as the police called out again, more urgent now, toward the stairs above us, where a shadow detached itself from the wall and became a shape. Human, definitely human. A man, tall and broad-shouldered, moving with a deliberate slowness that made my stomach twist. He wore socks, not shoes, a sweatshirt with the hood down. I could see the pale oval of his face in the half-light, his eyes fixed not on me, but on the boy. "You're late," he said calmly. The sound of his voice broke something open in the kid. He bolted. I followed, pain screaming through my hip as I half fell, half ran down the basement stairs, dragging the door shut behind us with a hard yank. The latch caught with a sharp click that felt like a victory, until a fist slammed into the door from the other side. Once, twice. "Open it," the man said, still calm. "You're making it worse." The basement light buzzed to life overhead, revealing a low-ceilinged room cluttered with storage shelves, plastic bins, and a narrow exterior door at the far end. Keypad was mounted beside it. The keycard burned in my pocket like a secret I'd forgotten to use. The boy was shaking so hard I had to crouch in front of him to keep him focused. "Hey, look at me." He did. Tears streaked silently down his face. "He's not supposed to talk," he whispered. "Not before 7:40. Another air against the door. Harder this time. The wood bowed inward with a crack like a gunshot. I pulled the keycard out and swiped it at the basement door. Red light. Locked. "Shit," I breathed. Okay. My flaw rose up again, vicious and familiar. "You missed something. You always miss something. The rules: memorize, destroy. Rule 8, basement door, not the front. Rule 9, don't add rules." I looked at the keypad. Numbers worn smooth, no letters. "What's the code?" I asked. He shook his head frantically. "I'm not allowed to know it." The basement door shuddered as the man leaned his weight against it. The latch groaned. "You don't have to do this," he called through the door. "You can sit down. That's the rule, right?" The boy clapped his hands over his ears. The police were shouting now, muffled but insistent. Someone pounded on the front door hard enough that the sound carried even down here. The house felt like it was vibrating between two authorities, both of them wrong. The keypad beeped softly as I pressed a number. Wrong, another, wrong again. The man laughed, a soft huff of amusement. I slammed my hand against the wall in frustration, pain shooting up my arm, and then I saw it. Laminated card taped crookedly to the side of a shelf, mostly hidden behind a bin of Christmas decorations. Faded, greasy with fingerprints. Circuit reset panel / panel B below it, handwritten in marker. 740-740. Not a code, a reminder. The lights flickered. The basement door behind us cracked open at the top as the latch began to give. "Go sit," the man said, voice sharp now. "Last warning." I grabbed the fire extinguisher off the wall without thinking. Heavy. Solid. "Cover your ears," I told the boy. He dropped to the floor, hands clamped tight. I turned and discharged the extinguisher straight at the door. White powder exploded into the air, choking and blinding, filling the narrow space. The man shouted, coughing, swearing, as the door burst open, and he stumbled back a step, blinded. I didn't hesitate. I charged. The extinguisher connected with his shoulder, not his head, bone on bone, the impact jarring my arms painfully. He grunted, staggered, but didn't fall. Too big, too strong. He swung blindly and caught me across the face with the back of his hand. Light detonated behind my eyes. I went down hard, the world tilting. The boy screamed. The man loomed over me, powder caked in his beard, eyes red and furious. "You broke the order," he snarled. I tasted blood, felt something warm trickle from my eyebrow. Behind him, the basement door light flicked from red to green. I kicked. My heel connected with his knee at a bad angle. He yelped, buckled, instinctively grabbing for balance. "Now," I screamed. The boy scrambled to the door, fumbling with the handle. It opened. Cold night air rushed in, sharp and clean. Sirens wailed somewhere close. The man lunged after him, limping, reaching. I slammed the extinguisher into his side again. He went down this time, crashing into the shelves, plastic bins raining down around him. I grabbed the boy and shoved him through the door, following close behind. We spilled out into the backyard, wet grass soaking my jeans, the fence looming ahead. The police were already coming around the side of the house, flashlights cutting through the dark. Real ones this time. I collapsed, breath tearing out of me in ragged sobs. I couldn't stop. The boy sat beside me, shaking, powder still clinging to his hair like snow. Inside the house, the timer chirped one last time. Then it stopped. The paramedic cleaned the cut above my eyebrow with practiced efficiency, the sting sharp enough to make me hiss. He apologized without looking at me, already moving on to tape gauze in place. Someone else checked my pupils with a pen light. Someone asked me my name, the date, where I was. I answered automatically, my voice sounding like it belonged to someone else. The boy sat on the back step, wrapped in a foil blanket that crackled every time he shifted. An officer crouched in front of him, speaking gently, asking questions that were designed to feel optional. He answered some. Others he ignored, staring instead at the dark rectangle of the basement door like it might open again if he blinked. Police lights painted the side of the house red, then blue, then red again. Neighbors stood at the edges of their lawns in slippers and hoodies, pretending to look at their phones while watching everything. The man was taken out on a stretcher, not unconscious, just restrained, jaw tight, eyes tracking the boy as they wheeled him past. He didn't look like a monster. He looked like someone who'd lost control of a system that had always worked for him before. I caught the boy's eye as they rolled the stretcher by. His face stayed blank, but his shoulders relaxed a fraction once the ambulance doors closed. Inside the house, officers moved carefully, documenting. One of them came out holding the spiral notebook in an evidence bag. The black cover was scuffed now, white powder smeared along one edge. "What's this?" he asked me. I shook my head. "Instructions." He waited, pen hovering. "For surviving the evening," I added. He wrote something down that I couldn't read. At the hospital, the fluorescent lights were too bright, the waiting room too quiet. My hip had already begun to stiffen, the bruise blooming deep and ugly under my jeans. The doctor told me I'd likely have a mild concussion. Rest. No screens. Someone would call me tomorrow. They let me leave with a paper wristband still cutting into my skin and a headache that pulsed in time with my heartbeat. Outside, my phone finally powered back on. A dozen notifications bloomed across the screen. Missed calls from the babysitting app, a voicemail from a blocked number. I listened to it sitting in my car, engine off, windows fogging with my breath. Mara's voice was calm, tired. "You did what you could," she said. "That matters. Don't go back. If anyone asks, you never saw the notebook." The call ended. No callback number. I stared at the dark windshield until my reflection blurred. The next morning felt almost normal, which was the strangest part. Sunlight through my kitchen window. Coffee tasting like coffee. My body sore but intact. I showered carefully, wincing as water hit the bruise on my hip, the tape on my eyebrow tugging at skin. I tried to fold laundry and realized my hands were shaking. The police called around noon. A woman this time. She told me the man was the boy's legal guardian, that there had been prior reports, noise complaints, a wellness check that found nothing actionable, that the house had been fitted with an elaborate internal alarm system and smart locks under the guise of home security. Control, she said, not unkindly. That's what he called it. The boy was in temporary care. A caseworker would be in touch if they needed further testimony. After I hung up, I sat on the floor with my back against the couch and let myself cry. Quietly, efficiently, like it was another task to complete. A week later, an envelope arrived in my mailbox. No return address. Inside was my spare house key, the one I'd handed over to the app for emergencies, and a check for the full night's pay plus a little extra. No note, no explanation. I didn't cash it. I deleted the babysitting app from my phone. Then, after a pause, reinstalled it just long enough to block the address. The house still appeared on the map, a small blue pin in a quiet neighborhood. No warning attached. Sometimes, when I wake up at night, I listen for timers, for a chirp that doesn't belong to anything I own. Sometimes I get up and check my doors anyway, just to be sure they're locked the way I left them. I think about the boy often, about the way he knew the rules without ever needing to read them, about how quickly he ran when given permission. Once, while folding towels, I found white dust in the seam of my jacket pocket. Fire extinguisher powder ground in deep. I brushed it away, but the smell lingered faintly, chemical and clean. Ordinary life resumed around me. Classes, work, friends asking why I had a scar on my eyebrow. I told them I slipped. I don't tell them about the notebook, about the way a house can learn your habits, about how easy it is to mistake order for safety. Every so often, I check the time at 7:10 p.m. without meaning to, just to see. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, my reflection blinks a second later than I do, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early the first time it happens. I'm already irritated. Not scared. Not even curious in a clean, science fair way. Just irritated, the way you get when your phone stutters on a video call, and you can't tell if it's your Wi-Fi or the other person's cheap router. I'm leaning over the bathroom sink in my Airbnb in Southwark, London, trying to tame the collar of a button-down that refuses to sit right. The bathroom is one of those narrow city ones where everything is glossy white and slightly too close together. Sink, toilet, shower door, like the architect wanted to see if adults could be folded. The exhaust fan hums with a tired bearing. Somewhere in the building, a washing machine thumps like a slow heartbeat. Through the frosted window, I can hear the city's distant traffic, softened and constant, with the occasional bright, wet squeal of a bus braking in the rain. I raise my eyebrows at myself, just checking, just making sure I look like someone who knows where he's going. My eyebrows go up. A beat later, half a beat, they go up again. Not mine, the other ones, the ones behind the glass. Blink instinctive, quick, dry air. Contact lens scrape. My reflection blinks too, late. It's subtle enough that my mind tries to edit it away. Like, no, that can't be right. The fan is buzzing, you're jet lagged. The light above the mirror is that cheap LED that flickers and makes everybody's skin look slightly green. There are a million reasons for a sense of off. So I do what any reasonable person does when something feels off, but still explainable. I test it. Blink once. My eyelids close. Open, the reflection closes. Opens, a fraction behind. I lean closer until my nose almost touches the mirror. I can see the tiny freckles across my cheekbone. I can see where I missed a patch shaving yesterday. I can see the faint scratch in the glass near the bottom left corner, like someone once hit it with a watch buckle. Blink again. Late again. The air in the bathroom smells faintly of lemon cleaner, and the cheap eucalyptus soap the host leaves in a little wire basket. I can hear my own breath, suddenly too loud in the tile box. Okay, I say out loud, because saying things out loud makes them behave. It's a rule. Okay, it's the light. I reach up and flip the bathroom switch off. Darkness. The fan dies. For half a second, there's only the distant city noise and the gentle trickle of the radiator cooling. I flip it back on. The light returns with a faint strobe, like it's waking up. I stare. My reflection stares back. A little too precisely. I blink. It lags. A neat 1 second delay would be obvious. A full second would be cartoonish. This is worse. This is the kind of delay that makes you doubt yourself, that leaves room for your own brain to argue you down. I'm still staring when my phone vibrates on the counter, skittering slightly on the glossy surface. LUCAS, one new message. I swipe it without looking away from the mirror. You up? Another buzz. We're leaving in 20. You still coming, or are you bailing on me like Berlin? I exhale through my nose, almost a laugh, and finally look down. That's the thing about Lucas. He makes you remember you're a person with a schedule. He yanks you back into the normal world by force. I type with my thumb, not bailing. Give me 30. Also, this bathroom light is garbage. He replies immediately, as if he's been holding the phone. Everything in London is garbage except the pubs. Hurry. I set the phone down and look up again, because I can't help myself. This time, I try to catch it. I stare straight into my own pupils. I blink slowly, deliberately, like I'm in a relaxation video. My eyelids lower. My reflection's eyelids lower late. My stomach does a small, practical dip, like it does when you step off a curb you thought was there, and it is. I pull the phone up again and open the camera. If it's a flicker in the bathroom light, the camera should show it. If it's my brain, the camera should show nothing. I switch to the front-facing camera and hold it up, framing myself and the mirror so I can see both. Me in the phone, me in the glass. I blink. The phone version blinks with me. Clean, synced. The mirror version blinks late. My skin prickles across my forearms, not in a horror movie way, more like when the heater kicks on unexpectedly and you realize you weren't actually warm. I lower the phone. The mirror looks normal again, except it is. It's me, but it's also a surface with rules I suddenly don't trust. I swallow. Jet lag, I tell myself quieter. Lead flicker, whatever. I step away from the sink and into the bedroom, as if physical distance can solve a technical problem. The airbnb is small but tidy. A narrow double bed with a gray duvet. A little desk with a kettle and 2 mugs. A single framed print of Tower Bridge that looks like it came from a hotel clearance sale. My suitcase is half open on the floor, clothes folded in a way that suggests I had optimism at the beginning of this trip. I'm in London for work, sort of. Not official. A conference that's adjacent to my work, which means my employer can pretend they didn't pay for it, and I can pretend it isn't exhausting. I tell people I came because it's good networking. The truth is I came because sitting alone in my apartment in Seattle after a breakup felt like keeping vigil over my own life, and I needed noise and strangers and a reason to put on shoes. And because Lucas, my oldest friend, my favorite pain, texted me 3 months ago, "Come to London. I'll be there. We'll do it right this time. Berlin was not right. Berlin was a week of Lucas going out every night and me saying I would join in a bit, and then lying awake, scrolling, listening to the hallway outside my hostel and thinking someone was going to turn the knob. I don't tell people that part. I tell them I get travel anxiety, like it's charming, like it's a quirky preference for routine. My private fear is simpler and uglier. I don't trust doors, especially when I'm somewhere unfamiliar. I don't trust what's on the other side, and I don't trust that the lock will hold, and I don't trust my own ability to stay calm if something goes wrong. I pull on my coat anyway, because Lucas is waiting, and because I'm 32 and tired of arranging my life around fear like it's the most important person in the room. On my way out, I pass the bathroom again. I pause. Of course I do. The mirror is still there, glossy and ordinary, with the light humming above it. The sink is still clutter-free. The soap still sits in its wire basket like a prop. I stand in the doorway and look at myself from a distance, framed by the tile and the narrow space. I blink. It looks normal. I step closer. I blink again. Late. My heart doesn't race. It doesn't do anything dramatic. It just becomes very present, like a coworker suddenly standing too near your desk. I could leave it. I could decide it's an electrical flicker and go meet my friend and drink beer and laugh about how British outlets are weird. I could choose the normal life where the mirror is a mirror and my brain stops trying to solve it. Or I could do what I always do when something feels wrong. Check the lock, check the hinge, check the angle. Find the reason. Prove to myself it's explainable. I stare at the mirror's edge. There's a seam where it meets the wall. A bead of caulk. A slightly uneven line like it was installed in a hurry. I reach out and press my fingertips to the glass. It's cool, not cold. I blink. Late. My fingers stay there. I feel the faint vibration of the fan through the wall, the building alive with other people's mornings. Somewhere, someone laughs briefly and shuts a door. The sound is muffled, but it makes my shoulders tighten anyway. My phone buzzes again. Lucas. I'm downstairs. Don't make this weird. I stare at the message, then at my own eyes in the mirror, trying to decide which reality gets priority. If I go now, I'm choosing to ignore it. If I stay, I'm choosing to be alone in a stranger's bathroom with a mirror I don't trust, while my friend waits outside in the rain. My thumb hovers over the keyboard. I can feel the choice like a fork in the day, small, stupid, and somehow heavy. I type, give me 5. I drop something, and before I can talk myself out of it, I turn back toward the bathroom cabinet beneath the sink, kneel down, and reach for the handle. Because if there's a rational explanation, it's going to be in the cheap wiring, or the loose fixture, or whatever this place is hiding in plain sight. And if there is, well, then I want to know that now, not later. The cabinet under the sink groans when I pull it open, like it's offended to be involved. A spare roll of toilet paper, a plastic bin of cleaning stuff, 2 tiny hotel shampoos, and wedged in the back like it's hiding an extension cord and a chunky white power strip. The kind with a red rocker switch that always feels slightly loose under your thumb. I stare at it longer than I need to, because it's something. A rational culprit. A place where weird light could become bad connection, and bad connection could become drop it, fix it, move on. My phone vibrates again on the counter. Lucas. 5. You said 30. What are you doing up there performing surgery? I mutter, though he can't hear me. Just not losing my mind. I pull the power strip out. The cord snakes behind the vanity, disappearing into a hole someone drilled too small. I tug gently. It doesn't want to move. I tug harder. Something shifts with a soft scrape in the wall. The bathroom light flickers. Not a strobe, more like a blink. For a half second, the mirror is a darker rectangle, and my reflection in it becomes a shallow, warped shadow. And in that half second, my reflection doesn't match my posture. It's tiny. It's just my shoulder angle. My right shoulder is a little higher, like I'm bracing for something, except I'm not. I'm kneeling, hand on a cord, breath held like a person working around electricity. Then the light steadies, and my reflection is me again. I freeze with the power strip in my hand. The rational part of my brain scrambles for explanations. The flicker, the angle, my own micro movement not registering. Simple. But my pulse has already decided this is a threat. It thumps in my throat, turning my swallow into a noisy, deliberate action. I set the power strip down on the tile and follow the cord with my eyes. The hole behind the vanity is rough-edged. There's a faint brownish halo around it, like humidity has been working on it for a while. The cord disappears into darkness, and the darkness looks used, like someone has been in there, like it's not just a dead cavity. Behind me, the front door of the flat clicks softly, then doesn't open. It's the sound of a key testing a lock. My whole body tightens. I hold my breath and listen. Another click, then a scratch, metal on metal, small and patient. Someone is trying the door. My brain immediately offers the most comforting option, Lucas, being dramatic. But Lucas doesn't have the key, and he's downstairs. And even if he did, he'd be hammering on the door like a normal, annoying person. The clicks continue, slow, controlled, like whoever's out there knows what they're doing. I crawl to the bathroom door and kill the light with the switch. Darkness. The fan dies again. The washing machine thump in the building becomes louder without the hum masking it. The clicking at the front door stops. A beat. Then a sound I don't like at all. Something flat sliding into the gap near the latch. A card. A strip of plastic. A tool, not supernatural, not a ghost, just a person who's done this before. My mouth dries out instantly. My palms go slick. And the old fear, the one I dress up as travel anxiety, spikes so hard it feels like nausea. Doors, locks, unknown hallways. Being in a place where you can't tell what's normal behavior and what's a problem until it's already inside your space. I back up silently until my shoulder hits the bathroom wall. My phone is on the counter in the dark. I can't see it. I reach for it anyway, fingers patting tile, then porcelain, then the edge of the sink. The front door handle turns gently, not rattling, just testing. My fingers close around my phone. Screen flares bright in the darkness, a slap of blue-white light. And there I am again, on the lock screen camera preview, as it wakes my face reflected in the black glass for a split second. Not the mirror, the phone itself. My eyes look too wide, my jaw clenched. I swipe, hands clumsy, and call Lucas. He answers on the second ring, breathless, like he's been pacing under the building's awning. "What?" he says. "Are you alive? I'm getting soaked." "Someone S at the door," I whisper, immediately annoyed at myself for whispering, as if volume will summon them. "They're trying the lock." A pause. Then Lucas's voice shifts, less teasing, more alert. "Are you sure it's the right door? Like neighbor cleaner?" "No," I say. "They're Lucas, they're carding it." Another pause, and I hear movement on his end, footsteps maybe, or the muffled echo of a stairwell. "Okay," he says. "Okay, don't do anything stupid. Put something against it." There's no time. My eyes dart to the bathroom mirror, a faint rectangle in the darkness. I can still just make out my shape. "What do I do?" "Call the police," Lucas says. Now, my thumb hovers. I've never dialed emergency services in the UK. My brain trips on the number. 999, 112. My mind wants the comfort of 911, the familiar rhythm. The door handle turns again harder. The latch clicks like it's about to give. Lucas says my name sharp. "Ethan, police." Now, I punch 999. It rings. Once. Twice. A calm recorded voice answers, then a human voice. "Emergency. Which service do you require?" "Police," I blurt, and my voice sounds foreign to me. Too loud. Too thin. The operator's questions come measured and procedural. Address. Flat number. What's happening? Are they inside? Are you alone? I give the address off the Airbnb listing, stumbling over the postcode. My hands shake so hard the phone taps my teeth when I bring it too close. "They're trying to get in," I say. "Right now." "Stay on the line," she says. "Officers are being dispatched. Can you secure yourself in a room?" "I'm in the bathroom," I say, and it sounds ridiculous even as I say it. Like a sitcom, like a person who would get mocked. The latch clicks. The door opens a fraction, just enough that the hallway light spills into the flat in a narrow wedge. Then it stops, caught by the chain. Thank God for chains. The chain goes taut with a metallic snap that hits my bones. Whoever's out there yanks once, testing. Twice, harder. The door buckles inward a centimeter. The chain holds, but I hear the screws complain in the frame. A voice from the hallway says, muffled through wood, "Hello, maintenance." It's too smooth, too late, like they remembered the line and decided to try it. I don't answer. I press my back against the bathroom wall and stare at the mirror's dark rectangle, because my brain, in crisis, wants to see itself, wants confirmation that I exist, that I'm really here. The mirror catches the sliver of hallway light now. My reflection is faint, grainy. I blink, fast, panicked. My reflection blinks after, late. But this time it isn't subtle. This time it's like watching a bad video sync. My eyes close and open, and in that tiny gap, my reflection stays staring, eyes open, watching me blink. I inhale, sharp, and the sound is loud in the small space. The operator's voice continues in my ear, steady, grounding. Do not confront them. Do not open the door. Can you tell me if you can see them through the gap? Through the gap. I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't. The rational part of me knows that putting your eye near a door is how you get stabbed or sprayed or worse. But my flaw, the thing Lucas calls my need to know, kicks in. If I can see what's happening, it becomes manageable. If I can name the threat, I can survive it. I edge out of the bathroom on socked feet, moving like the floor might squeak. The wedge of hallway light makes the living area look staged. Gray duvet, kettle, tower bridge print, my half-open suitcase. Like a set dressing for a story that's about to go wrong. The chain on the door trembles as the person outside pulls again. I crouch by the door, careful, heart hammering, and angle my head toward the gap, keeping my face back, trying to see with one eye. I catch a slice of the hallway beyond, beige carpet runner, white walls, someone's feet in dark shoes. A hand comes into view, holding something flat and black. Not a card. A small pry tool, maybe. Or the handle of a screwdriver. Hand moves with calm purpose toward the chain. And then, From downstairs in the building, there's a sudden shout, Lucas's voice, muffled but unmistakable. "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" The hand freezes. The person outside jerks backward, out of my narrow view. For one bright second, relief floods me. Lucas is here. There's a witness. They'll run. It's over. Then the hallway erupts in movement, fast footsteps, a thud, a curse. Lucas again, closer, strained. And a new sound cuts through everything. A sharp crack, like plastic snapping under pressure. The chain on my door jerks violently. The screws rip partway out of the frame, wood splintering. The door lurches inward another few centimeters, and in the mirror behind me, caught in the wedge of light, I see my reflection's face turn toward the door before I do, as if it heard something I didn't, as if it knew the next move. The operator's voice goes distant. My phone slips in my sweaty hand. I'm stuck between two instincts: hold the door or run. And then the chain gives a little more, and I realize the choice has just been made for me. The chain finally snaps with a sound like a bottle cap tearing off. The door doesn't fly open. It sags inward, crooked on its hinges, the chain hanging uselessly from the frame with two screws half out, bent like teeth. Whoever's outside doesn't rush in right away. That's worse. It means they're listening. I scramble backward on my hands, phone clattering against the floor, my heels skidding on tile as I retreat toward the bathroom. The operator is still talking my name, I think, but her voice is thin and distant, like it's coming through a wall. "Police are 2 minutes out," she says, or maybe it's 30 seconds. Time is useless now. From the hallway comes Lucas's voice again, louder, breathless. "Hey, you don't want to do this." There's another voice this time. Close, calm, male. "It's fine, mate. Just a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding with a pry tool and a broken chain. I slam the bathroom door shut and twist the flimsy lock. It clicks into place with no confidence at all. I drag the laundry hamper, empty, wicker across the floor and wedge it under the handle like it's going to do anything. My chest hurts. Not sharp pain, but pressure, like I've been holding my breath for too long without realizing it. The mirror is directly across from me. I can't not look at it, even now. My reflection is pale, eyes darting, mouth slightly open. I look like a person who is about to make a bad decision. I blink. Late. A second attempt, panicked. Late again. I tear my gaze away and scan the bathroom like it's a puzzle room. Shower stall, toilet, sink, cabinet. Frosted window above the toilet, too high and too narrow to squeeze through even if I wanted to shatter it and bleed out into the street. The building creaks as someone runs down the stairs outside the flat. Lucas, maybe. Or the other guy. I hear a thud, a sharp inhale. Lucas swears. "Get off me," he says, strained. "What the hell is wrong with you?" The bathroom door rattles as something bumps into it from the other side. I flinch back, heart hammering, and the hamper shifts uselessly. First attempt, hide and wait. I crouch on the tub edge, phone pressed to my ear, whispering answers to the operator's questions while trying not to make noise. She asks if I can see the intruder. I say no. She asks if I'm injured. I say no, though my knee throbs where I hit the tile. The rattling stops. Silence swells in the flat, thick and unnatural. The washing machine somewhere below finishes its cycle with a chime that sounds offensively cheerful. Seconds stretch. My shoulders begin to shake, not sobbing, just the tremor of adrenaline with nowhere to go. My jaw aches from clenching. I risk leaning forward, pressing my ear to the door. I hear breathing, close, on the other side of the thin wood. Not hurried, not angry, waiting. Hide and wait isn't working. Whoever this is knows where I am. Second attempt, barricade and signal. I pull back and scan again. My eyes land on the power strip on the floor, cord still snaking into the vanity wall. An idea sparks, desperate, probably stupid, but something. If I can kill the power, maybe plunge the flat into darkness, maybe by confusion. Or at least make noise. Make it messy enough that they don't want to stick around. I crawl to the cabinet, fingers fumbling with the power strip. The red switch feels loose, like it's been flipped too many times. I glance at the mirror as I reach. My reflection's arm lifts before mine does. Not by much, a fraction, but enough that my stomach flips. I slam my eyes shut, flip the switch blind. The bathroom light cuts out. So does the hallway light beyond the door. The flat goes dim, except for the gray morning leaking through the frosted window. From outside the bathroom, there's a startled curse. The breathing shifts. Footsteps retreat a step. Then something else happens. A low hum starts up behind the wall. Not the fan, deeper, electrical, like a transformer waking up. The mirror catches the faint light from the window, and my reflection wavers, rippling slightly, as if the glass is flexing. My heart slams so hard it hurts. Then the hum resolves into something painfully ordinary, the refrigerator kicking back on after a brief outage. The kettle's standby light glowing faintly on the desk. The terrifying thing is explainable. Electrical surge. Bad wiring. Nothing more. I let out a shaky breath that turns into a laugh that almost becomes a sob. The bathroom door handle jiggles. Harder this time. The lock clicks, then gives a little. I realize, too late, that killing the power didn't trap them. It trapped me. Took away my ability to see, to orient, to think. I shove the hamper harder into the door as it bows inward. The operator's voice sharpens in my ear. "Sir, officers are on the landing. Can you hear them?" And then I do boots on stairs, radios crackling, shouted commands muffled by walls. Relief floods me so fast my knees go weak. "Police," someone yells from the hallway. Step away from the door, the pressure on the bathroom door vanishes. The silence that follows is different, less predatory, more chaotic. I sag against the tub, breath coming in ragged pulls, phone slipping from my ear to my chest. I did it, I waited. I didn't open the door. It's over, except it is. Because then there's a different sound, glass breaking, not inside the bathroom, somewhere else in the flat. A crash followed by the sharp tinkle of shards hitting hard floor. The bedroom window. My blood goes cold, not in a poetic way, but in a practical one. A sudden awareness of how many exits this flat actually has. "Ethan," Lucas's voice echoes from the hallway, distant now, urgent. "They're running. They went through your bedroom." The operator is still talking, but I'm already moving, adrenaline dragging me to my feet. I unlock the bathroom door and yank it open. The living area is dim, gray with rainlight. The front door hangs crooked, chain dangling uselessly. A police officer is pressed against the wall by the door, weapon drawn, eyes flicking between me and the bedroom. "Sir, stay where you are," he says. But I can see it already. The bedroom window is shattered inward, curtains fluttering in the wet air. Rain SPClas the carpet. My suitcase lies tipped over, clothes strewn like a dropped hand of cards. "They went that way," Lucas shouts from the stairwell. "Down the fire escape." The officer curses and takes off, boots pounding. I stand there shaking, every muscle buzzing, the delayed crash of fear hitting all at once. Another officer approaches me, hands up calm. Are you injured? Shake my head, then nod, then shake it again. Words don't work. He guides me to the sofa, sits me down like I might float away. The mirror in the bathroom catches my eye from across the flat. In the brighter light now, it looks normal, just glass, just me. I blink. Perfect sync. My breath slows a fraction. The officer talks. Lucas appears at my side, face flushed, a scrape on his cheek I hadn't noticed before. He grips my shoulder too hard, grounding and painful and real. They're gone, he says. You're okay. But then one of the officers returns from the bedroom, holding something between two fingers. Sir, he says to me, is this yours? It's the black pry tool, or part of it. The handle is snapped clean off, plastic sheared, like it was twisted too hard. And wrapped around the broken end is a thin strip of white plastic. Familiar. My eyes flick, unbidden, to the bathroom cabinet, to the power strip, to the extension cord disappearing into the wall. The officer continues, oblivious to the way my pulse spikes again. We found this caught on the window latch. Looks like it broke when they forced it. I nod automatically, but my brain is racing now, mapping connections I don't want to see. If they broke in through the door, why smash the window? If they ran, why leave a tool behind? And how did they know exactly where to go in a flat they'd never seen? The officer asks another question. I don't hear it. All I can think about is the cord behind the vanity. Used darkness in the wall. The way the mirror lagged worst right before things went wrong. And the realization settles, heavy and irreversible. Whatever just happened isn't done with me yet. And now the police are here. Lucas is here. The flat is compromised. I can't just leave and pretend none of this matters, because something about this place, about that mirror, that wiring, that door, has already let the wrong thing in. And retreat isn't an option anymore. We don't go to the pub. Lucas says we should, says sitting somewhere loud, and normal will reset my brain. But when the second officer finishes taking my statement, his tone shifts into that careful, official calm that means this is a problem you don't understand yet. Yeah, he asks, looking at the crooked door, the broken chain, the wet carpet by the bedroom window. Yeah, I say. My voice sounds like it belongs to someone else. You need to contact the host, and you should not stay here tonight. Lucas snorts. He's not staying here now. The officer gives him a look, then turns back to me. We'll have someone from the building come secure the window and door. Forensics may attend, but he pauses, eyes flicking to the vanity in the bathroom. If you suspect there's anything unusual about the property, don't touch it. Let us know. I nod, because nodding is what you do when you're trying not to shake apart. They leave, boots downstairs. A radio crackle fading. The flat feels too open without them, like the walls have relaxed. Lucas stands in the middle of the room, hands on hips, rain-dark hair stuck to his forehead, cheeks scraped raw. Okay, he says. We grab your stuff. We get a hotel. Done. I need my passport, I say automatically. It's in your bag. I look at the suitcase on the bedroom floor. Clothes soaked at the edges. A damp smear where someone stepped through the rain. My stomach tightens, not fear now, anger. The kind that makes you want to put your fist through something expensive. I need to know, I hear myself say. Lucas's eyes narrow. Know what? I point, half without thinking, toward the bathroom. The mirror. He blinks at me like I've started speaking in riddles. Ethan, it wasn't just the door, I say, too fast. The words come out like they've been waiting behind my teeth. They knew where to go. They knew the window. And the mirror, I swallow. It lagged, like it wasn't a mirror. Lucas exhales hard. You're spiraling. Maybe. I force myself to meet his eyes. But the cord behind the vanity, the power strip, the weird flicker, that's not spiraling, that's something. Lucas rubs a hand over his face. Fine, we look, 2 minutes. Then we leave. We move together like we're back in college doing something dumb and pretending it's brave. The bathroom light is on again. Someone must have flipped it at some point. The mirror looks normal, innocent. A rectangle of glass, a scratch near the bottom left, a seam of caulk around the edge. I step closer. My reflection steps closer. I blink. Perfect sync. See, Lucas says, already turning away. Wait. I lift my phone and open the front camera again, framing both me and the mirror. Me in phone syncs clean. Me in mirror looks clean. Then I angle the phone slightly, catching the mirror at the edge of the frame and the vanity wall behind it. The image on the phone jitters. Not the mirror, something in the mirror. A faint, uneven brightness behind the glass, like a screen waking. I hold my breath. Lucas leans in. What am I looking at? I tap the mirror with my knuckle. It doesn't sound like glass on drywall. It sounds hollow, slightly dampened, like there's space behind it. I feel my skin tighten. This isn't mounted like a normal mirror. Lucas's jaw shifts. He looks suddenly less annoyed. You think it's one of those two-way mirror things. Or a cabinet, I say. Or something. I crouch and look along the bottom edge. The caulk line is uneven. There's a tiny gap at one corner, not enough to notice unless you're looking for a reason to prove you're not losing it. I wedge my fingernail in. Peel. The caulk gives with a soft, rubbery tear. Lucas swears under his breath. Dude, the police literally said don't touch. I know, I whisper, and keep peeling anyway, because my flaw is right here in my hands, the need to confirm. The need to turn fear into an object I can point at. I find a screw head behind the caulk. Phillips, cheap, a little rusted. Lucas sighs like he hates himself, then steps in and pulls a coin from his pocket. Move. He works the screw with the coin edge, muttering, I can't believe I'm doing this. And then the bottom of the mirror shifts, just a millimeter, like a door loosening. My stomach drops. It's not glued. It's hung. We pull together, slow. The mirror tilts forward, and behind it, mounted to the wall, is a thin black panel, like a small display screen wired into a power adapter that disappears into the hole behind the vanity. A strip of Velcro holds a puck-sized camera to the inside edge, angled toward the bathroom, and if the door is open, straight into the bedroom. For a second, neither of us speaks. The exhaust fan hums. The city breathes outside. Everything else in me goes quiet. Lucas finally lets out a short, disbelieving laugh. Oh my God. My throat tightens. That's why it lagged. Because I wasn't watching a reflection. I was watching a live feed of myself, slightly delayed, playing back on a screen behind glass. My eyes flick to the camera. Tiny lens, tiny dot of an LED that would be invisible in daylight. My skin crawls, not from ghosts, but from the thought of how many ordinary mornings could have been watched. Lucas reaches toward it, then stops himself. We need to what? Take pictures. Call them back. Yes, I say, already raising my phone. My hands are shaking so badly the photos blur. I take more, wide shot, close shot, the wires, the camera, the adapter, the cord through the wall. Then, from the living area, the front door shifts. Not a kick, not a pry, a smooth, confident turn of the handle. The latch clicks. My blood doesn't run cold. My body just goes heavy, instantly, like gravity doubled. Lucas hears it too. His head snaps toward the doorway. No, Footsteps enter the flat. Not running, not hiding. The sound of someone who believes they belong there. A man's voice, calm, irritated, calls out, "Hello, anyone in?" Lucas and I look at each other. We are both thinking the same thing at the same time. He has a key. Lucas whispers, "Bathroom now." We lower the mirror panel as quietly as we can, but it bumps the counter with a soft thunk that feels like a shout. The footsteps stop. A beat. Then they start again, faster. Lucas shoves me toward the bathroom door. I stumble, knee flaring with pain, and catch myself on the sink. My phone almost slips. The footsteps are in the living area now. A shadow passes the bathroom doorway. The man says, "Closer." "Oi, what's going on?" Lucas grabs the power strip off the floor like it's a weapon, face tight, eyes hard. He's not brave in a heroic way. He's brave in the way people get when there's no other choice. Punch 999 again with trembling fingers, but the call screen hesitates. Bad signal, or my own clumsiness. The bathroom door swings open. He's there, adult male, maybe mid-30s, light jacket, jeans wet at the cuffs. His eyes flick past us to the mirror, then to the peeled caulk, and his expression changes in a flash from confusion to calculation. He sees what we saw, and his calm drops away. "Step back," Lucas says, voice low. The power strip cord dangles from his fist. The man's gaze darts to Lucas's hand, then to my phone. He lunges, not at Lucas, at me. At the phone. I jerk back, shoulders slamming the wall. His hand scrapes my wrist, nails biting, pain sharp and bright. Lucas swings the power strip like a flail. It catches the man's forearm with a dull smack. Not a knockout, just enough to make him recoil, swearing. He shoves Lucas hard into the vanity. Lucas grunts, and I hear something crack, wood or bone. I can't tell, and Lucas folds slightly, face twisting. I get the call through. The operator answers, and I choke out. "He's back, he's inside. Southwark, same address now." The man hears the word inside, and his eyes go flat. He reaches past Lucas, grabs the mirror edge, and yanks. The whole panel swings forward, wires stretching. The camera and screen wobble. He's trying to rip it out, to erase it. Lucas, teeth clenched, grabs the cord and pulls back. No, for a second, they're locked in a tug of war, both grunting, both slipping on tile. The cord behind the vanity goes taut. Then it tears free from the wall with a violent snap. Sparks spit from the hole like angry fireflies. The bathroom lights die. The fan stops. In the sudden dimness, lit only by gray window light, the man wrenches the panel toward himself and turns to run. But his heel catches the loose cord. He stumbles, arms flailing, and slams shoulder first into the doorframe. The impact is sickeningly solid. He goes down hard, head bouncing once off the tile. Not dead, not clean. He groans, one hand scrabbling at the floor, trying to rise. Lucas stands over him, shaking, one arm hanging at a wrong angle, shoulder visibly off. His face is white with pain, but his eyes are fixed. I'm still on the phone, voice high and broken, describing what I see, like that will keep it real. The man tries to push up again. Lucas plants a foot, gently but firmly, on his wrist. Not crushing, controlling. "Don't," Lucas says, voice raw, "just don't." We hold there, three men in a tiny London bathroom, breathing hard, listening to the building around us. A distant door slam. A kettle clicks somewhere, the rain ticking on the window. The operator tells me officers are on their way again, that I should stay on the line. That help is close. I believe her this time because there's no other option. The cost lands in small waves. The ache in my knee, the burning scrape on my wrist, Lucas's shoulder dislocated and trembling, the man on the floor moaning like an animal caught in a trap. And in the dim, dead mirror, now just a piece of glass leaning crookedly, I can see my own face reflected for the first time in what feels like hours. It's synced. It's mine. And I don't trust it anymore. The ambulance smells like antiseptic and wet fabric. Lucas sits on the gurney opposite me, shirt cut at the shoulder, arm immobilized in a sling that looks too flimsy to be comforting. His jaw is clenched, eyes unfocused, like he's replaying the moment where the man shoved him and his shoulder gave way. Shock doesn't look dramatic. It looks like staring at nothing and answering questions half a second too late. A paramedic shines a penlight in my eyes. Any dizziness? No, I say. Then, after a beat, I don't think so. She nods and writes something down. My wrist is wrapped in gauze where the skin broke. My knee throbs in a dull, manageable way. Nothing that won't heal. That fact feels almost insulting, considering how close everything came to not being manageable at all. Outside the ambulance doors, the building's entryway is crowded with normal life. A woman arguing quietly on her phone, a delivery guy checking an address, someone smoking under the awning and watching too intently. The rain has eased into a mist that hangs in the air and softens edges. The police don't leave much to imagination. They walk me through it carefully, patiently, the way you do when you're trying not to re-traumatize someone while still getting the facts straight. The man, his name turns out to be Mark Ellis, 37, wasn't a phantom or a mastermind. He was a contractor, technically, had access through a maintenance agreement with the building, had installed similar setups in 2 other flats, both short-term rentals, claimed it was for security, claimed the footage wasn't stored locally. They don't believe him. They seize his phone, his backpack, the panel, the camera. They photograph the wiring. They bag the broken power strip like it's a weapon, which makes my stomach flip in a way I don't comment on. Lucas squeezes my good shoulder while an officer explains the next steps. You did good, he says quietly. You didn't freeze. I almost laugh. I almost tell him that freezing is exactly what I do best, historically. Instead, I nod, because nodding has become my default response to everything that doesn't have a clean answer. The host never shows up. He sends messages, apologies, assurances, offers of refunds, but no face. No explanation for how a mirror-like that got installed without his knowledge. The police tell me that part will be handled later. Civilly, administratively, in words that sound like paper and time and waiting. We don't go back to the flat. We get a hotel near the river, one of those places that smells like fresh linen and coffee no matter where you stand. The room has a full-length mirror mounted to the wall opposite the bed. It's bolted in place, framed, solid. I still avoid looking at it. Lucas sleeps first, aided by painkillers and exhaustion. His breathing evens out quickly, a deep, steady rhythm that feels like proof the world is still capable of normal functions. I sit on the edge of the bed and scroll through my phone without really reading anything. Messages from people back home stack up. Are you okay? Lucas said something happened, and I don't answer them yet. When I finally do stand and cross the room to brush my teeth, I keep my eyes on the sink, on the faucet, on the toothpaste foam. I watch my hands. My hands don't betray me. I know intellectually that the mirror in this room is just glass, I know the trick now. I know the lag wasn't mystical or metaphysical. It was latency, processing time, a cheap screen and a camera, and a bad wiring job. Knowing doesn't stop my pulse from ticking up when I finally look. I lift my gaze slowly. My reflection lifts its gaze with me, perfectly synced. I blink. It blinks. I hold the stare longer than is comfortable, daring my body to calm down. My reflection looks tired, pale, older than it did yesterday morning in the airbnb bathroom. That part is real. Trauma has a way of adding years overnight. I turn away before my brain can start inventing reasons not to trust what I see. The next day is paperwork and phone calls and a short visit to a police station that smells faintly of old carpet and printer toner. I give another statement. Lucas gives his. Mark Ellis is charged with a list of things that sound technical and heavy when read aloud. There will be court dates, evidence review. I won't be required to stay in the country for most of it. The officer, same one from before, tells me gently that it's unlikely I was specifically targeted, that short-term rentals are vulnerable, that the timing was bad luck. Bad luck is a phrase I can live with. On the flight home, Lucas dozes beside me, sling awkward against the armrest. I watch the seatback screen show our progress inching over the Atlantic in a way that feels reassuringly abstract. We are moving away from something. Distance counts for something. I catch my reflection in the darkened window when the cabin lights dim. It overlays the black glass, faint and ghost-like. I don't test it. At home in Seattle, my apartment smells like dust and familiar detergent. The lock clicks behind me with a sound I've always liked. Solid, final. I check it once. Then, despite myself, I check it again. The mirror above my bathroom sink has a chip in the corner from when I dropped a bottle months ago. It's ugly. I'm suddenly grateful for that. Proof it hasn't been swapped. Proof of continuity. Life resumes in the way it always does, not all at once, but in pieces. Work emails, groceries, a follow-up appointment for Lucas's shoulder when he gets back, a polite call from an Airbnb representative offering credit and regret. Weeks pass. The charges move forward. I get an email about a civil case I can opt into. I don't, at least not yet. I'm tired of rooms that need to be examined. One evening, after a long day that is unremarkable in every important way, I stand in my bathroom brushing my teeth and realize I haven't thought about the mirror all day. The realization makes me pause. I rinse, set the toothbrush down, look up. My reflection looks back. I blink. It blinks. I hold my breath, not because I expect something to happen, but because part of me is listening for the echo of fear that used to live here. It's quieter now, not gone, just smaller. I turn off the light and leave the bathroom. The apartment settles around me with its usual sounds, the fridge hum, the faint rush of traffic through the window, the building's pipes ticking as they cool. In the dark hallway, my phone lights up with a notification. A news alert. Metropolitan Police investigate additional complaints linked to short-term rentals. I don't open it. I sit on the couch and let the quiet be quiet. Later, much later, when I get up to turn off the living room lamp, I pass the dark bathroom door and catch my reflection faintly in the black glass of the shower panel. Just for a moment, the angle is wrong. The light from the street hits it strangely. It looks like it moves before I do. I stop. Count one slow beat. I blink. The reflection blinks with me. I stand there a second longer, then shake my head, almost smiling at myself. Latency doesn't haunt you. People do. I turn away and go to bed, leaving the door open, leaving the light off. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, my wife has been standing in the corner for 13 hours, facing the wall is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first time I looked at the clock and did the math, I did it wrong on purpose. Not like I was trying to trick anyone, just if I kept it in smaller numbers, it didn't sound as insane. 3 hours, 4, maybe 5. But the minute hand kept walking in its smooth little loop, and the digital display on the oven stayed rude and exact. 9:17 p.m. She'd been standing there since 8:03 this morning. I knew because I'd checked the security camera log on my phone like some guy trying to catch a raccoon in his trash cans. Except this wasn't a raccoon. This was my wife. Her nose was almost to the paint. Not touching. Close enough that her breath left a faint fog on the matte eggshell, the kind that disappears if you blink. She stood in the corner of our dining room, facing the wall, hands down at her sides, shoulders set like she was holding a heavy grocery bag in each fist. There were still things about it that were normal if you squinted. Her socks matched. She was wearing the old gray sweatshirt from a marathon she never ran, hair up in the messy twist she did when she was about to clean or cook. The Spotify speaker on the counter had timed out hours ago, so the apartment had settled into the noises we usually never listened to on purpose. The radiator ticking like it was cooling itself down in slow motion. A neighbor's TV muffled through drywall, an ambulance far off and then gone. And she was breathing. I could see it in the small rise and fall between her shoulder blades. I set my keys down as quietly as if she might be sleeping. "Hey," I said, keeping my voice gentle because that's what you do when something's wrong, but it still has an explanation. "I'm home." No movement. I took my shoes off by the door and lined them up like I always did. One small habit I pretended was for cleanliness, but was really for control. My tie felt too tight even though I'd loosened it in the elevator. I pulled it off anyway, then realized my hands were shaking a little, and I shoved the tie into my coat pocket like it was contraband. I walked around the back of the couch so I could see her profile without getting in her line of sight. There was something in me that didn't want to step between her and the wall. It felt like stepping between someone and a cliff edge. "Lena," I tried again. "Honey," still nothing. I did the most normal thing my brain could find. I made a joke, half under my breath. "Okay, if this is one of those mindfulness things, I support it, but you're scaring me." The joke had nowhere to land. It just fell into the room and sat there. I opened the fridge with my free hand, like muscle memory could carry me. Cold air hit my face. Our grocery list was still taped inside the door with her tidy looping handwriting. Milk, eggs, coffee, bananas. The word bananas had 2 question marks next to it, like she knew I'd forget. I closed the fridge and stood there holding the handle a second longer than needed. The magnets clicked softly. She didn't flinch. A small, undeniable break from normalcy. That was what my old therapist would have called it if this were a session and not my actual life. The kind of thing that's off, but still, technically, within the bounds of human behavior. People freeze. People get overwhelmed. People do weird stuff when they're stressed. We'd been stressed lately, not in the dramatic way people talk about over dinner, in the slow, grinding way of mortgage rates and work emails and a kitchen faucet that never stopped dripping no matter how many YouTube tutorials I watched. And there was me. I'm Adam Mercer, 34, male, and I work in IT compliance for a medical device company in Cambridge. It's the kind of job that turns your brain into a checklist. The kind of job where you can convince yourself that if you just follow enough steps in the correct order, nothing bad will happen. My private fear, the one I didn't say out loud even to myself most days, was that the moment something truly unpredictable happened, I'd be useless. That I'd stand there making lists while the house burned down. I pulled my phone out. The lock screen showed 2 missed calls from my sister and 1 text from Lena. The text was from 8:19 a.m. Can you pick up oat milk after work? Also, don't freak out. That second line had been added 2 minutes later. I stared at it until the words stopped looking like words. Then I looked at Lena, still standing in her corner like a punishment. I tapped her name in my call log and hit dial, even though she was 10 feet away. The phone rang on the counter behind her because her phone was there, face down, next to a ceramic mug that had gone cold. The screen lit up with my face as the caller ID photo. It rang twice, 3 times, then stopped. She didn't react. Not even a micro turn of the head. Okay, I said louder now, irritation flaring up because fear likes to dress up as anger. Lena, please talk to me. I moved closer. The dining room table was half set like she'd started lunch and then walked away. A plate with the crust of a sandwich. A butter knife with peanut butter dried dark along one side. The smell was faintly sweet and stale. Her stance was precise. Feet hip width apart. Weight evenly distributed, not swaying. If she'd been sleepwalking, she would have shifted. If she was messing with me, there would have been some tell, a twitch of amusement, a suppressed breath. Lena, I said, and I reached out carefully like I was approaching a dog I didn't know. My fingertips touched her sweatshirt sleeve. Her skin under the fabric was warm, alive. She didn't jerk away. She didn't lean into it. I slid my hand down to her wrist, checking for a pulse like I'd seen on TV. It was there, steady and unhurried. Too steady for how fast mine was beating. Hey, I whispered, closer now. What's going on? Her hair smelled like shampoo and the faint sourness of old sweat. I caught the edge of something else, too metallic, like pennies. It made my stomach tilt. I stepped around until I was beside her, not in her direct line, and crouched so I could see her face. Her eyes were open, not wide, not rolled back. Open like she was staring at something important, but her focus was fixed on the blank wall 3 inches from her nose. Her pupils looked normal in the dim overhead light. She blinked once slow, dry. Her lips were slightly parted, as if she'd been about to speak, and then forgot how. A ridiculous thought came, sharp and immediate. Maybe she'd had a stroke. Maybe she'd hit her head. Maybe she'd taken something by accident, sleep meds, allergy pills, anything. We had a cabinet full of little orange bottles with instructions nobody read. I tried to get her attention with something ordinary. Lena, I said soft. It's me. Adam, I'm home. Can you look at me? I snapped my fingers once, right near her ear, then immediately regretted it. The sound in the quiet room felt violent. She didn't startle. I went to the kitchen drawer for the flashlight we kept for blackouts. My hands fumbled. The flashlight clattered against the silverware tray. Still, she stayed perfectly still, staring at paint. I shone the light gently across her face. No obvious droop, no unevenness. Her gaze didn't track. Beam reflected off her irises like glass. I turned the flashlight off and set it down carefully, as if noise might break something. The rational part of my brain started building an explanation like a scaffold. Panic attack, dissociation, catatonia, some kind of stress response. A mental health crisis, something medical, something with a protocol. I made myself breathe in through my nose, out through my mouth. Smelled dish soap, smelled peanut butter, smelled that faint metallic note again. My phone buzzed. Another message. From my sister, Maya Mercer, 31, female. Call me ASAP. Did Lena answer you? I stared at the screen. Maya wasn't the dramatic type. She worked as a paramedic in Somerville. Her texts were usually blunt and full of abbreviations. For her to write ASAP meant something. I typed back with my thumbs hovering like they didn't know how to be human. I'm home. She's here. She's standing in the corner, not responding. 3 dots appeared instantly, then disappeared, then appeared again. Adam, don't touch anything else. Is she breathing? Is she bleeding? Call 911. Now, I looked up at Lena, at the way her shoulders held themselves so deliberately, the way her fingers were curled just slightly, like she'd been gripping something earlier. On the floor near the baseboard, half under the chair, there was a thin, clear plastic strip I hadn't noticed at first, like packaging from a new appliance, or something torn off quickly. It caught the light when I shifted, and for a second, it looked almost like a filament. My mouth went dry. I could call 911. That was the obvious move. But the thought of uniformed strangers in our apartment, of Lena standing like this while someone asked her name and got nothing back, made heat spread up the back of my neck. Shame, irrational and immediate. The same shame that makes you hide messes before company comes over. Or I could do what I always did, try to handle it myself first. Find the reason, fix it quietly, solve it like a system error. My finger hovered over the call button. I glanced at Lena's phone on the counter, face down like it was hiding. I glanced at the medicine cabinet. I glanced at the front door, still unlocked behind me. Lena blinked again, slow, deliberate, without turning away from the wall. In the tiny pause after her blink, the apartment felt like it was waiting for my decision. I stood there with my phone in my hand and realized the choice wasn't between embarrassment and calm. It was between getting help and pretending I still had control. And I didn't know which one would make things worse. I called 911. I didn't do it dramatically. No shaking hand, no whispered prayer. I just pressed the button like I was accepting a calendar invite I didn't want to attend. The dispatcher answered on the second ring, and I gave her our address and said my wife wasn't responding and had been standing in one place for hours. I heard myself minimizing it even as I spoke, sanding the edges off the words so they wouldn't cut me. Is she conscious? The dispatcher asked. Yes, I said. Her eyes are open. She's breathing. Is she responding to verbal stimuli? No. Is she standing unassisted? Yes. There was a pause, a soft clack of keys. I need you to ensure the scene is safe. Are there any strong odors, gas, chemicals? I hesitated, then thought of the smell. There's something faint, kind of metallic. Okay, she said, tone sharpening just a notch. Do you have a carbon monoxide detector? Yes, in the hallway. Is it alarming? I looked toward the hallway. The detector's small green light was steady. No sound, no flashing red. "No," I said. "It's not going off." "Sir, I want you to open a window if you can safely do so. Not move your wife unless she's in immediate danger. Paramedics are en route." I thanked her, because politeness is my reflex even when my house feels wrong, and hung up. I went to the nearest window and cracked it open. Cold air slid in, smelling like wet pavement and exhaust. The radiator clicked louder, offended. Lena didn't move. My phone buzzed again. Maya was calling this time. "I'm 5 minutes away," she said as soon as I answered. "I was already headed in your direction." "How did you? Your address is still in my phone," she said. "Listen to me. Has she fallen? Any injuries?" "No," I said. "She's just standing there. Maya, she's been like this all day." "Any meds missing? Anything unusual in the apartment?" I thought of the plastic strip on the floor. "There's something on the ground, like packaging. And this smell." "Do not touch it," she said, sharp enough that it snapped something in my chest. "Adam, if there's any chance this is environmental, you need to get yourself safe too." "I'm fine," I said automatically, because that's what I always said. "I feel fine." "That doesn't mean anything," she said. "Co-poisoning can mess with perception. You can feel normal right up until you're not." I looked at Lena again, at the steadiness of her, the way her breathing hadn't changed even when I opened the window. The detector didn't go off. "Detectors fail," Maya said. "Batteries die. Sensors drift." "When was the last time you tested it?" I opened my mouth, then closed it. I couldn't remember. It had been months, maybe longer. Maya exhaled hard. "Okay, I'm coming in hot. If she collapses, call me back. If you feel dizzy, lightheaded, anything, you get out." I hung up and realized my heart was pounding hard enough that it made my vision pulse slightly at the edges. I blamed adrenaline. It was easier than considering the alternative. I went back to Lena. The window had shifted the air in the room, stirring that metallic note until it was stronger, less ambiguous. It reminded me of the inside of a toolbox left out in the rain. "Help is coming," I told her, more for myself than for her. "You just have to hang on." Her jaw moved, just a fraction, enough that I noticed. "Lena," I leaned in, heart jumping. "Can you hear me?" Her lips parted a little more. A sound came out, not a word, a breath forced through teeth. It sounded like effort. I crouched in front of her again, trying to catch her eye without getting directly in her face. Her pupils looked off, not uneven, but sluggish. When she blinked, it was delayed, like her body was waiting for permission. "Okay," I said, voice shaking despite my best effort. "Okay, that's good. That's something." I glanced toward the hallway. The co-detector still glowed green, smug, and useless. The sirens arrived sooner than I expected. Red and blue light flashed against the walls, stuttering through the apartment like a bad edit. There was a knock, loud, authoritative. I opened the door to 2 paramedics and a firefighter, all efficient motion and clipped questions. They filled the apartment with the smell of cold air and rubber gloves. They assessed Lena where she stood. One of the paramedics, a woman with a tight braid and tired eyes, checked her vitals. "Pulse is steady," she said. "BP's elevated, but not critical." The firefighter glanced around. "You said metallic smell?" "Yes," I said, "faint." He reached down and picked up the clear plastic strip with gloved fingers. He frowned. "This looks like part of a tamper seal, industrial." My stomach dropped. "From what?" "Hard to say," he said. "Could be from a chemical container, cleaning product, solvent." "Do you have any new appliances?" the paramedic asked me. Space heaters, humidifiers, anything plugged in that wasn't before. I shook my head, then stopped. We got a new air purifier last week. From a friend. It's in the bedroom. The firefighter's head snapped up. Turn it off. Now, I ran. The purifier was humming softly, blue light steady, like it had done its job too well. I unplugged it and the hum died, leaving a thick quiet behind. When I came back, Maya was there, pushing past the responders with a badge flashed so fast it was more gesture than proof. She took one look at Lena and swore under her breath. Is it? I asked. What do you think it is? Could be exposure, she said. Could be something she inhaled. Could be intentional or accidental. We don't know yet. Intentional, the word landed wrong. No, she wouldn't, Maya met my eyes. I'm not saying she tried to hurt herself. I'm saying people do things they don't fully understand when they're trying to fix a problem. The paramedics moved to get Lena onto a stretcher. When they tried to guide her away from the wall, she resisted. Not violently. Planted her feet harder, muscles locking. Her breathing spiked, shallow and fast. A low sound came from her throat, like panic trying to stay contained. Hey, I said quickly. Hey, it's okay. They're here to help. She turned her head a fraction, just enough that I could see the corner of her eye. For the first time since I'd come home, her gaze broke from the wall. She looked at me. There was fear there, raw and unfiltered, and something else, certainty, like she was holding onto a rule I didn't know. Her lips moved. This time, the sound that came out was almost a word. Don't, she whispered. The paramedic paused. Sir, she said to me, we need to move her. If this is toxic exposure, time matters, I nodded, even as my chest tightened. I know. They counted down together, coordinated. On 3, they pulled. Something clattered to the floor as Lena was finally turned away from the wall, a small object that had been hidden behind her foot. A slim, cracked vial. Empty. The label was partially torn, but I could make out enough. Industrial use only. The firefighter swore. Maya grabbed my arm. Adam, she said urgently, we need to evacuate the building. Now. As they lifted Lena onto the stretcher, her fingers tightened around my sleeve with surprising strength. Her nails dug in, grounding me, anchoring me to her fear. I was fixing it, she said hoarsely, eyes locked on mine. I didn't want you to worry. And the paramedics wheeled her away, and the apartment suddenly felt much, much smaller. They moved fast once the vial hit the floor. The firefighter, broad-shouldered, soot-smudged even in clean gear, stepped into the hallway and called something into his radio that I couldn't quite hear over the building's sudden, anxious noise. Doors cracking open. A dog barking. Someone on the 3rd floor asking, too loudly, if there was a fire. Maya kept one hand on my elbow like I might drift. Stay with me, she said low. I am, I said, but my voice sounded far away, like it belonged to the apartment we were leaving. The stretcher rolled out first. Lena lay on her back now, straps across her chest and thighs, her eyes half-lidded, but still open. She looked smaller, less like a person who'd been holding a corner with sheer will, and more like someone who'd been quietly drowning in the same room I'd eaten breakfast in yesterday. As the paramedics pivoted the stretcher through the doorframe, Lena's head turned slightly. Her gaze snagged on the dining room corner as if it had a magnet in it. The wall, the blank paint. She didn't fight the straps, but her throat made that tight, contained sound again. Lena, I said, stepping close, because my body still believed proximity could fix things. I'm right here. One of the paramedics, Erin Walsh, 29, female, shot me a look that was firm, but not unkind. "Sir, you can follow in your own car. We need space." "I don't have a car," I said stupidly. Then you'll follow later," Maya cut in. "I'll go with her, you." Her eyes moved over me like a scan. "You need to get outside. Fresh air, now." I wanted to argue. I wanted to say I was fine. I wanted to do the thing I always do, which is make myself useful by controlling details. But the hallway had started to tilt in a way I couldn't blame entirely on adrenaline. The building's corridor ran straight from our unit to the elevator, beige carpet worn thin down the center. I'd walked it 1,000 times. Tonight it felt narrower, like it was squeezing us out. At the far end, the exit sign glowed a too bright red, the color of an appliance light in a dark kitchen. "Adam," Maya said, sharper, and I realized I'd stopped moving. "Stairs. Elevator's a bad idea if this is airborne." We took the stairs. Concrete, cold, smelling faintly like mop water, and someone's old cigarette smoke from years ago baked into the paint. Halfway down, my throat tightened, and I had to swallow hard, the way you do when you're trying not to cough in a movie theater. On the landing between the second and first floors, a door slammed open, and a man in socks leaned out, wild-eyed. "What's going on?" he demanded. "Possible chemical exposure," Aaron called up from below without slowing. "Evacuate. Leave everything. Do not re-enter." The man blinked, as if his brain had tried to refuse that sentence. "Chemical, like move," a firefighter barked, and the man jerked back like he'd been yanked by a leash. Outside, the air hit like a slap. January cold, wet, and honest. The street in front of our building was crowded with apparatus, ambulance engine, a white SUV with blinking amber lights. Red and blue strobed against the brownstone facades across the street, turning windows into blinking eyes. The sidewalk filled with people in pajama pants and slippers, hugging themselves. Someone had wrapped a blanket around a toddler. A woman with a terrier clutched the leash like it was a lifeline. The terrier kept trying to go back inside, confused and furious. Maya guided me to the curb. "Sit," she ordered. "I'm not. Sit." I sat on the cold edge of the concrete planter by the front steps. My hands were numb already, but sweat clung to my lower back. My phone felt slick. Maya crouched in front of me, her paramedic comm snapping into place like a helmet. "Listen, I'm going with her to the ER. You are not going back in there." "I need her phone," I said immediately. "It's on the counter, her medical history contacts. You can get it later," Maya said. "What if they need to know what she took?" The words came out too loud. A few neighbors glanced over. I lowered my voice. "What if there's a message on it? Something she was trying to tell me." Maya's mouth tightened. "Then you tell Aaron, and they can collect it safely." They were already moving into procedure. A firefighter unspooled yellow tape and blocked off the front door. Another brought out a plastic bin and started laying out supplies on the sidewalk: gloves, masks, a little handheld device with a screen and a wand. The kind of thing you see in airport security videos. A police cruiser pulled up and parked double. An officer got out, pulling his hat low against the cold. Officer Luca Morty, 42, male, approached with a notepad, the kind of face that looked like it had seen enough to stop expecting neat explanations. "Sir, you live in Unit 2B. "Yes," I said, "that's us." "Your wife is the patient?" he asked. "Yes." He asked for my name, date of birth, the basics, while the ambulance doors closed and Lena disappeared into the vehicle with Maya following. The siren kicked on, and then faded down the street toward Massachusetts Ave, the sound shrinking until it became just another city noise. I sat there and felt the first real weight of the thing. She was gone, and I was still here, and the apartment, our home, was now a hazard. Officer Morty kept talking. Any recent renovations, pesticides, anything you store that could be dangerous. We don't keep anything, I said. Just normal stuff. Reason your wife would have industrial use only chemicals, he asked, glancing down at his notes. No, I said too fast, and Maya's earlier words cut through my denial. People do things they don't fully understand when they're trying to fix a problem. My mind spiraled toward the air purifier, the gift, the friend. Wait, I said, there was a purifier. Someone gave it to us. Morty's eyes sharpened. Who? My coworker, I said. Jonas. He said his sister didn't need it. Full name. Jonas, I stalled, because I realized I didn't know his last name off the top of my head the way you think you do, until you have to say it to a cop. Keller, Jonas Keller. Morty wrote it down. Maya's absence was a physical thing now, a missing support beam. Without her, my thoughts didn't have a guardrail. I tried the first attempt at solving something I called Jonas. It went to voicemail. I tried again. Straight to voicemail. I texted, call me. Emergency. No reply. I opened the app for the security camera, our cheap little indoor cam that pointed at the front door, because Lena hated the feeling of people walking past in the hallway. The feed loaded, lagged, then showed the empty entryway inside our unit, tinted in grayscale night vision, even though it was still early. The camera had switched modes because the lights inside were off now. I scrolled back through the timeline. 8:03 a.m. motion detected in the dining room. I tapped it. The clip buffered, and then the screen froze and a message popped up. Connection lost. Of course, the one time I needed technology to behave like the brochure, it didn't. I felt my throat tighten with anger that wasn't really anger. A procedural failure, a tiny betrayal. I stood up too quickly and had to grab the edge of the planter. The world swam for a second. The cold air tasted sharp. Officer Morty watched me. You okay? Yeah, I lied. A firefighter in a different jacket, white helmet, more authority, walked over to Morty and spoke quietly. I caught only fragments. Multiple units, precaution, ventilation. Hazmat en route. Hazmat. The word didn't belong on our street. A new vehicle arrived, boxy and white, and a technician stepped out wearing a respirator slung around his neck like a necklace. Calvin Rausch, 38, male, introduced himself briskly and held up the handheld detector. We're going to do a quick assessment. If there's airborne contamination, nobody goes back inside. I need something from the apartment, I said immediately, voice cracking. Her phone. It's right inside the door. Calvin didn't even look at me. He was scanning the air near the entrance, the wand moving slowly as if he was tasting invisible soup. Not your call, he said. The device beeped once. Then again. Not a shriek. Not a dramatic alarm. Just a steady, patient beep that made my stomach drop because it sounded like confirmation. Calvin turned slightly. We're getting readings, he said to Morty. Not sure what yet. Morty's head snapped up. Readings of what? VOCs at least, Calvin said. Possibly something else. We need to identify. Until then, treat it as hazardous. My mind tried to keep up, failed, and then did what it always does, searched for a loophole. The second attempt came out of my mouth before I could stop it. What if I just run in? 10 seconds, grab the phone. I'll hold my breath. Maya would have slapped me. Lena would have rolled her eyes. a normal Lena would have. Calvin finally looked at me, and his expression wasn't sympathy. It was disgusted disbelief, like he'd seen this movie too many times. "That's not how lungs work," he said. "And if you contaminate yourself, we've got 2 patients." "I can't just stand here," I said, and I hated how needy it sounded. Morty's voice cut in. "Sir, you need to stay behind the tape." I stared at the front steps, the door, the gap between me and the counter where Lena's phone was lying face down. 10 feet, maybe 12. The distance felt like a dare. People around us murmured, a low ripple. Someone asked if it was gas. Someone else said they'd smelled something weird earlier too. A man held his phone up, filming, because of course he did. My private fear, the one about being useless when things got unpredictable, rose up and took control of my body. I couldn't fix Lena's condition from the sidewalk. I couldn't make Jonah's pick up. I couldn't force the camera to connect. The only thing I could do was a simple physical action with a clear goal. Get the phone. Before anyone could stop me, I ducked under the tape. "Adam," Morty barked. Hands reached for my jacket, but I twisted away with a suddenness that surprised even me. I bounded up the steps, fumbled the key like my fingers belonged to someone else, and shoved the door open. The apartment air hit me immediately. It was warmer inside, stale, and the metallic smell was stronger now that I knew to look for it. Not dramatic, not choking, just wrong, like pennies and damp drywall. I moved fast, straight through the entryway into the kitchen, 5 steps, then the turn left where the counter began. Lena's phone was exactly where I remembered, still face down. I grabbed it. Behind me, the front door swung shut with a heavy, final sound. And from the hallway outside, I heard Calvin's voice muffled through the door saying, "Seal it, he's inside." Tape ripped. Another strip, more layers. My pulse jumped. I rushed to the door and yanked the handle. It didn't budge. Not locked by a key. Held by pressure, tape, and procedure. I pressed my forehead against the wood for a second, breathing hard, and realized the point of no return wasn't a dramatic explosion or a scream. It was the soft, methodical sound of them making the outside safe by trapping me on the inside. The tape ripping outside the door wasn't frantic. That was the worst part. It was calm, methodical, like wrapping a package. "Hey," I yelled, slamming my palm against the wood. "You can't, I'm inside." My voice came back at me, swallowed by the apartment. The hallway side stayed muffled, busy. Someone said my name once, Morty, I thought, but it was followed by Calvin's flat, professional tone. "Sir, stay put. Don't touch anything. We'll get you out. Stay put." As if this were a delayed train, I backed away from the door with Lena's phone in my hand and tried to slow my breathing the way my therapist had taught me. In through the nose, out through the mouth. The air tasted like warm pennies, not choking, not dramatic, just wrong, a sharpness that sat behind my tongue. My eyes watered in a way that didn't feel like crying, more like my body trying to rinse itself. I moved on instinct toward the open window in the living room and pulled it up the rest of the way. Cold air rushed in, slapping the curtains against the sill. For a moment, it helped. Then my head swam. I grabbed the back of the couch and held on until the room stopped tilting. Okay, checklist. Do something useful. Do anything. I looked at Lena's phone. Face ID failed, of course it did, so I held it up to her face out of habit, then caught myself. She was already halfway to the ER. I typed her passcode without thinking, the same 4 digits we'd used since we moved in together, like a stupid shared secret. The home screen opened. 5 new notifications bloomed at once, like the phone had been holding its breath. A reminder, return purifier Jonas, set for today 11:00 a.m. My stomach tightened. I opened messages and searched Jonas. The thread was longer than I expected. Jonas, dropping the purifier off. It's intense. Lena, intense how? Jonas, it's one of those air sanitizer units. My sister used it in a storage room. Lena, like a normal HEPA. Jonas, not exactly. Read the manual PLS. Don't run it with people in the room. Lena, Jonas, ozone thing. Smells like metal after storms. You'll know. Jonas. Seriously, only run it in empty room for short cycles. My throat went tight as if the words themselves had weight. Metal after storms. The smell. I felt a sudden, furious clarity that made my hands shake. The purifier in the bedroom. The blue light. The hum. Lena trying to fix something, probably our stale winter air. The headaches we'd both been blaming on screens and stress. And she'd done it alone, without telling me, because she didn't want me to worry. And because I always worried in lists. I heard a thump somewhere deep in the building and spun, heart kicking. For half a second, my brain served up something irrational, someone else in here, moving in the dark, until the radiator gave a louder ping, and the upstairs neighbor's music resumed through the ceiling. Bass, a muffled laugh, normal life continuing above a sealed hazard. Misdirection. My brain was desperate for monsters with faces. This threat didn't have one. I moved fast, keeping to the edges of the room like that mattered. Bedroom door on the right off the hall, past the bathroom. I pulled my sweatshirt up over my mouth and nose like it was a mask, and hated how useless it probably was. The purifier sat on Lena's side of the bed, still and innocent with its glossy plastic shell. I'd unplugged it earlier, but now the blue indicator was off, and in the dim light, it looked like any other appliance you'd buy online at 2 a.m. I leaned close and smelled the vent. Metal. I coughed once, sharp, and it scraped my throat as if it had edges. On the floor beside the purifier was the manual Jonas had mentioned. Lena had actually opened it. She de-underlined something with a pen so hard the paper tore slightly. I forced myself to focus, eyes blurring a little. Warning, ozone generation. Do not operate in occupied SPACES. There was more timers, recommended square footage, ventilation guidelines, but my gaze caught on the line she'd marked twice. If odor persists, discontinue use immediately and ventilate. I swallowed. My mouth tasted sour now. Okay, source identified. Step 2, get this information to the people who needed it. I thumbed Maya's number and hit call. It rang once, twice. Then she picked up, breathless. Adam, where are you? In the apartment, I said, and my voice cracked. They sealed the door. Maya, it's the purifier. Jonas told Lena it's an ozone unit. She ran it in here. There was a pause. Then Maya's voice went tight with anger that had fear underneath it. How long was it running? I don't know, I said, but she'd been standing in the corner since 8. The smell, it's like metal, Maya finished. Okay, I'm telling the ER right now. Ozone exposure can mess up airways. They'll treat supportively oxygen bronchodilators monitor. Do you feel short of breath? I tried to answer and realized I was breathing shallow. My chest felt not painful, just slightly too tight, like my ribs were annoyed with me. A little, I admitted. Adam, you need out, Maya said. Now. Trying, I said, and the helplessness in my voice made me want to punch a wall. The door's taped. What do I do? Windows, Maya said immediately. Get as much ventilation as you can and stay away from the unit. I was already doing that. I was also already dizzy. Then another detail punched through: the vial, the tamper seal. Industrial use only. Ozone explained the smell and the purifier. It didn't fully explain the vial hidden behind Lena's foot. That felt like another layer. Another mistake. Another thing she'd tried. I stumbled back into the dining room, following the memory of where it had clattered. The corner looked strangely bare without her there. Just the meeting of two walls, baseboards scuffed from chairs, a faint, darker oval on the paint where her breath had been all day. On the floor, the cracked vial sat where it had fallen. I picked it up with my sleeve, careful not to touch it directly, and squinted at the torn label. It wasn't a mystery chemical with a cool name. It was worse. Ozone neutralizer, industrial use only. Do not inhale. Use only with proper ventilation. A neutralizer. So she'd smelled the metal, realized something was wrong. And instead of calling me, instead of turning it off and leaving, she tried to fix it with the kind of product meant for warehouses and remediation crews. Because that's what people do when they're trying to make a problem disappear before the person they love comes home and sees it. I lowered myself into a chair for half a second, fighting nausea. My hands tingled. My thoughts were starting to slip like soap in the bath. No plot armor, no magic clarity, just a failing body. Okay, immediate goal: reduce exposure and get out without becoming a bigger problem. I stood up and moved again, faster now because I could feel time narrowing. I pulled every window open: living room, bedroom, even the tiny bathroom one over the tub. Cold air poured through the apartment, turning it into a wind tunnel that made papers flutter and the curtains slap. I turned on the bathroom fan, the only exhaust we had, and left the purifier far behind me. Then I went to the bedroom window. We had a rear fire escape. Narrow metal steps down to a fenced alley behind the building, where trash bins waited like silent witnesses. I'd used it once during a fire drill and hated how exposed it felt. I climbed out anyway. The metal was slick with winter damp. My palms slipped. My foot found the first rung, then the next. I kept Lena's phone in my pocket like it was a weapon. Halfway down, my right shoe slid on a rung, and my knee slammed into the rail. White pain shot up my leg. I bit down hard enough my jaw clicked, kept moving. When my feet hit the alley, the cold air felt like a clean blade. I stood there bent over, hands on my thighs, dragging breath into my lungs. It hurt a little now, each inhale a scratch. Above me, on the fire escape landing, someone shouted my name. Morty's voice. Calvin's. I couldn't tell. I looked up and raised one hand so they could see I was out. The conflict, at least the immediate one, shifted. The apartment was ventilating. The source was off. Hazmat could do their work without worrying about rescuing a stubborn idiot who'd made himself into a second incident. But the cost was already in my body. My chest tight, my knee throbbing, my eyes burning as if I'd stared into wind for too long. And in my head, a new realization settled like grit. Lena hadn't been standing in that corner for 13 hours because of a ghost. She'd been standing there because she'd been trying to solve a problem alone until her brain and body simply stopped cooperating. And I'd been the kind of man she didn't want to worry. That thought didn't leave room for relief. It just made the cold feel sharper. They kept Lena overnight. That part was non-negotiable. Observation, oxygen, nebulizers that made her cough and swear softly into a paper mask. Her voice was hoarse when I finally heard it, and the sound of it, raspy but unmistakably hers, hit me harder than any diagnosis. They gave me a chair in the corner of the ER room and a paper bracelet, even though I wasn't admitted. For tracking, the nurse said, like that made sense. My knee had been wrapped and iced. My lungs were irritated but clear, which felt like a technical way of saying I'd gotten lucky without earning it. Maya came in after shift change, hair down, jacket unzipped. The adrenaline burned off her face, so she looked like my sister again, and not a uniform. She hugged me once hard, then let go like she was checking a box. "Jonas Keller's HR is calling you tomorrow," she said quietly. Hospital filed a report. Fire marshal too. "Am I in trouble?" I asked. She gave me a look. "No, but he might be. That unit shouldn't have been circulating without documentation." And she nodded toward Lena, who was asleep now, chest rising under the thin blanket. She made a mistake trying to correct it. Not a crime, a mistake, I nodded, because nodding was easier than saying anything else. When Lena woke, it was slow. She came back to herself in pieces. First her eyes, focusing on the IV pole like it was a puzzle she didn't remember starting. Then her hands, testing the blanket edge. Then me. She stared at my face for a long second, and the fear there was quieter than it had been in the apartment. Quieter, but deeper. "I messed up," she said, voice barely louder than the oxygen hissing. "You scared me," I said, because it was true, and because it didn't accuse. I didn't know what was happening. She nodded, a tiny movement that cost her. I smelled it, the metal. Remembered what Jonas said, and I thought, if I just neutralize it, it'll be fine before you get home. Her eyes closed for a beat. Then my head felt thick, like I was underwater. I knew I should leave, but I didn't want to track it through the apartment. I didn't want to make it worse. "And the corner?" I asked. She opened her eyes again and looked at the ceiling. I needed something solid, something that wouldn't move. I thought if I stayed still, it would pass. It was the most Lena answer possible, practical to the point of self-erasure. The doctors explained ozone exposure the way doctors explain things, calmly, with diagrams, with percentages that tried to put edges around uncertainty. Her lungs would likely recover fully. My symptoms should resolve in days. The apartment would need professional remediation. Insurance would argue about it. Life would resume. A social worker asked us questions, with a pen poised like a small weapon. A police officer followed up with a statement that sounded gentler than it felt. We answered. We didn't lie. There was nothing to gain from that. 2 days later, we went home. The building smelled like cleaner and cold air. Fans whirred in our unit, industrial and loud, chewing at the last of whatever had lingered. The dining room corner looked like it always had. No stain, no mark, just paint. We stood in the doorway for a moment, not touching anything. "I'll get the windows," I said. "I'll sit," Lena said, and she did, carefully, on the couch. She watched me move around the apartment like she was relearning a place she thought she knew. I opened windows. I checked the detector and replaced the batteries, even though the new remediation report said the sensors were fine. I unplugged the purifier and sealed it in a contractor bag with tape until the bag looked like a warning itself. Jonas texted an apology that was long and panicked and too late. Char sent an email full of words like procedure and review. The fire marshal posted a notice that felt like a scar you couldn't see from the street. At night, the apartment sounded almost normal. Radiator ticking, distant traffic, the neighbor's TV. We didn't sleep well. The first night, Lena woke up gasping and sat straight up, eyes searching the dark for a corner that wasn't there. I turned on a lamp. I said her name. She took the inhaler they'd given her and waited for her breathing to smooth. We didn't talk about it until morning. In the morning, she stood at the kitchen counter and stared at the wall for half a second too long. Then she shook her head like she was shaking off water. "I should have called you," she said. "I wanted to say I should have noticed. I wanted to say you didn't have to protect me. I wanted to say I don't need control to care. Instead, I said, we'll make a rule." She raised an eyebrow. "No fixing alone," I said. "No quiet corrections. If something smells wrong, looks wrong, feels wrong, we stop. We leave, we call." She nodded. "Deal." We taped the rule to the inside of the cabinet with the orange bottles. It looked ridiculous. It worked. Weeks passed. My knee healed to a dull ache that reminded me when the weather changed. Lena's cough faded. The building went back to complaining about parking like nothing had happened. The almost ordinary returned. But sometimes, when I came home and the apartment was quiet, I'd pause in the doorway and listen longer than necessary. I'd check the corner without meaning to. I'd smell the air like a habit I couldn't break. And once, late one evening, the detector chirped not an alarm, just a low battery warning. A single, polite beep. We both froze. I crossed the room and replaced the battery with hands that didn't shake. The green light came back on, steady. We stood there for a second longer than we needed to. Then Lena laughed, soft and surprised, and leaned into me like she was relearning where to put her weight. The apartment settled around us, normal enough to live in, normal enough to believe again.